Yes, indeed. Another Saturday night, another Shoot the Breeze. I want to say peace, Habari Ganai, to the family who are here. I see Daily Affirmations by Paul Eden's already here. Peace to all of you who will be here tonight. Thank you for coming through. You know what I do every week? I jump on real quick just to let you guys have an idea of what it is we're discussing. So tonight, we should be discussing at what age do we begin to teach our children what is acceptable and what isn't. We're going to talk about gatekeeping the wrong people. By the way, check out the poll that I put up in the chat. Make sure you respond to it. It's related to that prompt, actually. We're going to try to answer two questions in one. Is it possible to eradicate Abrahamic religions? And if it is possible, if it is impossible, do you think Abrahamic religions with an African orientation is best? We're going to have a serious conversation about geopolitics without White Zaddy. We're going to talk about China waiving a debt in Africa. We're going to talk about a Soledad O'Brien status tonight. We're going to talk about a black firefighter in Rochester, New York, and his filing a discrimination lawsuit. We're going to talk about the police a couple of times. F the police, protect and serve. And finally, we should be talking about, what is it that we're talking about finally? My computer is frozen. Perfect. But anyway, those are at least 9 of the 10 topics that we're going to be discussing tonight. The last topic might be how the Russians and Chinese militaries recruit versus how America recruits. If you guys peeped it, I put up a tweet on the community tab. Make sure you guys go and check out all the posts on the community tab. I put up a tweet earlier that shows you how these folks in America kind of herd poor people in general, black folks in particular, kind of herd them into serving in the military. So you guys check that out. So all of those things we'll discuss tonight. I see we have Jay in the chat saying Hotep. We got Jonelle saying good evening. We got Lero saying peace, loved ones. We got the Revolutionary Matron saying greetings, everyone. Bobby Wright says Habari Gane. Tanzana's out there saying Habari to me. Inzuri, Tanzan. Yeah, so we got we got quite a few people. That reminds me, drop the link for anyone who wants to join the panel tonight. You can click that link that's in the chat. You don't need anything extra, just your phone and your phone's microphone or your laptop and laptop microphone. And you too can join the panel tonight. Your voices, your opinions can be heard. Again, thank all of you who are here and all of you who are going to come through tonight. Peace to the family. What we're going to do now is we're going to start the show officially. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. I see Lara asked the question, was that a new intro? No, that's been the intro for the longest. I didn't change anything. But yeah, that's the intro. Thank you. She says she likes that. Thank you, Lara. Let me welcome in my panelists tonight. I have a good few people here with me tonight. I see Oni is with us. Oni, how are you this week?
Cool, you already know it.
True.
Just chilling.
True. Yeah, we missed you the last 2 weeks, man. I guess you was out there handling some business. So good to see you back here. Jay is with us. Jay, how are you this week?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Good to see you again.
The tweet is bizarre.
The tweet?
Yeah, the tweet on your social tab.
Oh, that tweet. Yeah, about the student loan stuff, you mean?
Yeah, crazy, man.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about that tonight. I see Forecast is out there in the chat saying, "What up, y'all?" Make sure you guys check out Forecast. Tanzan, myself, Revolutionary Matron, JB was on there on his last episode. I think it was last night, actually. So make sure you guys tune in to that recent episode of the Forecast. Lumumba Speaks. Lumumba Speaks is new here, I believe. Lumumba Speaks, how are you this week?
I'm doing well, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate being part of the conversation. You know, over here, we believe in always betting on black and being unapologetically African.
I appreciate you coming through. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Likewise.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so hang out with us a while. We're going to go through some topics here. I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. Mr. Untouchable is here. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
I'm great, Koku. Blessings to everyone. Blessings to all the brothers and sisters on the chat. Koku, I hope you didn't mind. I invited Dr. Lumumbi here for the night. He is a good Pan-Africanist brother from out of Ohio, and I think that he should bring some good ideas to the discussion. You know, there are no intellectual shortfalls on the panel, and as you said earlier, iron sharpens iron. So I hope it's a good discussion for the night.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Yeah. Anytime you want to invite folks to come through, and that goes for all of you, man. Anytime you want to invite someone through, they're welcome, once they're black. Matron is here. Matron, how are you this week?
I am wonderful. Greetings, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for being down with us this week. Tanzan is here. Tanzan, how are you? Good to see you again.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Good to be here.
Yes, indeed.
To the show.
Okay. I'm glad you look forward to the show. Yeah, let's get it rolling then. So, you think I would have prepared this in advance, right? Let me see if I could reach topic number 1 going. Shoot. Of course, it's giving me a problem now. Hold on. Yeah. So shoot the breeze topic number 1 is, at what age? Shoot the breeze topic number 1 is, sorry about this. At what age do we begin to teach our children what is acceptable and what isn't? What is acceptable and what isn't? Bobby, you're right. I see you trying to connect. Hop on out and then hop back in because your device is not connected. So hop on out and hop back in. I'll gladly have you up on the panel tonight. So that should be topic number 1 tonight. This came with a link. I'll share the link with you guys to see it. Just give me a second here. So shoot the breeze topic number 1. I don't know why I'm so off tonight. Okay, let's go. So here's the link that comes with this prompt. You guys should be able to see the screen. It says Little League team puts cotton in their black teammates' hair on television. Let's check out the video, and then we'll have a discussion.
That's just Little Leaguers being Little Leaguers right there. Hey, next week's Sunday Night Baseball matchup should be a good one. Atlanta and St. Louis. Cardinals leading the Central. They finish up that 3-game series at Busch, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, ESPN, Deportes, and Radio. And we'll start with 6 Eastern baseball tonight, Sunday Night Countdown. Why not, right? When in Rome. Are they taking the stuffing out of a stuffed animal? Is that how that's...
I'm going to show that one more time.
That's just Little Leaguers being Little Leaguers right there. Hey, next week's Sunday Night Baseball matchup should be a good one. Atlanta and St. Louis. Cardinals leading the Central. They finish up that 3-game series at Busch, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, ESPN, Deportes, and Radio. And we'll start with 6 Eastern baseball tonight, Sunday Night Countdown. Why not, right? When in Rome. Are they taking the stuffing out of a stuffed animal? Is that how that's...
Aye. So you see on the right-hand side, someone says, wow. Someone else says, what the F for? Where in the hell are his parents? And then they started smiling and shit. Where in the world did they get the cotton from? And wheat made them put it on him. So tomorrow we will be hearing an apology that's going to be bullshit only because it went viral. These people are really trying to push us to see our true colors come out. It makes me so mad. And there's more comments here. But Tanzan, when do we teach our children? At what age do we teach our children? What is acceptable and what is it?
Well, it's obvious that these other kids have been taught much, much earlier. So for me, as soon as they learn how to talk, because the attacks on Black children has been getting younger and younger, not even before they're born. We know about the maternal history of Black women. So they start the attack before the children are born. And so we have to start teaching them as soon as they can learn, even just in terms of saying, hey, these people are your friends, keep away from these people, and so on. Those are simple things you can teach a child, and then progressively teach them why and the history and so on. But for their own protection, it's like having the stranger danger talk. There's never a time that is too early to have that talk with children, that you don't trust strangers. So if you just apply that strangers to the racial aspect of it, then start as early as possible. So peace.
All right, thank you for that. Tan, when you saw that video, what emotions did you have over that?
Just sadness, just seeing that little boy sitting there and he's helpless, and not only is he being humiliated, it's being done on national television. It's almost like a lynching, so it's very sad to me that firstly he doesn't have the wherewithal to just get up and leave, because if he had been taught better, he would know that he's being insulted at that moment. There's nothing funny about it. And even the commentators, they all know what's going on, and then they all pretend that it's just boys being boys instead of just crackers being racist. So, yeah, made me mad and sad.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Let me welcome in the Forecast this week. Forecast, how are you this week?
What's going on? What's going on, Kokus? What's up, everybody?
Yes, sir, Forecast. Glad to see you here. Forecast, you saw that video just now. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that we should start teaching our children. Like for me, if I have kids, I would start teaching them as early as they're coherent to learn things. I may not give them a college course when they're like 2 or nothing, but even from the time of the age they're able to understand things, I'm going to be showing them as we go. And then there's a point where you get to, because I don't know if you're going to show it later, so I'm sorry, stop me if you are, but I was talking to Bakari about the Tyler Perry thing, so and he was saying, what age would be a good thing to try to teach them about it. And I think you should, like Tanzan said, like start as early as possible, because like as soon as my kid go to kindergarten, they better be prepared, especially if we don't got our own kind of centered schools. You're sending them somewhere all day, every day. And so they better be prepared from then. I want my kid to be in school like when they be like, Christopher Columbus go. No, he didn't. You know what I'm saying? He got charged in his own even by his own people. I want my kid to be the one doing that kind of stuff. So I think early as possible. And like Tanzan said, I actually saw Black people trying to condone this. Like, oh, they do it to everybody. It's just hazing. It's a part of sport. But you know what? I don't even care who else they do it to. If they do it to white boys, my son, my daughter know better. That's why I shout out people like Mega Evers. They had to teach their children to be prepared for a war, their house being burned down at any time. And when it happened, his wife took over, and they was ready though. So I'll pass the mic.
No, I appreciate that, man. Lovely expression of your thoughts for that prompt. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari this week. Brother Bakari, how are you today?
I'm doing well.
Good to hear you. You sound a little different.
That wasn't me. That was somebody else.
It's 2 Bakaris on the panel.
Yeah, I was like, what's the world?
It's 2 Bakaris. My bad. So I'm talking to Bakari, whose name is Bakari, on the panel tonight. Brother Bakari, what say you?
Shit, I'm good, man. What's going on with everybody on the panel? I'm going to change my name right here. Then you can just call me by my other name that I go by when you want to. But I saw this the other day on Forecast, but I heard him talking about it, and that shouldn't happen. The parents should have been taught, should have had a conversation with them. I've been telling my kids since they were little. You understand? That's why in the 6th grade, my son could write a poem about Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Shaka Zulu, the Moors, and do all that for the Black History program. Because I've been teaching him since he was little. For me, I say teach them a little bit at a time when they're old enough to understand. But there's no way. There's also a Black kid up there putting cotton on his head. So we say, what do we teach them? We teach our kids not with just words. Our kids see our actions as well, right? Mm-hmm. So what our kids see Black people doing? If you make a couple of dollars and you want to leave where you live or leave away from around Black people to go live around white people, you are accepting whatever has ever happened is okay. Mm-hmm. So you're teaching your youth by showing them it's okay to be around this. This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. So there's a lot of different ways of teaching. You use your words, of course, but you also use your actions. I can't tell my kids, don't date outside the race, and my girlfriend is white or Mexican or Chinaman or something. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I can't tell my kids that we should be race first and put ourselves first above everybody. But then as soon as I make $100,000 a year, I go move to an area that's 5% Black. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of different teaching that need to be done. But this should have been said. His parents should have said something. That other Black kid who's putting cotton in his head, something should have been said. So when it's the time for me, I started young because that's when my father started with me, mm-hmm. Young. So at this age, they're in the Little League World Series, they're at least 11 years old. They should know better than that. They should know better than to allow that. They should. The parents are at fault for not telling them about this nonsense. I get them, Mike.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Yeah, I agree with you too. Let's get Dr. Lumumba on. Dr. Lumumba, what say you to this?
I appreciate it, but just one very quick notion. I am not a doctor yet.
Okay.
So, but I appreciate it. You were putting into it, speaking into existence, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
So I would agree with everyone else on the panel. I'm a father as well, and what I chose to do was I taught my children from the moment they could comprehend. Right, I taught my children from the moment they could comprehend that, as Paul Robeson taught us many years ago, the battlefield is everywhere, and there is no sheltered rear. Right, and so when the brother gave the example of the child being to stand up in class, my son has actually did that. He's 15 now, but I can recall back when he was in second grade. And it was Black History Month, and the teacher had made the claim that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. And my son's hand shot up, and he said, Abraham Lincoln didn't free us, and we're still fighting to free ourselves to this day. And the teacher was like, oh, okay. Mind you, he was in second grade at the time. And what ended up taking place, of course, my son was proud to tell me about it. So I spoke to the teacher. I said, do you know why it was important that my son push back against that narrative? She said, no, I don't. I said, because when we talk about secondary education in America, what tends to happen is that whenever Black people are taught their history, whenever something went well, it was at the largesse of white people. And that creates a narrative and an ideology and a belief and even behavior that leads to whenever we need something to happen for us, we got to go turn to the very individuals or entity that caused our social, political, and economic quagmire. So what I've done with my children is at the moment they can comprehend, they learn these things. But I don't just stop there. I also teach my children about the importance of Black power, political, economic, social, military power. And that one of the reasons why we find ourselves in these situations over and over again, no matter where we go around the world, is because our collective powerlessness, and that our goal should be to do a number of things, but I would just name two. One is to build power, and also is to build institutions to serve the needs of our people, so we're not dependent on the power structure to provide for us what we can, should, and we subsequently will one day be able to do for ourselves.
Future Dr. Lumumba, as Tanzan referred to in the chat, she says, greetings, future Dr. Lumumba. Great discussion earlier. I guess I missed the earlier discussion, but let me ask you, what's the likelihood that this Black kid has parents who believe in Black power?
I would argue the likelihood is that that's not the case, right? I think even when you find Black children who parents believe in Black power, even if they are in a predominantly white environment, the Black child tends to have almost an impulse culturally, innately to being tokenized, being a mascot, so on and so forth, right? So I think it's very unfortunate. We know that this happens a lot. And I think part of it is because we're getting to a point, and I think the brother that spoke before me, Brother Bakari, appreciate you, brother. We got the same name. What we tend to find is many Black people kind of grow up, with this animosity towards white people, but they don't really crystallize it into a formal ideological frame of reference that is focused on building for ourselves. They make a little money, move to the suburbs, and then they children who may be racially Black, but culturally and ideologically, they're white. And they find themselves in the type of situations where they allow themselves to be caricatures and mascots for white people's entertainment.
Man, ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Thank you for that, future Dr. Lumumba. I'll just call you Lumumba on the show tonight, all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So there's Brother Bakari and there's Lumumba.
Can I say one thing to him real quick? Yo, I just want to say, that's what's up, brother. I love to see those things, bro. That's what's up.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that podcast. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you? You're muted if you're talking.
Sorry. Yeah. I don't know why that dude said liggers like that. Why you say liggers like that? But
exactly.
Little niggas doing little niggas. You're like, wait, that's not how you say that.
I have to listen to that 2 or 3 times because I'm like, did he just? That was.
Okay.
I was the only one that heard it.
Just little niggas. Like, I don't know about that. All right. About to be the L word, right? Yeah. This is it seems like this kid just didn't understand. I mean, I don't know what this is. It looks like they're putting cotton in the kid's hair because he's Black and he's just sitting there like oblivious.
That's
But
sad.
that's what it is. Like that's one of the that's one of the things that I struggle with as a parent too. Because one of my memories, or there's like a photograph of me, like when I was in elementary school, standing next to this little white boy, and he's, we looking at the camera, and I have a smile on my face, and he has a smile on his face. And my thing is, what kind of upbringing are we getting if that's like normal? It's like, oh, it's just you having fun, he's having fun, and I mean it's kind of hard in America to avoid these white folk. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I tried, and it's hard. You go, they're everywhere. They outnumber us. But notwithstanding that, it's like, yeah. I mean, the parents put this kid in this situation, and they didn't inform him. They said, "Look, man, you know what? You're just like everybody else." And this comes back to the reality of the world, which is that no matter how well your intentions are, or how pure or how innocent your intentions are, right? Somebody out there probably doesn't share the same sentiment. I'm gonna say this. In fact, I was at this playground at night one time, right? And it was empty. My son was playing around the playground. I thought it was low-key sad that he in the playground by himself, but he was there, and he was just chilling, walking around. I mean, I was doing something else too, but we'll just talk about what my son was doing, right? Anyway, so I'm there minding my business. One entrance to the playground. Okay, there's one entrance to the playground. It's a matter of fact, it's right. I could tell you guys where it's at. It's because you guys would know this, right across from Boys and Girls High School. Okay, so there's a little playground there. One entrance, right? After some time, I see some guy just leaving the playground, and I'm like, now hold on a second. This entire time, my son's there running around. You're the only person, right? There was a man somewhere, probably hiding in the bushes or something. For what? I have no idea. You understand? But that's the thing. It's like, it don't matter how innocent or how naive you may be, or how ignorant you might be, right? Somebody's up to something somewhere around you, and that's why you have to inform people. Now, for what it's worth, ain't nothing happened to my kid, and maybe he was probably lurking for somebody else's kid. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is that people are out there lurking. And that's all I can say about that.
That's a true thing. You could put your head, you could be like the ostrich who buries his head under the sand, but shit is still happening. Shit is still happening around you, man. So yeah, you have to prepare everyone around you for it. Jay, you've been here a while. Jay, what say you to this?
Unmute. Yeah, I've seen it in the what's it called on your server. I saw it, and I saw it somewhere else, and I saw him help the other children, like some of those cotton buds were falling out, and he pressed them back. Right?
You serious?
Yeah, so he's in there, kind of sort of innocent in his innocence. And I didn't notice. Brother Bukhari just said one of the children is also black, and I'm looking at a brown arm indeed. Someone of the same hue as our cotton head boy. I'm sorry. I'm not being funny, but the victim.
It's just little leaguers being little leaguers, right there. Hey, next week's Sunday night baseball matchup should be
that's a brown.
Good one.
arm.
Atlanta and St. Louis. Cardinals leading the Central. They finish up that 3-game series at Busch, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, ESPN, Deportes, and Radio. And we'll start with 6 Eastern baseball tonight, Sunday night countdown.
Maybe it's a suntan. Maybe
Why not,
it's a
right?
suntan. But
Am I taking the stuffing out of a stuffed animal? Is that how that's?
So okay, he's not black. Maybe he's suntanned, but bronze, right? Yeah. So he was kind of catching up buds that maybe he felt like they're falling out, But what angers me is that this was prepared. It was planned.
Right.
It must have been planned. I mean, look at them. Where do they get the cotton from? And it's like fake. I think it's fake cotton, because I believe the plant is dry when they pluck the stuff.
The cotton, yeah.
But these leaves are green, so it's fake. So someone bought it in maybe a carnival shop or a party shop or whatever, whatever clown business they bought that shit, and it's all orchestrated. That's what fucks with my mind.
Mm-hmm.
But our boy is in his innocence. He just lets it happen. Maybe he's spooked out. I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. Our boy is in his innocence, and the rest is not.
Yeah. His parents should be punished severely for this. If he has parents, because we don't even know if this kid is a adopted kid or something like that. But if he has parents,
the parents of those others should be punished
as
10
well.
times as severe.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Can I say something after whoever that was? Let me say something after him.
Yeah, if I could. Yeah, I don't think the child's parents should be punished. They should be educated and empowered, right? Because what tends to happen when something like this takes place, and we get to browbeat the parents, it makes them even further become more disenchanted with the Black community and, of course, Blackness and Africanity. So, if anything, I think they should be empowered. They should be educated and then coached on what took place, the harm that it could cause and it did cause, and try to bring them into the fold. Of course, being someone who is Black-minded and raising a child who, of course, is seeking to not only empower themselves but the Black community as well. But if we punish them for something like this, they're going to be completely off the rails, and they will even further try to turn to whiteness.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
I can respect that. Brother Bakari, go ahead.
I don't think, in all honesty, those white kids' parents, their parents taught them right. You above them. Why should they be punished? The punishment should be to the Black parents who have taught their child that's okay. Like, you can go through and you can find videos of black folks at parties with white folks with nooses around their necks, right?
Facts.
So the person, right, who's doing the news or whatever, the only thing I would say is, like, why? Just why would they be? They're doing what they do. They're doing what they've always done. See, and when I hear people scream, white supremacy, and we'll say, see, that's white supremacy. No, it's not. It's Black inferiority. And his parents feel inferior. That's why it's okay. What I would say is, my son, you should have beat their ass. That's what happens. Instead of trying to say they should they should have got their ass beat. And that's just a fact. You should have beat their ass. But I can't say that if I haven't taught you the right way. I yield the mic.
Mr. Untouchable, you heard what Brother Bakari and Lumumba had to say. What say you to all of this?
When you say at what point do you teach children, I would say at the point of where the parents become horny. That's what I would say. And that's an extreme thing. This extreme example. But the reason why I say that is usually, not always, but usually well-informed parents are going to produce well-informed children. Usually, that possibility is high. And the reason why this is happening is because the child is not well-informed. And it's unfortunate, because what's going to happen is We look at this particular incident, we see the child hair being played with cotton and all that good stuff. But every year they have something all over the world called Halloween. And on Halloween, you will see black kids dress up as Thor, a white god from the Nordic groups of people. You know what I mean? Nobody says anything then, because we just go along with the form and fashion of what is the proper or appropriate social order of things. And unfortunately, we put a certain group in front of us, and then we become as a secondary group or third, depending on who you're speaking to. And then there's everyone else. So they create this idea of the social order, everything is in its proper place, is this example, this particular perspective. And then we looking at this particular situation from a Pan-African side. But if you go to most God-fearing American, Bahamian, Trinidadian, or whatever, they will see nothing wrong. They said these are just kids playing.
Sure.
That's what they'd say. These are just kids playing. So I would only say that, when you produce or properly educate, like all your brothers them was saying the same kinds of things. When you properly educate the parents, then the probability of a well-informed child is higher than uninformed adults just getting together on a Friday night Hennessy F, and then producing children and then say go play. It doesn't work that way. There's planning, there's preparation that should be done prior to the engagement or even the act of sex itself, before we even could talk about the child discussion. And then when the child discussion is had, we have to have the discussion of how we gonna raise this child. And dependent on what that woman says to that man, and that man says to that woman, you will know whether you should go forward with reproducing with this particular individual to produce a child, because the problem comes in where if I am properly informed and my woman is properly misinformed, there's gonna always be shortfalls. What I mean? She may be a Pan-African, but she may be dating Brad. I mean, so it's have to be a lot of consistencies before the actual situation happens when the child comes. But I'll stop there to be brief.
No, I appreciate that. I see the forecast in the chat says, LOL, facts, Mr. Untouchables. I agree with everything you just said there. So I saved the next panelist for last because I wanted to bookend it. I wanted to start off with a black woman's voice. I wanted to end this with a black woman's voice as well. Let's bring in the matron. Matron, what say you? At what age do we begin to teach our children what is acceptable and what isn't?
In the womb. I think that we should be speaking over their life and talking to them about who they are when they are in the womb. When they are little babies, you give them reaffirming messages about who they are and who their people are. And before you subject and submit them to any type of educational or cultural institution, they need to know that they have the right of personhood. They have the right to not be disrespected, not just by a white face, but by a black face. But because so many teachers and people that are leaders in these institutions that we usually subject our children to are white, specifically not to a white person. When I look at this picture, it looks like they're saying, this is our cotton picking nigger.
That's what I took too.
Okay. And I was enraged at this imagery. I don't know if he is a black child having been adopted by white people, if his parents are swirlers, or if he has two black parents that have totally been co-opted and they sitting there with tears running down their eyes like they in the movie Get Out. But the fact that their child is on an all-white baseball team or non-black baseball team and they're little liggers, as the anchor person said, is a problem. And he's just sitting there letting them do this to him. And I don't know what the parents did afterward. I don't know what happened. But that fact and that understanding shows how we have failed. and we have to take this L and we have to do something different. But when do you teach the children? In the womb. You speak to that womb. Like Mr. Untouchable said, when the parents get horny, I'm with that too. But in the womb, especially when you know it's life in there.
I'm gonna give you all a chance if you want. I'll give you all a few to have a free for all discussion here on this prompt before we go to shoot the brief prompt number 2. If anyone has any last words, go ahead.
Well, the only thing I would say is, and brother, Mr. Untouchable, he's my homie, but we've all been in situations before that when a person's horny, they lie to get the draws. So that's the only thing, they'll lie, tell you what they need, and then when they get their rocks off, it's back to, Mr. and Miss Negro. So that's the only thing I would say about that. I would hope that, of course, I know what you mean by that, brother, and that means that you need to have a conversation with the person before you start thinking about being sexually active with the individual, and I'm with that 100%.
You know what? And I go back to us as a people, not only his parents, because I know that's who you see the most, but you also see other Black people. The examples that we give, most of us truly, we don't like, most of us don't live in an area, or most of us is trying to get away from an area that's 70%, 75% Black. Most of us don't go out of our way, drive an extra 10, 15 miles, 20 miles to support a Black business. Most of us don't do that. Most of us don't drive 40 miles up the street to buy gas from a Black-owned gas station. So we have to look at the examples that we are giving all of our youth, right? If we're gonna say what we say, it takes a village, right? So that means we have to become the village, and we have to say we have failed our youth. And that's the approach that I tend to take for me, because because I see them as us, as ours. So because I know my generation, to a certain point, we really dropped the ball. And I don't have a problem with saying that. So they see us leaving. They hear us on here, because don't think these kids don't watch social media. They hear us on here calling one another the N-word and then making excuses of why you should use it. All of that factors into why they also hear us calling white people supreme. All of that factors into why our youth will allow something like this to happen, other than what the parents didn't teach. And I'll give the mic.
You guys check out Bakari's channel. Bakari earlier today put up a video. I haven't had a chance to comment to it yet, but he was highlighting a brother in a mall out there in Atlanta, I think it is, who sells T-shirts and stuff. So make sure you guys go and interact with that latest short video Bakari put up. We have Keter in the house in the chat saying peace to everyone. We have Trigger Happy 262 Plus out there. He says, as everything goes with these conversations about the behavior of our people, it all starts with changing the culture. Otherwise, it will merely be an individual effort, which isn't effective. Does anyone else have any last words they want to add to this prompt? If not, let's go.
The only thing I would say is the ruin of a nation begins in the homes of its people. Ooh. Right? Yeah. And I think all of us can speak to a situation in which we're in the community seeking to disseminate positive information, positive initiatives, but because what is not being regurgitated at home, or we implemented at home, it tends to fall on deaf ears. Yeah. Right. So I understand where you're coming from in terms of the community, but the ruin of a nation begins in the homes of its people. And I've had situations where I worked on summertime youth initiatives, and the parents find out that we're promoting, Afrocentrism, Pan-Africanism, Black history, and they will pull the child out of the organization.
Yeah. Yeah. D Webb from the Harsh Reality Podcast talks about that down there in Jacksonville, Florida, where the biggest fight they have is not with the kids, it's with the parents and the grandparents. In fact, the Harsh Reality podcast in the chat said, "Weak parents produce weak offspring." Everybody can't go with us. Sad to say, chalk it up to the game. Got to stop focusing on weak links. I'm gonna let D Web have that last word for that prompt. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 2. Shoot the Breeze prompt number 2 says gatekeeping the wrong people. This came with a link. Let's check it out. This takes us to Twitter and to a particular tweet from Now Hip Hop News says that so the AI rapper FN Mecca is controlled by a white guy who repeatedly gets it to say the N-word in its lyrics. How are you feeling about this? So this is the white boy, I guess the programmer for this AI bullshit rapper FN Mecca, and they get a black guy to actually do the rhymes or the rapping for it. So it continues. Breaking news: Capitol Records has severed ties with the AI rapper FN Mecca, quote unquote, effective immediately, following days of backlash over the caricature. We did it, hip hop. We did it. Hip hop did it for the culture. And then goes on and says, now let's get him banned across social media: Twitter, Facebook, IG, and TikTok. Someone here named Reverend Dr. Afro Atlantica says, this is just a natural progression of TikTok and digital blackface. Them cosplaying blackness for profit always works. Someone else says here, could be a white person, says, honestly, though I don't practice it much in my real life out of respect, I think deconstructionism has proved that the more we can disempower the word through usage, the less it'll hurt people in the future. But that's not a hill I'm ever willing to die on. So, this was big on social media for a little minute about this AI rapper, a white boy programmed, and they created some algorithm to spit out its lyrics, and it says the N-word profusely. But Bakari just talked about that a second ago, so I'm going to let Bakari speak about his thoughts on this AI rapper who was almost signed to a record deal with Capitol Records. What say you, Bakari?
Why would people who use the N-word get mad because somebody used the N-word? It absolutely baffles me. Black people are mad because white people say the N-word. But don't nobody say it more than black people. But then we fight to keep it. And I know black people say, well, it's something that we can say that they can't. So I guess you feel that give you some type of privilege because, we like to talk about, what is it called? White privilege, right? Mm-hmm. So I guess we feel that gives you some type of privilege that you can call yourself a slave, but they can't. The people that literally enslaved you, the people that enslaved you don't have the right to call you that. And trust me, I'm not taking up for that foolishness at all. But if you're gonna constantly get mad about it, who is the fool for constantly saying it? Like the ignorance that what's his name? The stupid stuff that what's his name? Kendrick Lamar. He called a white girl on stage to rap with him, to sing his lyrics. Then get mad. Whoa, you can't say that.
Yeah.
That's the stupidest shit in the world. Why can't she say it? You said she bought your music, then you tell her she can sing with you, then she say a word that you say in your song, then you get mad and say she can't say it.
Come on, brother T.
That's the dumbest stuff in the world. But we hold on to it because we want to be that so bad. It's almost like we feel it make us special. If we use it to take the power away from it. Well, it's been proven time and time and time again that is an absolute lie. Because when they use it, you get mad. So now the new thing is, see, we say it with an A. They say it with a hard ER. A hard ER? What the hell? The hard ER? So this is what I ask. I want someone to just speak normal. Say the word brother, sister, nigga. Let me hear you say it. Just speak regular how you say it. Are you going to say it with the, as they say, the hard ER? Or are you going to say it with an A, brother, sister, all of it? Because of how we speak. We brag on being let me see if I can say this the right way. Because I truly don't want to be too insulting because I'm trying not to. We brag on being, it's almost as if we have worked out, let's see if we can be more stupid than everybody else. And we're not a stupid people, but we try to be. We are proud to say stuff like that about ourselves. And it's time for it to end because once again, I'm going to go back and I did a video. Who's watching us? Believe it or not, our youth, regardless if we believe it or not, our youth is watching us. They're watching us. So we can't get mad when they turn around and do what we have done for so many years. I get it, Mike.
No, I appreciate it. Like Laro says in the chat, Brother Bakari preaching 100. I put up a poll in the chat too. I see it got almost 20 votes so far. And the question is simply, who created hip hop? And that's tied to this prompt actually, because as you see, the prompt says gatekeeping the wrong people. And so there's a lot of social media debates. I mean, constantly. Today, it was trending again. Jamaicans, Foundational Black American was trending again on Twitter. And the conversation is around. Even Yvette Carnell had to say, y'all are discussing this thing for like the 6th week in a row now. But, this question of who created hip hop. So while we have our Black American brothers and sisters who are fighting this notion that Jamaicans, hip hop was founded by Jamaicans in America. Everyone's pushing this idea that the Jubileers were the first hip hop entities, et cetera, et cetera. And so I asked a question like, who created hip hop? The option was could care less, which 60+% of you so far have said you can care less who created it. I feel the same. Was it FBA? 16% say that. 16% say it was Jamaicans. And only 5% says it's some black and brown coalition. The reason why I could care less and the reason why you're gatekeeping the wrong people is because while you're trying to focus on diasporans, Jamaicans in particular, with this art form, these white boys are the ones who own the shit. These white boys are the ones who are doing stuff like this, playing digital blackface and whatnot. So it's a wild thing that you're focused on another black person, but really it's the white people who you should be trying to gatekeep against. I feel like we lost someone from the panel. The matron stepped away.
Can I say something before you pass it right quick? Let me say this right. I'm going to say this because I ain't know we're going to talk. So watch this. What we can do, right? I actually did a video about this too. It's called Cultural Connection. They say who started it. It is something that's just genetically coded in our DNA. It comes from, especially the dancing part. Mm-hmm. I showed back in the late 40s, early 50s, where people in Nigeria, they were in a circle. They were literally what we call the break dancing at the dancing they was doing. And they were getting hyped while each one of them do it. Mm-hmm. The stuff that's called crump dancing, I literally showed how they were doing that, the pain of the face. Mm-hmm. It's called, I'm just saying. So it's something that's in our DNA. So black people started it because we do the same thing. It's just in us. I get it, Mike. That's all I want to say.
I was about to go to the matron next. So instead of going to the matron next, let's go to the forecast.
All right. With this, I don't know, like, it's weird he made AI, but you know what? He still had to hire a black man to do the action. You know what I'm saying? You can't get rid of that natural blackness, you know what I'm saying, that we add to the element. I don't know why a black dude would sign up for that though, but I mean, it does make sense. But I don't know. I guess I would make me a what I'm saying, a white one, and tell him to go to the bank or something, So I will use it, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing too. So I don't know, if they keep making black robots and stuff, I just hope Skynet go live, you know what I'm saying? So I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The forecast in the chat. Let me deal with some of my chat room crew. In the chat, Harsh Ready Podcast says, yeah, after Backlash, they dropped the AI rapper, but they'll try again. Messed up part is he has songs with artists like Gunna. We can't gatekeep what we don't own anyway. Hip hop was sold off a long time ago. Lero says
Right.
black folks allowed rappers like 6ix9ine to say the N word, and contrary to popular social media talk, a lot of black folk don't have an issue with non-blacks saying it as it's quote unquote endearing. Marcus Garvey is the way is with us tonight in the chat. She says they can say a cutter instead of a cutter. Claim that word, FBA. Then she laughs. She goes on to say, "Good night, folks." Sankara Patrice Bishop. I've seen Sankara Patrice Bishop on Brother Bakari and the Forecast programs. Says, I believe it's a part of a white supremacy desensitizing tactic. Let me see if he follows it up. He says, Africans created hip hop. Okay. All right, let me go back up. Tanzan is hailing people up in the chat. Trigger Happy 262 says the conversation on hip hop is threefold. It is true, it is very much a black art form, number one, but it also was influenced by other black people, whether black people want to admit it or not. Tanzan says she voted for FBA. Okay. Okay, I'll let Tanzan speak to that in a second. Trigger Happy 2 says, and three, a more important conversation is ownership. Absolutely. Partiality Podcast says, meanwhile, the little hats getting rich. Exactly, BPM. Trigger Happy 262 says, I think another problem with the FBA folk, they act like Africans in America are uninfluenced influencers. It's literally impossible for culture to work like that. I agree. Sankara says, facts, black folk. Trigger Happy 262 says, jazz had influence from Afro-Cubans. Marcus Garvey Dwayne says FBA claims to start all things, yet control none of the things. KW Don 7 is with us. KW Don 7 says, what do you own and control is a better question than who created hip hop? Shaking my damn head. Real Black Gentleman is in the chat saying, graces and good evening, fam. And speaking of Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
Oh, I'm good. I'm straight.
Good. What say you to this story with the AI rapper?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I kind of came in late, but yeah, I saw about, you know what I'm saying, AI really, like, you know, that it just looks fake. I know it's fake. It's just nothing good can come of it, man. Nothing good's gonna come of this. I mean, it's just people gonna catch the wave and they're gonna have all this. It's just programming. It's gonna become just one big just control mechanism. They're gonna it's gonna be like a feedback loop. That's all it's gonna be. It's just gonna be like, you know, it's not gonna be genuine. There's gonna be no emotion in it. It's just gonna be just like analytics. And it's just like, I look at it and it just looks, no. It's like it's controlled by a white guy you know, nothing good's gonna come of this. Why can't we just blow this stuff out the water and just like put these guys, you know what I'm saying, put these guys on blast? Like, really? Mm-hmm. There's no reason that this should go any further than it already is.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. Tanzan, what say you to this?
It reminds me of when they did that Google AI girl or bot or something. I think they've done twice or three times, but they released the bot and then they just let people put in all kinds of input, and within less than, you know, a few hours, it had already turned racist, you know, just horrible, hateful. And sometimes they do that just to collect information or just to try and test and see how the public is going to react to something which they already know. Like, you don't need to go to the internet, you know, too far to see how toxic and horrible everybody is, but they do that just to collect information about people's reactions. And so sometimes it's also a social experiment to collect facts. But and greetings to future Dr. Lumumba. I was the reason why I said it was a great show. He was actually talking a little bit about the subject earlier with Afro Elite, and I have been following both of them for quite some time, and it was quite a good discussion. But one of those was this idea of rap. For me, the reason why I voted for FBA is that's what it's known for. I mean, I later on I learned about the Jamaican influence on it and so on, but rap is always associated worldwide with Black American culture. In fact, it's one of the great aspects of Black American culture throughout. So for me, they created it. Some people might have promoted it or, whatever. But to me, it's always going to be Black Americans with rap music. But when it comes to gatekeeping, that was what I was saying. Why are they worried about, the Africans coming into, or taking credit for rap and all these things? At this point, it doesn't really matter. Once you have your Eminems and your, I don't know them all, but those Eminem types, once you have an Iggy Azalea doing your music, like, you shouldn't worry about what anybody else is taking. It's just free lunch for everybody. Just come and take it. There was even some Chinese guy who was rapping rap music and saying the N-word. So why are you even fighting Africans at this point? It's, you've already given it away. You've already let everybody come in and trample it. Like, if Africans want to take rap at this point, they're just taking, the dregs of it. So
Well,
I'll let that.
and if I could, part of that is because what? Attacking other Black people, we're the softest target. Most people wouldn't dream. Because I always argue that it's politically cowardice, political cowardice to attack other Black people rather than the very individuals who are the source of our political, social, and economic quagmire. So if you want to beef with someone, if you want to gatekeep hip hop, how about you gatekeep hip hop from those white record executives who say, hey, if you want a record deal, you got to act like a damn buffoon. That's who you need to gatekeep it from. Right. But once again, it's almost like the stereotype of the man who goes to work, gets torn a new one by a supervisor. So he comes home and takes it out on his wife and children. So many of these individuals who promote this FBA nonsense, because, part of that is rooted in them trying to be anti-African. Right. But what happens is they know they can't fight white mommy and white daddy. So guess what? They turn.
You cut out there, Lumumba. All right, Lumumba seems himself cut out. Let's go to Jay. Jay, what say you?
I got so much to say. I may forget things. So this is I don't know why people call it AI. Maybe the moves or maybe the lip syncing is artificial intelligence, but there's a person behind him writing the lines. It's not that part is not AI. So there's a white guy writing the rhymes, right? Maybe the moves of this 3D animation figure are artificial intelligence, but the rest has nothing to do with intelligence. But so now it's a virtual person, right? But people have no clue how programmed, quote unquote, pop music is. I mean, do you guys remember Stock Aitken and Waterman?
I don't know.
Okay, those were two producers, and it didn't matter who the artist was, Okay, some talent has sung their products, right? Like this Australian singer, I forgot her name.
Iggy Azalea.
She was one product that lasted, but they did so many one day flies, right? But the German guy behind Boney M, Boney M is actually also some virtual shit, because they were singing European history songs like Rasputin, Rasputin, lover of the whatever European history songs over disco beats, right? So they also were black folks thought thought, okay, black disco is black, but it was a German producer behind it. That same German producer eventually did those two brothers, right?
Milli Vanilli.
Milli Vanilli, exactly. It was the same German producer behind them, right? And yeah, one of them committed suicide when it became public. When it became public that they were just lip syncing. The other dude, yeah, I mean, I have some respect for him because he's a German teacher.
Right.
What more did I want to say about it? Yeah. So I did some things, right. There was this record label that I was the invisible hand behind it, and you know, N-words fucked it up, and I picked one. I was planning to do the same thing, but in the other way around, right? They had to have a white artist, and I picked him because he was delivering the type of rhymes that white people that actually hate rap music would go for, right? But the CEO of the company, he didn't dare to do with a white guy, to use a white face, you know, to have us white facing snatch those euros out of the hands of people that actually hate white people, hate black music. But when a white guy does it, they are all for it, right? And it's like a parody, right? It's not that serious type of rap, if you understand. The typical white rapper, you know, white rappers most of the time tend to make it a gimmick, and that type of I wanted to do exactly the same, but the other way around. And it didn't go through because black folks were scared to use a white guy, you know. So I'm kind of fucked up touching this subject. And another thing is I need a stronger computer, man. I need a stronger computer because I could actually do it again, but in this same manner, you know, have a design in Metaverse or you know, Unreal 5, design a white artist and have some black you know, authors. How do you call it? People that write songs. And have this white face sing it, you know, and have white people think that it's a white artist. So I need a stronger computer, man. If somebody has $2,000 or $3,000 to spend, you know where to find me.
Every Saturday night, shoot the breeze. Let's get back Lumumba because he didn't finish his thought. He cut out. Lumumba, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as I was stating before, the focus, like I said, oftentimes what happens, and this is unfortunate, but oftentimes in this so-called FBA community, people focus on surface level issues.
Yes.
Symbolic issues rather than substantial. Right? A substantial issue is what? Controlling the hip hop. And I give an example. If you just look at the music industry, particularly country music, white folk control that. I forget there was some black artist, I think it was Lil Nas X, who had a song that was considered country music. The country music industry did not allow his song to be what? Charted on the country music chart. Yeah, right. So that's how
they did that to Beyonce too, by the way.
Right. They did the same. Thank you. They did the same with Beyonce. So you gatekeep by what? Controlling something, owning something, not just engaging in what? Verbal rhetoric, verbal militancy, right? And so this is a huge issue. We know this is a huge problem in the African American community, particularly when it comes to African American politics. There's a focus on symbolic rather than substantial political victories. We're finding the same here. Well, we talk the good game, yeah, but you don't own anything. And we know that historically, when you talk about hip hop, which of course is a subculture of African American culture, and there's 5 core aspects of hip hop culture, which of course is DJing, MCing, of course graffiti, breaking, and then the last but not least is the clothing, right? So when we talk about the origins of hip hop, what we found was that the majority of the rappers who were rapping, if not all of them, were promoting racially empowering messages. There was a focus on Black power, on education, Afrocentrism, and many oftentimes sprinkles of not only of nationalism, right, of Black nationalism. So this is how but as a result, when white folk took over, because we know at one point the white record executives saw hip hop as a fad. This isn't something that one could actually make money on, right? But when they saw that it was financially lucrative, they came in, and then what took place? We went from 88 Fight the Power to 1991 Gin and Juice. So it was vehemently important that we focus on ownership of any and everything that we create.
I appreciate that, Lumumba. In the chat, Sankara Patrice Bishop says, if Black folks would have authorized syndication and control of hip-hop, etc. from the beginning, we would be the lords of the entire music industry right now. Tanzan in the chat said it should be called Black Culture Avatar. Or she said, put on a black suit like blackface. Sister Raw is here saying greetings to the panel. I'll say what's up to Sister Raw. Sankara in the chat says, bad idea using white artists. It will tarnish the brand. And then he says, whites control all music. Let's hear from Oni next. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, so what about yes, I think I was going to talk about this tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure, but what I would say is this: digital blackface is already the norm. You know, these white folk already write these lyrics that we hear. They already curate and make sure that we say the right things and that we ain't, violent and vicious or against them. I think it was Sister Soldier. Sister Soldier might have released the last, authentic album, more or less. I'm that's nothing against, Lauryn Hill and all the other people after her, but it's to say that, when Sister Soldier released this album, or released some music where she's just straight up, telling it, like she's using the music to send a message. These white folks said, no, actually, we're not going to have these people have freedom of speech in their music. And so it's been this way. What we're seeing is just them cutting out the middleman. They're just cutting out, the black fool that they're going to get killed. You know what I mean? Because a lot of these black rappers are just dying too quickly. So you say, you know what? Just put a machine, have some voice actor, play along with the machine, and it's fine. You know what I mean? On that point, though, I just go and say, I did look into this FN Mika, whatever. I saw their YouTube channel. I couldn't hear any of their music, but I saw that they are acting kind of a fool, or not acting kind of fool. They're being projected as, a serious caricature. Low key, I would say, summary would be that they wild. Like I saw this one video of them, or this machine, this virtual product, in a virtual car, saying, like with a Hitachi bar or whatever, saying how many people got a Hitachi bar in their car, which is kind of comical, in a caricature, in a stereotypical way. But it, that's like, what else? Well, the thing is that it's always been that way. When Lil Wayne is like, yo, I'm drinking, I think it was like Pepto-Bismol, with something else, like just a mixture of cough medicine and another drink. It's always been stupid. It's always been, and it might be that some of the black folk were stupid, but for the most part, these white folk were always behind this just curating and making sure that you got the dumbest person, most stereotypically stupid black person in front of black folk, and then they would make sure the lyrics were just self-destructive or were destructive towards black folk and never destructive towards white folk. So there's a lot of quote unquote, black rappers who would tell, who would say that, who would report that their lyrics were changed by white executives. When they said something about the police, or when they say something about Jews, or when they say something about, just white folk generally, that their lyrics were changing. It was like, no, you selling products to white folk. you know. So them putting out, you know, just saying, look, we don't actually need the physical black person to be here. We could just use a voice actor, you know. Like we don't need the physical black person because that physical black person is probably going to get killed, or this physical black person is going to demand money, you know, whatever it is, you know. Like it's always been this. It's always been like, how do you make this cheaper? How do we not? I'm me personally, I'm like, I don't even care, you know. As far as the rap thing is concerned, I would say that, you know, growing up, I only knew like the context was never, you know, what was the ethnic origin of the people, as much as, you know, as whether it was South Bronx or Queensbridge, you know what I mean?
Right.
And so, you know, obviously the lyric came down was, but if it wasn't for the Bronx, this rap shit probably wouldn't be going on. So tell me where you're from, right? So you know, I mean, as far as like what's the demographic of South Bronx, I would say that it's not necessarily purely one demographic or over the other, you know. And obviously one of the big representatives of South Bronx, y'all already know, KRS-One. But you know, but I mean, obviously, I wouldn't say that it's just one demographic. You know, some people would say that there's older videos or older music trends, but I'm gonna agree with Brother Bakari and say that, you know, just musically, like we've always, you know, like we've always been this way, you know. And it's not to say that, and like it's always been, you know, that we are just, you know, musically one way. I would say that one of the innovations of rap, you know, comes along with modern technology, you know, and using these what was it, turntables and recordings, you know, synthetic
Sound systems and all
yeah,
that.
sound systems, exactly. So I mean, I would say that it's more so that, you know, using that instrument, you know, in the context of just New York in general. So like, you know, as somebody from New York, I would mostly, you know, be like, yeah, it's New York. But I mean, if somebody were to go, oh, what is the ethnic, like I don't think that this place was so ethnically pure that you could say, well, there was no other people except for one demographic. And I think that's just kind of a rewrite of history. I would, you know, lean to, I mean, I didn't vote the way Tanzan said she voted. You know, I just said, who cares? But I would lean towards, you know, obviously if it came down to it, I'd be like, well, usually I would say it's a Black American or an African American style. I would say that it had, but I wouldn't necessarily, but at the same time, when I say that, I'm not necessarily saying that the people who were in New York, like the Jamaicans, like KRS-One, I wouldn't say KRS-One wasn't an African American. You know, I mean, sure, you could say he's a Jamaican American, you could say he's a Jamaican, I don't know, but I wouldn't necessarily. But in saying African Americans, you know, for that music genre, or even just Africans generally for that music genre, I would not exclude, you know, KRS-One in them. Not to say KRS-One created it or anything, but just the fact that, you know, he's a part of the South Bronx. And he like represented it in that song, you know. You know, I just, you know, like that's all I can say. But yeah, as far as like this story, it's like, you know, white people been doing this. They've been the hands behind the puppets. This one is just them saving money because they don't have to give $1 million to a AI rapper,
Right.
you know.
Right. Yeah, in the chat, I see the matron from the Learning Curve podcast. Make sure you guys are subscribed to her channel as well. She says, FN NECA sounds like FN nigga. And I think, I kind of believe, I agree with Tanzan. I think that's kind of what they were going for with that shit. The House Ready podcast says, even further than that, I'd say if you're not over 40 and from NYC, your opinion on the origin of hip hop is null and void. Everybody else, even other black people, got it secondary. I agree with that too. I say you got to be about 50 to 60 to really know the origins of
Right.
rap in New York.
Absolutely, because we know it started with DJ Kool Herc, as we know earlier this month. I think it was August 11th.
Yeah.
Was the 49th birthday of hip hop, right? When
Yeah.
DJ Kool Herc had the back to school block party, of course, in the South Bronx, and DJ Kool Herc, of course, was a Jamaican American.
Right.
August 12th, my birthday.
Oh,
I
happy
am hip hop.
Yeah, so you know, it's one of those things. But as the person said in the chat, you know, the gatekeeping the wrong people, right? And that's the issue. Like I said, it comes down to symbolic rather than substantial victories, right? Well, you know, you don't have the bandwidth, the power, or even the courage to actually battle against the white mommy and white daddy. So you look and try to attack the other people. It's just like almost like when you're at school, right? And this probably never happened to anyone on the panel, but we all deserve this too. There may be a bully on the playground. So you may not think you could beat the bully, right? So guess what the person does? They go pick a fight with someone that they think they can beat to try to make themselves look tough.
Yep.
Yeah, and attacking black. When you attack black, you have every non-black at your side automatically. So especially when you're black, because they will encourage you and laugh behind your back.
Yes. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. Go ahead, Jay. Finish off.
Yeah, I wanted to say also, Brother Bakari, what Brother Bakari said. We have this, and he mentioned especially the dancing. Well, verbally, it's also it's a very us thing, you know, and I see it everywhere in the francophone in the francophone world. Blacks are way more versatile with language. Here in the Netherlands, in English, in the Portuguese world, we are so damn versatile with language. It's magic.
Thank you for that, JB. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this? Gatekeeping the wrong people.
Okay, I would say 2 words. I would say memory and consistency. Now, why do I say that? I don't see what the human outcry is for this programmer to put the word nigger into this AI's mouth. And the reason why I say that is memory and consistency. When the Jewish producers like Jerry Heller and Leo Cohen was giving these rappers a script and then putting them out in the street corner and saying, you could say this, but you can't say this. He was programming them. He was putting a battery in their back and basically doing the same thing. What's the difference? And also, because sometimes we have a short memory, and also there was a lady named Dolores Tucker. Dolores Tucker say, I don't like how we being demeaned in the public square. I don't like how women are being mistreated. I don't like the fact that men are being referred to as niggas and hoes and bitches. The black community, in particular the young black community, there was a hue and cry. Oh, she should shut up. In fact, I think Tupac was really against her as well.
Yeah, Tupac was big in that, yeah.
Made lyrics about her, saying, well, y'all trying to stop us from eating, and so forth. So she was shouted down, in particular by the black community. Memory and consistency. Now, you see this on social media, and it's a hue and cry, saying, oh, why y'all allowing this white programmer to tell his mechanical thing to say the word nigger and all these kind of demeaning things about black people? Oh, why do you have such a short memory? Because when the older people was crying against it back in the day, people was against her. She was shouting, Dolores Tucker, and her, I think Francis Quest Welting was one of the people who was basically talking out against rap lyrics. And the young people were shouting against her. They were shouted down at that time. So now we just fast forward the page and technology advances. So now this programmer, he is the 21st century version of Jerry Heller and Leo Cohen. He's doing the same thing. So where's our consistency? Where's our consistency? We should remain consistent. Just as we shouted her down, we should have no problem with what he's doing, because he's doing just a current version of what Jerry Heller and Leo Cohen was doing back in the day. You could, and as a matter of fact, he's only doing it in technical. He's programming the words. He's like, well, I'm gonna program that this particular instrument could say this, but I'm gonna leave out LGBTQ, the Jewish community, all the people who I may offend and stop my daughters from getting short. But I'm a this is my version of Tupac. For me, this is just an introduction of a 21st century Tupac, Shakur, and all the people like him. Now, let me don't look out against Tupac because he had some positive words of encouragement. But I'm just saying that the paradigm has been set already. So I don't understand what the outrage is now, because when it should have been done, it wasn't. So this is the repercussions of not saying anything about it, or shouting down the people who would say something about it. I'll end there.
Tupac is an asshole, as far as I'm concerned. Tupac went backwards, to be honest.
Facts.
He went
Thank you.
What I'll do here, there's some feedback from somebody. What I'll do here, since a lot of people said a lot of things, you guys have a few moments, a free-for-all discussion. Does anyone want any last words on this topic?
So let me say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
We fight, like I said earlier, we fight to belittle, degrade, disrespect ourselves. We fight to treat ourselves like nothing. I remember Tupac doing a video interview, and somebody asked him, "Why do you use that word so much?" He said, "Because that's what we is. We niggas. Ain't no need to get mad about that. That's what we is." Those were his words. Pardon my French, because I hate that word. Well, I'm not that. But the thing about it is, we'll find somebody like that, and we put those type of people on a pedestal. Tupac shot a police for attacking a black person. Kudos for that. I'll give him his props. When the police shot at him, he shot back here in Atlanta. But look at the rest, right? We put people like this, and they have been disrespected. And what did Dr. Dre say? What did Ice Cube say? F that going back to Africa shit. He said it in a song. Dr. Dre dissed people who was talking. I can't remember his verse. Can't remember his lyrics. He dissed people talking about Africa. Those people those rappers who Jerry Heller, and I'm gonna find a Jerry Heller interview. Actually, I'm gonna get the whole DVD from my boy Irritated Genie. And I want you to hear Jerry Heller when he was talking. I did a show about this too. But Jerry Heller, when he was talking, and they asked him, he said when he heard Eazy-E, when he heard the West Coast raps and the way they was rapping, and you know, and you see the East Coast rappers, those big dookie chain and the baggy jeans, but the West Coast rapper, they was talking about they was gonna do this to the nigga and do that to the nigga, and it sounded so cool, so we had to promote that. What the East Coast rappers was talking about wasn't as interesting as what the West Coast rappers was talking about. So I wonder why it wasn't as interesting to the white Jew. We are at war. We are at war, and we don't understand that we are at war. And they are using, since they say we created it, I just say it just come from all black people because it's something that's genetically coded in our DNA. A lot of things that we do it all around the world and have never seen each other, and we just do the shit. Pardon my French. But since FBA, ADOS, and all that want to take credit for creating something, when you look these people up and they were clearly Caribbean descent, since that's what they like to say, lineage based. But since they want to say they created it, okay, you created it. Look what you have created. So give it to them. Say they created it. Look what they have created. Look what they have created. Nonsense. You don't control it. And all of the so-called FBA ADOS was going at the game for dissing Eminem. And I yield the mic.
I just want to add, before anyone else adds their last thoughts here, Mr. Untouchable brought up C. Dolores Tucker. You know what's so crazy about that C. Dolores Tucker story? Maybe like 2 years ago or something, Snoop Dogg was doing an interview. I think it was in a Breakfast Club. And you know what he said? He said C. Dolores Tucker was right. That's the damage these guys are. You was fighting that shit heavy back in the day, but only some years later you come to realize after your homies are now dead in the streets and all that stupid shit, C. Dolores Tucker was correct. Who else wants to add something here?
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the origin of the whole thing. It's a couple of disciplines, right? It's dancing, it's art, it's rap, it's turntablism, right? And I see various black cultures, body popping. I see capoeira in body popping, right? I've seen the video that Brother Bakari mentioned, and you see everything. You see head spinning, you see practically every aspect of breakdance. You see the windmill, head spinning. It's crazy. So I voted for the. I'm that 5% that voted for a black and brown thing. And it's
yeah.
And I also wanted to say, I do not understand what's that? Is it charisma? Is it charisma that Tupac? To me, Tupac is yet another confused young black man from the streets, right? So he had ballet lessons when he was younger. He was one of the dancers of the nose job.
Shock G.
Yeah, and later on he becomes a gangster, and it's all about killing niggas and thug life, and he's the supposed rebel and the leader of the street mentality or whatever. No, man, no. What's happening? I guess it's charisma. I mean, the ladies in the entertainment industry were also falling for him by the hundreds. It's just charisma and empty. What do they say? Empty battles make a lot of noise.
Yes, sir.
But that's it. That's it.
In the chat, Lero says, Brother Bakari going in tonight, I see. Talk to him. No, Brother Bakari be going in. You got to tune into this show, man. Tune into Brother Bakari's show. Trust me. Him and the forecast, good. If you like Oni and the pro-black perspective, you tune into Brother Bakari and the forecast, and you'll have the same amount of enjoyment with them as well. As well as the Matron, the Learning Curve, and Tanzan African Mind. Bobby Wright says, Ice Cube said you want to free Africa. I stare at you and we ain't got it too good in America. I can't fuck with them overseas. Okay, that's what he said. All right. The matron says they will do anything for $1. Sankara, Patrice Bishop says, Pac talked about a lot more than that. Yeah, Pac was one of them see, Bobby Wright says right here. Tupac was a confused, double-minded Negro. And we got to be honest about that. Even his boy MC8 said Tupac died a damn fool, essentially. You went backwards in life. You died in a drive-by, man.
Right. And if I could, part of the reason why
Yes,
Tupac was killed was because he got caught up in playing gangster.
Yes.
I mean, we got to be real about this. And I tell people all the time, one of the marks of being someone who's committed to Black liberation at home and abroad, right, is not only that you got to make a lifelong consistent, but you also need to be consistent in terms of your behavior. And I would presume that most of the people, if not everyone on the panel, is a Pan-Africanist. And part of what we do when we say what we believe in Pan-Africanism is what? We look at your actual everyday behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Not just with the rhetoric that you spew, but actually what you say and but also what you do, right? Dr. Hakiyar Madabuti taught me years ago. He said, before you go off what anyone says, first see what they do, right? And so the reality of the situation is Tupac, yes, he was a confused, double-minded Negro, and he was killed because he was playing gangster.
Yes.
And listen, real gangsters don't rap, they shoot.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell people this, I grew up in the real hood, not the rap hood. I didn't scribble a notepad and take my life. I know. Oh, we got an issue with you, we ain't gonna say a word. We're just gonna pop your ass like Birdman and Clips. Right? It's gonna be Chopper City in the ghetto. I know because I grew up in it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you don't go on wax and talk about what I'm gonna do. No, you actually do it in real life. And then if cats that are really gully, guess what they do? What they show up to your funeral and shoot the funeral up. This is something that's actually happened in my hometown of Dayton, Ohio, where people showed up to the funeral, showed up to the wake, and then shot the funeral up.
Mm-hmm.
Told you we're not playing out here. So this is what happens when individuals, and unfortunately, it's become very marketable in Black culture to be a criminal. We even see the proliferation of Black women, particularly young Black women, coming out stating they want to be with a street guy. And I don't care about how he makes his money until they get indicted for money laundering.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I go up to Tanzania?
Yes,
before you go to the next thing.
Yes. Go time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say that yes, while Tupac was the Negro and all that, he was also very complicated. One of the things that he was good at, that he was an actor. He was very good at losing himself in parts that people would not even recognize his real person. Like if you see his old videos, like Jose was talking about, he was very effeminate actually. He had a very soft voice and soft way of talking, and he almost looked very soft. And then when you see his other videos, it's like he has fully changed his personality. He's just like this completely hard gangster thug, and this is the same one person who was talking. And then at other times he's also very intelligent. He speaks to the to the heart of the people, and he reaches the people in the hoods, and so he's like their spokesperson. And at the same time he's also talks that nice talk to the mothers. Like he went after the mothers. How do you hate somebody who sings about his mothers and tells the women to keep their heads up and so on? So he's like everything to everybody, and nobody really knows who he is. And he was also actually a good actor in that movie Poetic Justice with Janet Jackson. So he was a difficult man to decipher, because he just displays all these very contradictory personalities, and so people just grab on to whichever one pleases them at the time. For the gangsters, they take his his hard exterior, and they forget that he's actually a soft mama's boy, or he's telling the women to have self-esteem. The women, they take the good night stuff, and then they leave out the gangster stuff and all the other things that he does. So, and he could also be both in the black world and in the white world. He was also in in the Crips and in the Bloods. He was in New York and in California. So this guy was just a very a social chameleon. Like, okay, only it wasn't that he wants Hunter. I didn't even say anything about his looks. Damn. Okay, I'll yield.
But here's the issue.
Hey, check this out, right?
I appreciate you stating social chameleon, but this is what happens when you become a chameleon. You don't have an identity. That's the problem, and
that's a huge problem, Lumumba.
Yeah, and that's what ended up. That's why he ended up dying the way he did, because he lacked an actual functional, tangible identity. He didn't know who he is or what he was. So I agree with you.
We got it. Oh, you think he's handsome? We got it.
No, but Tanzan was correct though. Before Brother Bakari goes, Tanzan is correct. If you really watch Tupac closely, he had some soft behaviors.
Until he got with Death Row,
right? And then it was thug life and beat your chest type stuff. But before that, Tupac had some soft behaviors. If we being honest, someone pointed out the fact Tupac is the breakdance with Shock G and them and all that kind of stuff. I see D Web in the chat says Tupac shot at 2 cops. Who else can say? Tupac didn't know they were undercover cop.
I don't want to shoot at anybody. As a born again Christian, I believe in eternal life. So I don't believe in that.
Hey, but
Brother Bakari, go ahead.
Tupac was an enigma, right?
Yeah.
It's not the fact that I hate Tupac, but it shouldn't bother anyone because someone tell the truth. And I noticed he said before Tupac got to be a black man leader, right? For me, Tupac couldn't have been my leader because he was more on the Black Panther side, and I'm not on the Black Panther side. That don't mean I would have been against him. But when I say the truth, like if I say Suge Knight, what would people think about Suge Knight? Ain't nobody gonna have nothing good to say about Suge Knight, right? Mm-hmm. But who saved Tupac? Now watch this. Everybody has something good to say about Tupac. Tupac shot 2 cops. That's good. So then when I say, what did Tupac do in the black community? What did he do for black people? And if you watch a documentary on it, they're going to say nothing. But then, and I know more about Suge Knight than probably anybody on here because my first cousin was actually married to his niece. Okay. So when I say, who was the one going back, helping her, I'm going to show you. Now, when somebody put in there talking about how the media created all this, they did. So who was the one that was supposed to be those gangsters going back, putting into black businesses, help people start in black business, helping black people do real estate? Who was the one who was feeding the homeless? Take a guess which one of all those so-called gangsters that was doing all that. Suge Knight.
Suge Knight.
It was not. It was not the ones that we would think, right? I'm not knocking Tupac. Yes, Tupac was a young man, and he didn't have the opportunity to grow into his own. I'm touching on some of the things that people say, and when Tupac, even me, I could never say I'm an N-word. I was just raised that way, right? I know Tupac was I know everything that they did is media to fight against us, even down to Suge Knight being the big gangster. I know he talked about his dad in Oakland. I don't know his dad in Oakland, but I know his mama side of the family, and I know that his grandparents were high school teachers and principals, and his nieces were RN, were RNs, and they actually owned stuff. And he went. So when he talked about how he was grow up, for me, I was like, well, see, with him, I know they made up stuff. So they probably made up stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So they probably made up stuff for the other ones too. Now let's go to Ice Cube. Then I'm gonna say this real quick, right? How many people actually read the whole contract with Black America? Did anybody really read the full thing? Okay, I did the full thing. I did a show on it. And the people it was a couple, and I have a little show, of course, but it was some people who do watch my show who have a much bigger platform than me. They didn't call my name, but they were offended by some of the things that I said, and I didn't care. I would not have followed that contract for Black America worth nothing. First off, if you read it, Ice Cube was showing his coontivity in the writing when he was talking about this contract is a two-way street. So if it's a two-way, so the two-way street was if white people do all this for you, Black people, we have to act better. In so many words, you have to read it. You have to read everything that he say Black people have to do in order for this country to do something for you. Then he was doing an interview, and he said what people don't understand when he wrote that, so he had to explain it verbally because he didn't put it in there. Oh, that we are the Native Americans, and we can't forget about our brothers and sisters on the reservation. So anything that come to us would have to go to them as well. That's part of the contract. So it bothered people because I said the F Ice Cube and F that contract. So all of a sudden, in order for Black people to get something with everything Black people have been through, we have to all of a sudden become perfect. And that didn't make sense to me.
That is completely nonsensical, brother.
That's why I asked people, did they read the full contract? I read the full contract, did a show about it. And I wasn't trying to, I was just showing how as he writing this stuff and it sound good, and then you get to the two-way street, see how long it is, and just go read and see everything that Black people should get, right? What Black people should do if this country gives something to you. And watch this. Everybody wasn't gonna, it ain't like they was gonna give me and Oni, because y'all deserve reparations too. If we get some, I want my brothers and sisters from the islands to get them too. I don't give a damn what FBA and 806 say. It ain't like they was gonna give it to me and Oni and Tanzania, my sister from Africa, Jose, everybody here. It ain't like they was gonna give us a check. They were gonna have a committee, and you have to show where you got your business and you doing it. You understand what I'm saying? So it was just really a whole bunch of cooning going on that a lot of people really didn't completely read the whole thing. They skimmed through it and said, look at Ice Cube. He's standing up. Somewhat. Just like when he said, I attack and make you vomit down with Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Then what Khalid Muhammad say? 4 months later, the real gangsters went to seeing them Jews. So Ice Cube contacted him and said, you know, I got the bag away. I can't be a part of that no more. He said them Jews made that Ice Cube melt. I'll yield, Mike.
Bakari, if you can, I made you a moderator in the chat. If you can, post that link to your video at some point during the show, that'll be great. I see we have Sankara Patrice Bishop joined us on the panel. How are you tonight? Unmute your mic, brother.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Good, good. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How you doing? Thanks
Good,
for having
good.
me. Yeah, I couldn't get on earlier, but I was just want to chime in right quick on the discussion
Go ahead.
Pretty deep stuff. Yeah. Well, like you said, just to touch on Ice Cube, I kind of like Ice Cube better when he was when he wanted to kill Sam. That's the Ice Cube that I respected. And Bakari's right. That whole list or whatever he made, that wasn't really worth. Here, this is the thing with Ice Cube. I have a lot of respect for a lot of things he stood for. Same thing with Tupac. There's some things that they did take some very important, valuable stances that I don't think it's good to ignore in the beginning, you know. So for him to come, I feel like Ice Cube took a lot of steps backwards before he came out with that. What was that list called? I can't remember what it's called now. So I felt like it should have been a lot stronger and it should have been a lot more definitive as far as black interests than it was. And I don't think it would have been effective. So I agree with Bakari. It wasn't really worth talking about. Was it better than what the politicians were talking about? Yeah. But that's the only value in it that I could see. And I think that that whole thing was being used as I think he was being used as something to, you know, to ridicule by the other elements in the political, you know, in the fight. I think they just used him to have something to throw things at. I don't think it was anything that was going to be substantial, unfortunately. I liked it better in the old days when people made strong stances. I think essentially none of us, and I don't think any of us do, but I don't think any of us should look at Hollywood celebrities as leaders.
Right.
And because you essentially, unfortunately, and I hate to say it, but you pretty much have to sell out for the most part to be at a certain level in that arena. Not that anything is possible, but for the most part, that's the way you have to move. And just real quick about Tupac, I do respect certain things that he was trying to do. You know, he was discussing a lot of black initiatives at high schools. He was trying to unite people behind the scenes and make some pro-black power moves. He was, you know, trying to talk about a political party. There were some things he was trying to do, but I think he was trying to play the game at the same time, and that's what you know, that's where he went wrong, if you want to say he went wrong. I mean, you know, I think he tried to, once he went to prison, I think that Pac made a deal of some sorts, which is what you have to do in Hollywood. And that's when he became the gangster and everything. But I think that he was a target from the beginning. And I think that he just tried to survive as long as he could. But I think that I still try to look at the value in a lot of these. I look at it like now, these are just people and they try to do what they can do. And I just take the valuable things about each of them that I think we can kind of savor for something that, you know, we can look at as something that needed to be heard at the time, or something that was a great influence at the time, as minimal as it could have been, and just leave it at that, without making them leaders or anything like that, if that makes sense. That's all I want to say.
I want to thank Sankara. I want to thank, by the way, I like that name because I recognize the combination of names you put together there. I want to thank Sankara and all you ladies and gentlemen who are on the panel tonight. You guys are really making it something special. So I appreciate all of what you had to say on that. Just quickly, the matron in the chat says Caribbean folks are Black Americans. We are the same.
Facts.
Lero says to the matron, you get it. The diaspora can't even holler about quote unquote lineage. We all cousins for real. LMAO. Real Black Gentleman out in the chat says one brother got dropped off in Nassau, the other in Charleston. That's the cruel thing about that, man. But you're absolutely right. Real Black Gentleman. Lero says entertainers shouldn't be our leaders in the first place, but we fall victim to idolatry. We're not trying to hear none from the quote unquote the regular man. You bleed like me, but Hove a billionaire type beat. Okay. Bakari and Matron agree. All right, that was a good conversation, but we have other topics to talk about. So let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3, which is a two-parter of sorts. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight is 2 questions. Number 1, is it possible to eradicate Abrahamic religions? If it is the case that it had a particular longevity? I'm not sure how that was written. Number 2, if it is impossible, do you think Abrahamic religions with an African orientation is best, like the Bay Fall of the video? So the Bay Fall of the video refers to the link that this came with. Let me post it. Let me share it with you guys. We'll watch the video and then we will discuss it.
There is energy, a cosmic energy around that island. It's a spiritual place with a history that has a universal echo. This cannon here has been brought by the French army to occupy our country. It's the biggest cannon that they built in West Africa. My name is Modu. They call me Modu. My parents call me Modu. I'm a Baifal. We are under the cannon here. This was a manual lift. A manual lift under the cannon to be able to bring the munitions up to charge the cannon. The French said we're going to exist here intellectually, culturally, with our religion here, and instruct them to follow us. But the Sheikh saw through his vision what they were bringing here was not in the interest and the benefit of the population. jërëjëf Cheikh Ahmadou Bamba Khadim Rasoul jërëjëf Cheikh Ahmadou Bamba Khadim Rasoul jërëjëf Cheikh Ahmadou Bamba Khadim Rasoul.
Hold on. I see that I got a message in the video. The audio is bad. Is the audio still bad, guys?
Yeah, the audio is trash.
Yes, it's going in and out.
It got more trash after a while.
Really? That's strange. Let me see something real quick. Let me just make
Some of the California internet.
You guys got jokes about New York, huh?
New York dial-up.
I wish I was on dial-up. Let me make sure I have all my I's dotted and T's crossed here. Let me stop sharing for a second. Hold on. Let me stop sharing for a second and let me share it again this time. You guys let me know if it's still really bad. Because I'm hearing it perfectly here. I don't know why it's bad for you guys. Let's do it again. Okay, there's the video. Let me make sure I don't have anything else making sounds in the background here. Let me mute my mic, and you guys let me know if it's still bad.
Real bad. Real bad.
Still bad, you said?
Yes, still bad.
All right, hold on. One more thing. Let me see something.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can put the bandwidth smaller, like 320 or 480. The quality of the video.
Okay, I'll try that in a quick second. Let me try this real quick. Let's see something. Sorry about that. There's all types of stuff go on during these shows. Let me try that. What Jay said. Let's try it again.
There is energy, a cosmic energy around that island.
So still bad, huh?
Yes, it's still bad.
Yeah, it's still bad. It's going in and out.
Yeah, I don't know what's up, and now y'all guys' sound is coming from where it's not supposed to come from. But I mess with stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to play that one. I apologize.
I think we could discuss the issue though, Koku. I think the issue is clear.
Yeah. I think Bobby Wright in the chat said, Bobby Wright in the chat said, I've read up on the Bayfall Muslim thing. They're pretty much a Senegalese. They're pretty much a Senegalese thing centered around Amadou Bamba. And then later on, he says Amadou Bamba led a nonviolent struggle against French colonialism. He was an early Martin Luther King nonviolent. So that gives you some background. I apologize again for the video. I don't know what's going on with that this week. But the prompt says, let me make sure I plug in my laptop before we go further. I don't know if you know, but your camera's on, just so you know. The prompt says 2 questions.
I put on my bifal cloth.
Oh, okay. We appreciate that. The 2 questions. Is it possible to eradicate Abrahamic religions? If it is the case, that it had a particular longevity? The second part of the question, if it is impossible, do you think Abrahamic religions with an African orientation is best, like the Bayfall of the video? So we don't have the video, but we can still discuss the prompt. Tanzan, we'll start with you. What say you to these two questions?
Well, I don't think at this point it's possible to get rid of, religions or any of them. But on the second question, whether we can create a more African-centered one, I think that would be the way to go, but with a vision that you're going to win them off it and have a different, African-based ideology or spirituality or religion or whatever it is that you want to replace it with. So at this point, I would prefer something like this as opposed to, the purely, white Jesus one. But it also is not the best answer, because most of the time when I see the nonviolent, while it's great, it also pacifies the people a little bit, and it removes the possibility of resistance where sometimes resistance is needed. So I would say, Africanize the religions, but with an aim of gradually reducing their their influence and making it more Africanized. Yes.
I appreciate that, Tan. The Revolution Matron in the chat says the mind is all. The real Jerusalem is in Africa, maybe the DRC or Angola. Those liars tried to create relics and quote unquote artifacts based on their imagination. We have to invent new artifacts. Place in an African country we own and control, a place to put our faith, hope, and belief in. We must cast off all the mental shackles they have placed on us. I know Brother Bakari speaks about the religious aspect, the Christianity thing a bunch. Brother Bakari, what say you to this? Can we get rid of this Abrahamic religions? Should we? Or if we can't, should we Africanize them, so to speak?
No, we can't get rid of it. That's a losing battle. See what it is? We've been praying to the wrong Jesus. See, we've been praying a regular Jesus. We got to play the sweet black baby Jesus. See, different Jesuses out there that black people need. We got to leave the regular Jesus alone. But we ain't gonna get rid of it.
Right.
It's a losing battle. Can we try to get them to Africanize it? That's about the best. But if we can create our own, or we can show our people aspects of voodoo, or if you read the Bible, you know anything about it, show them where the Bible is talking about other gods. We can show all of that, but getting rid of it now, black people, that's gonna be hard right there to make them get. See there? Somebody say gonna die for white Jesus. They will. So we need sweet black baby Jesus. That's what they're gonna die for us. Sweet black baby Jesus. That's the Jesus I talk to. But it ain't going nowhere. It's a losing battle, almost, to say, tell people to leave their religion. But I don't think it would be a losing battle if we ask people to Africanize it, if that makes sense. Africanize it.
Can I?
Go ahead.
So, one, and I just, full disclosure, I'm an atheist, right? I follow the Pan-Africanism of one Carlos Cooks, who of course was the ideological son of one Marcus Garvey. He was an atheist as well. But I think, one, it's impossible to eradicate it because, I think that the majority of the people in the world practice the Abrahamic faith, right? But we've seen attempts to Africanize or make black Abrahamic religions Afrocentric, which is, in my opinion, fool's gold, right? We've seen this with Rastafari, we've seen this with Black liberation theology, and even aspects of synchronism. But I think it's important to understand that when we talk about Abrahamic faiths, and I've actually published on this, that I view Abrahamic faiths as a site of anti-Blackness or anti-Africanness in three distinct ways. One, theologically; two, historically; and of course, three, culturally. First is the concept that there was a Jewish people who were God's chosen people, right? and that Abraham was the first person to practice or believe in monotheism, which is, of course, historically inaccurate, and that many of the core concepts of Christianity come from what ancient Kemet. So that's the theological aspect of anti-Africanism or anti-Blackness. The second issue is we talk about historical. There's a specious falsification in the course of removal of African history in the biblical text. So that's an issue as well. One of the falsifications of African history is the fact that Jewish people were enslaved in ancient Egypt. That is a falsification, right? We could talk about the so-called Tower of Babel or Babel or Beelzebub, whatever term you want to use, right? And where God was so displeased with people wanting to build a skyscraper to the heavens that he caused them to speak different languages, right? However, during the same time, you had the Great Pyramid of Giza, which was the tallest building in the world for over 4 centuries, right? 4,000 years. So we see the falsification of African history, not only the omission of African history, but also even from a cultural standpoint. Abrahamic faiths actually view African culture as pure paganism and barbarism, which is a time before civilization, and of course, as devil worship, right? We even see aspects in the Bible that talks about how tattooing yourself is sinful. But we do know in most African cultures, tattooing was a rite of passage. So you see there's a process of self-abnegation you must go through in order to do what? Become closer to the divine. So from a theological, cultural, and historical perspective, the Abrahamic faiths are vehemently anti-Black and anti-African.
I appreciate that, Lumumba. I posted the video link in the chat. You guys can check it on your own time. Again, I apologize for the sound issues. I don't know what's the issue exactly. Real Black Gentleman, did you want to add something in?
Yeah. Possible to eradicate it. I mean, you might wind up, faith systems do come up on a decline. I mean, it do happen. I mean, sometimes it's precipitous. I mean, if you look at at least the Catholic Church, that shit's holding up, what I'm saying, with by some timbers, you know what I'm saying? Like that whole hierarchy is about to crumble on itself. A lot of the ideas of just heaven and hell and damnation and all of that get tied into beyond the church into other aspects of culture and stuff. So in the short term, nah. I mean, and I don't like the idea of Africanizing it. That's Black Jesus. That looks like, that got the Bayan Fall. That seems like another Black Muhammad. You know what I'm saying? You get Black Moses, these Black saviors that are got copy and paste on the Abrahamic thing. And if you know history, you really don't need religion so much. All you can try to do to counter religion is just, good critical thinking, history. No, I mean, you need to know the history about everybody. You need to know where these white folks are coming in from the back door in order to see how they modify the religions that they talk about. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know about Luther and all that. You gotta come in through the back door, where you gotta know how they converted from their Norse and they, you know what I'm saying, all that stuff into you see, so how we fell from the Kemet, you know what I'm saying, systems through the invasions. I mean, and I'm saying it's how would I say it? Because we do have our peoples on the Nile still basically do practice rudimentary what we always have in Kemet. That's just a fact. It's not as blatant and as ceremonial, but the cultural tenets, the foundations, the core still are intact. So to say that, again, you just have to study our people, and our people tell us who we are through our lives. So to say it's just listening to African people. And as far as Kemet goes, you got to realize that Kemet is way off into this, you know what I'm saying, distant from time and space. I mean, if Black Africa were become, one big nigga, we could just mob it on it and polish up the pyramids, put the gold cap back on it, polish up all the temples, you know what I'm saying, update our chariots and whatnot, and ride out on who be. that is not going to happen per se in the short term. So like, you know what I'm saying? So like, we just have to. I just say that, like, you know, there's always going to be people who are born into families and whatnot in the cultures and societies that are really rigid on it, and to buck against that is, you know, there's risks and there's perils or whatnot involved. I mean, eradicating it. I mean, again, precipitous declines do happen. That's all I can say. And I mean, no, I don't want to see like a black, you know, black Muhammad, black Jesus thing. If you know Christianity historically, you can always boil out the Africa. I mean, you can do the same thing as far. I mean, Islam, I don't know, because I'm studying, like, I'm trying to study like the proto, you know, Islamic movements, and a lot of that come through the Caucasus, in my opinion, and what I've deduced. Like, you know what I'm saying? That comes up through, you know what I'm saying, the Caucasus areas, like down south. That's just what I've assessed. So like, Christianity has, for me, Proverbs, to the best of my knowledge, comes from actual Kemetic like texts and glyphs. You know what I'm saying? And so for the most part, everything else in the Bible, I don't, because that's Romans. And we're talking about places that have nothing to do with black people. In a dominant fashion. There may have been black people in the Mediterranean regions, yeah, of course, or, you know, black, you know, darker than some of us, black, but not necessarily they weren't running it per se. I guess I hope that, you know, answers the questions.
Sure. Thank you for that, real black gentleman.
No problem.
Forecast. Do you think can we get rid of the Abrahamic religions, and if not, can we basically blacken them up? Can we Africanize them? Or are we too spooked out to do it? Or will we be less spooked out if we could? What say you?
Well, from my understanding, we were spooked out before Abraham came along, you know. But let me say this, you know, it is absolutely possible to eradicate it, and in fact, it's inevitable. And even though it's not a word for it in Swahili, I'm working on the scriptures right now. You know what I'm saying? But no, like, yo, can you believe somebody got mad because I said I'm the best person that came along since Jesus? You know what I'm saying? And that's what. But you know what? The story says Jesus said, "Oh, I came here to show you all these things are quote unquote possible." Now the question is, you know what I'm saying? Do you want to be the people who come up and enforce the next story or put out the next story, however it comes along? Do you want to be a part of those people, or do you want to be the people getting told what the next story is? You know what I'm saying? Because listen, you know, I've recently had revelations, you know what I'm saying? I got spooked out, but you know what? My God isn't, you know what I'm saying, a two-sided God. You know what I'm saying? My God tells me like every living thing in the universe is here to survive and make sure they thrive. And you know, it's okay to be who I am. You know, it empowers me. So yeah, I believe that if you come up with something that empowers, you know what I'm saying, the people, like, yo, things will be replaced eventually. It's just like we thinking on our, like, the sky may not crack in our lifetime, but you know what? It cracked like 500 years ago, we're gonna be honest. But it may not be the sky cracking that we talk about. You know what I'm saying? It may be your great grandkids. You know what I'm saying? We have to understand that. And you know, so I don't know, like, can you Africanize it? I would say anything that you would do to empower yourself and to empower your community. But as soon as for me, I have a problem when you take the power outside of yourself. And also, you know, a lot of these, you know, because, you know, God is two-sided now, you know what I'm saying? So thank God my son got shot and killed, you know what I'm saying, to prove that God has two sides, you know? Now that's kind of crazy, you know, but yeah, it will be eradicated at one point. And you know what? I'm a part of the crowd that's going to be, you know what I'm saying, putting the next story out there. So I'll pass the mic.
I like that. In the chat, Marcus Garvey is the way. I'm by the way, you guys check out the message in the private chat. Marcus Garvey is the way. He says religion is for peace times, when the mind is bored and the culture has nothing better to do. Our mind should be 100% on freedom, point blank. Bobby Wright says we can make Allah or Jehovah black, but Christianity and Islam still say African traditional religion and culture is paganism or demonic. So you're still practicing self-hatred. I actually agree with that. Trigger IP262 says, and I'm thinking like countries like Ethiopia, Mauritania, which apparently is the most conservative of the Islamic world, and even like Somalia, will probably not give it up. Lero says, especially when we talk of African cultural value systems, the Abrahamics have disdain for the spirituality, so inherently the value systems and cultural mediums would be included. House Rally Podcast says, I've come to the realization that if you don't give people a God, they'll make their own, whether it be science, their favorite scholar, athletes, celebrities, etc. Pushing spirituality is your best bet. The matron from the Learning Curve says, they view us as barbarians, but they practice ritual cannibalism by eating their savior and celebrating the sacrificing of women and children. Right? Lero says Abrahamics are going to respect the pagans and the secular. Y'all been around some of these folks lately? LOL. Harsh Ali Podcast, last thing. Harsh Ali Podcast says if you can show them the link between spirituality, divine consciousness, meditation, ancestral connection, etc., you can start to break them off that Jesus juice. The younger, at least. Oni, what say you to all of this?
Hey, can I say one last thing? I forgot to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like as far as like blacking it up, if they do it like Nat Turner did it, then I'll definitely support it. And that's all I meant to say that. So my bad. Oni.
Right. There was a Reverend Bakari. Am I right? Was his name David?
David Walker. He got a book, David Walker's Appeal. He talked about killing white folks. He was a preacher.
And there was a more recent guy, like a contemporary of MLK, and then was it David Cohn? Was the guy's name or something like that?
I don't know.
Yeah, he wrote some books on revolutionary theology. I can't remember that brother's name now, but yeah, those things I could get behind if you're all about that. Sure. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, so I don't like I said, I'm one of the few people who ain't really get a Christian background in America. So I don't really know much about Christianity. I'm of the belief, although I can't confirm it because I don't really read into this stuff. I'm of the belief that it's related to, the Aryans and so on and so forth. And part of me wants to investigate that that sort of tangent in a sense. But beyond that, like, can you eradicate it? Is that the question? Like technically, the white man before he came to Africa, he never asked himself whether he could eradicate, Yoruba, or whether he could eradicate, Akan, or whether he could eradicate the language Twi or what have you. And some people might be like, well, Yoruba's still here and Twi is still here, so he ain't do that. But there was actually a lot more African spiritualities than before the white man came to Africa than there are now. So a lot of things that did exist don't exist
right
today, and so the things that we do, like we probably see maybe 30% of the cultures of Africa actually survive this colonialism or this ma'afa, if you will, right? That said, I think that when we become serious, or when we get control of African nations, we can have our own African belief systems that we emphasize, and the other belief systems will fall to the wayside. If we believe what these ABA say about, the Moors came to America and the Moors did this and Moors did that, look, that's not necessarily untrue that there were some Muslim populations in America, but the reality is this: where they at? Because what happened in America was that America is a Christian nation, and what it did was that it eradicated Islam in America to the point where most of the people that we consider to be Muslims are people who came in much later, maybe even pretty recently, or who might have followed Elijah Muhammad, what have you, right? So to a large extent, yeah, you could, like, basically you can accomplish whatever you want, or as Garvey says, you can accomplish what you will, I mean, that's of course, within your sphere of influence. You're not going to accomplish something outside of your sphere of influence. Now, whether you're going to have that sphere of influence, in America, or whether you're going to have it in a country that you don't own is another question. But of course, you know, it really comes to, but I mean, I would say that it's not the biggest issue on the table, you know. It's a big issue, but it's not the biggest issue on the table. It's not the thing I would lead with, but yeah, I think people, you know, you can definitely raise a new generation of people to be critical thinkers and to understand that this was a religion that white folk introduced, or this was a religious system that white folk and other, you know, and Asians and what have you, but that they introduced to a population to control them. It's just a social control mechanism. And maybe you want your own social control mechanism, right? Maybe you want people to feel like there's no social control whatsoever. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, I think you can accomplish anything, realistically speaking. Now, whether you should Africanize other people's stuff, that don't make no damn sense. I mean, I would say the imagery here, yeah, you know, I would say the imagery here is, you know, all right, you know what I mean? But it would be so much better if we stuck with our own you know, systems, our own cultures, our own beliefs, and we didn't you know, look outside of ourselves, and we didn't have this, you know, this peace mentality. Because that's the thing about these religions, is that they always like the two big ones, you know, Islam and Christianity, they have this weak, you know, this weak mentality of, you know, give in to authority and be weak and not be, you know, not be combative, not be warriors type thing. And it's like, do we need that as a people? And it's like, no. And if you Africanize, if you say, oh well, black people saying you should be weak, you know, it don't really make it much better. You know what I mean? So that's pretty much all I can say about it.
Thank you for that, Oni. Yeah, Matron, you caught the name I was trying to remember. It's James Cone. James Cone, like at about 1969, 1970, wrote a book on Black theology and Black power, and I think that's a good read, even if it's just for your own edification and nothing else. That's a good read. Bobby Wright came through also behind that and said, yeah, it's James Cone. I forgot about him. Trigger Happy 262 says, this is why nationalism is important. A nationalist party can be that intolerable force. You guys could check the other comments to see what was said before. But yeah, it's James Cone I was trying to remember. He died, I want to say during the pandemic, right? He died or just before the pandemic or something like that. Let's go to, did I get Tanzan on this?
Yes, but I had something to add after everybody
Go ahead.
was done.
Okay. So let me go to Mr. Untouchable next, and then we'll come back to Tanzan. Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah, what I would first say is that Christianity is not a passive religion. In fact, it's very far from it. You know, Christianity is an extremely violent religion. Extremely. You know, it's anything but passive. And if you want me really to back that up with facts, I think that George Bush said that he invaded Iraq because God told him to do so. And from that, 1 million people died. She's extremely violent. But I stand in between my atheist brothers and sisters who are nationalists and my Christian brothers and sisters who are nationalistic. And the only thing I would say is if you remove Christianity from the minds of Black people, what do you replace it with? Because it is going to be a void that's left there. And people historically, you know, they like to acknowledge something that's greater than themselves. And what that would be, either somebody else interprets it for us or we interpret what that is for ourselves. And I believe that there should be a prevailing religious spiritual story that we kind of have the reins of, as opposed to someone else, because it's always going to be there. It's been there from way back in the day. Now, whether we consider that to be progressive or regressive, that's how we was from way back in the day of the continent. You know what I mean? We always had this idea of what God is, and this whole looking at the world from a completely rational and logical perspective. I don't necessarily know if that was always the case with us. I don't necessarily dispute the fact that we should dismiss that outright. I think that it should be included in our spirituality, but to completely dismiss the fact that we had a so-called supernatural, spiritual, or some of our brothers say spooky tradition coming from out of the continent. I don't believe that to be true. I believe it should be replaced with something else. Now, we say, some of the brothers say that should it be replaced with a Abrahamic form of Afrocentricity or Africanism. The Rastas already have done that. The Rastafarians have their version of Christianity where they put God in the blackface, and it's really, when you really look at it, it's an Abrahamic form of Christianity with blackface. And is that workable? Is that workable for everyone? I don't think so. I think that you should create a paradigm, a spiritual paradigm that is essentially us. I think we have several of them, but it may not be workable for everyone. But I think that we could have multiple stories, multiple spiritual stories or religious stories that is constructive. But what I would say is, if you remove this whole idea of the Abrahamic faith, it must be replaced with something else, because there will be a void that's left. And I think that who fills that void will be able to control large amounts of people. And what I would always say is, you must meet people where they are, not where you would like them to be. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. TZ, go ahead. I know you had something you want to add.
Yes, just that I think that even though Africanizing is not, it's not the best option, but at the same time, I think it would start making people start thinking about race, because the one thing that the white Jesus statue, puts in people's heads is simply that, race is either not important, or, it doesn't matter, or we're one human race or whatever. So yeah, I wouldn't go, the whole way of the Rastafarians and so on, but having a common religion, I would look at something like what the Ethiopians did, where they Africanized their Christianity, and then they made it part of their identity as a people, and that did unite them as a people, and that also helped in their fight against the Italians. So while it would have been nice for it to be an African religion, I think we just have to use what we have for the time being. And who knows, the first generation of people who, let's say, see a white Jesus, I wouldn't do a white, the other guy, but let's just say white Jesus. If they saw a black Jesus growing up, like that episode on Good Times, maybe it will make them start thinking about race and less about religion, because that's something else that religious people, they usually put their religion before their race, and that's what makes them sometimes difficult, because they have to consult their pastor whether they should be involved in certain activities, and their loyalties are divided. So if you put the fact that your God is on your side, then it would make you fighting for your side maybe a little bit easier. So yeah, that's all I had to say.
I think I missed Jay in this one, but I want to say thank you to Sankara and to Lumumba, who joined us earlier. I saw you guys dropped out. Hopefully, if you can, rejoin us. If not tonight, we're here every Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Jay, I think I didn't get your opinion on this, right?
You didn't. And
All right, go ahead.
I am incredibly disappointed. I am disappointed, brethren, sisters, brothers. I am so disappointed.
Talk about it.
Isn't this show to have us, each other, and listeners think? And all I have heard is white bullshit. I've heard white bullshit. I've heard all the isms. I've heard I believe it was Lumumba that was and I'm not offending. I'm not offending anybody. We're stimulating each other to think, right? So I believe it was Lumumba that said he was an atheist. And Marcus Garvey was also an atheist. I doubt that, but that same person that said he was an atheist was very contradictive. He was saying those books have an African origin, but we should push it away because it's anti-African. I hear many people say it's anti-African. You know, the father of Mohammed was the blackest, pitch black of 10 brothers. Okay, so Mohammed, we don't need a black Jesus. Mohammed was already black. Jesus, if you look in Ethiopia, Jesus, all the imagery and the physical part is already us, right? But I believe it was Oni that inspired me to write some things down. The social control that these books have. Do you really believe white folks wrote that shit? Do you really believe that shit is comes from whites to cover the whole damn world? That shit must have been originated by the same people that built the pyramids. We know how complicated, how sophisticated the pyramids are, right? And then these books, that story that keeps on returning. There was this documentary in those 9/11 days, in those 9/11 conspiracy days. One of those documentaries started with a whole list of ancient quote unquote religions with the same formula, the Immaculate Conception, the blah blah blah. All of them had the same type of formula. So it must speak of a certain logic, a certain science that demands each time demands the same how do you call it? What's the word? What's the word for you tell another story to explain something? Metaphor, right? So there's a certain science that explains there's a certain science that always ends up being explained in the same metaphor, and it's Immaculate Conception and whatever the whole list is. But I'm a try because I see that we are in this cognitive anti-religion white bullcrap, shallow bullcrap, right? Because I don't believe that whites can write down something so powerful that thousands and thousands of years people get caught by that same story, right? So I'm gonna give you an example of Genesis, right? So Genesis is in the Old Testament, in what we call the Old Testament, right? And we know that certain parts indeed come from Kemet, but I guess it's among others, for certain it's Genesis, right? So Genesis is the Old Testament, and both of these motherfuckers, this Jesus figure and this Mohammed figure, both of them had an aha moment, and they tried to explain the Old Testament, both of them. So both of them are pointing to the Old Testament as being the shit that we should follow, right? So there's Genesis, and then I don't know. I haven't read myself into the Quran, so I'm going to use the Bible as example, with Jesus as the pivot, right? So Genesis tells something. Jesus has tried to explain it to his fellas, to his pack, his set, his gang, the disciples, and one of them is told to have understood it best, and that's John, right? So John 1:1 says God is the Word. The Word is God, and God is with the Word, and the Word is with God, and the Word is love, and blah 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 blah. One big piece
speaking about the word, God, and love, right? So Genesis starts, quote unquote, starts because it doesn't really start with that, but in the beginning, God said, "Let there be light," right? I am saying that's not an old white guy behind the clouds that said, "Look, Adam, look, Adam, that's light." No, it's us. God is consciousness. God is consciousness, and with consciousness, what is with consciousness? The word. Our language is right there in this darkness, right here in my mind. This shit that I call I, because this is not I. This is my hand. I can point at it. So this is not me. I have a hand. I have a body, but this infinite blackness is me. That's what I call I, right? And my ego is also there, etc., etc. So the word is right there. The word is right there. Europeans have books, they have grammar, and they have dictionaries that is between them. But us, you know, Ebonic speaking, our language is living, right? So we speak from this blackness directly to the other mind. You know what I'm saying? We check if the words treasury that I have used have come through to the person that we talk to. So to me, let there be light is us humans, is the moment that we get enlightened, and only us versatile with language, only us black people could tell that story. Only us could come up with that way to say, to explain how the human being became conscious. So by naming things, right? And in Genesis, it's also said God presented everything to Adam. Adam studied everything, and he gave everything a name. So our consciousness, my consciousness, is at this moment, my consciousness is presenting this laptop. On this laptop are you guys, right? My consciousness is presenting that to me, and I can study it. I can ask myself, hey, what's happening here? And I can realize, oh my God, my brothers and sisters are lost in this right bullshit called, in this white religion called, what is the word that the brother used? What's it? What do they call anti-religion?
Atheism.
Atheism, right? So my consciousness is presenting to me that you, my brothers and sisters, are lost in this white religion called atheism, because religion is also a word that has nothing to do with what I just explained. It's pure science. It's the science of the mind. My mind is here. I use language to communicate with other minds. My words arrive at your eardrums, and after your eardrums, it's no vibrations in the pressure of the atmosphere, right? After your eardrums, it's something else. It arrives here in this infinite blackness, right? Same as your eyes, right? Your I switch on the video, and you see this mulatto with his gray beard. You see him speak, right? And but after your retina, it's this infinite blackness, right? It's your consciousness. So God, your consciousness is presenting me with this story, and I hope that it arrives. These books are so effing deep. It's so deep that we watch over it. Of course, we watch over it because this infinite blackness is behind our eyes. Our eyes are still physical. So it's I have eyes. I am not my eyes. I am not my nose. I'm not my eardrums. I have eardrums. I have eyes. And through my eyes and through my eardrums, your minds arrive at me by your words. Now about Amadou Bamba. One brother, I believe it was Bobby, he wrote, he made a comparison And I think it's because, or maybe it was someone else. He made a comparison with Martin Luther King, and I believe that's after watching a documentary. This Amadou Bamba, do you know what he did? He wrote so much it weighs 7 tons, 7,000 kilo. What did he do? Every single letter in the original Quran, because Muslims blame Christians. Yeah, the Bible has changed, blah blah blah, and the Quran has changed also. They added the punctuation, the points and the commas in the language. It didn't used to be there. And why did they do it? Because it was too complicated. It could be interpreted too wide. Hey, of course, these primates, these half breeds with Neanderthal, they can't catch the African mind. It was broadly interpreted, just like how we are versatile with language nowadays, right? We do the same with English. We break English down with punchlines, etc., and we play with words and call it rap or hip hop and battle rap and whatnot. Punchlines. So language is there with us, with our consciousness. Why are we so versatile? God is still on our side. We are God's people. Right, we have been here for forever. That's why our hair is different from practically all life on this planet, because we were before the last a meteor rain. We were before we have survived everything, and that's why we go so deep. That's why we are God's people. We are consciousness. God is consciousness, and we are right there with consciousness in our language shows, right? So yeah, maybe we lost our language, but the Immaculate Conception that happened in the United States, that is called Ebonics, it has our brothers in the United States back where we are with God. God is with the Word, and the Word is with God. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying is a question. Did you understand what I just said? And we are in. You can't separate us from consciousness. We are the people that built the pyramids. We are the people that that wrote those stories to explain how deep the human mind goes. And right now we are not home. We're not home. We are the parents of all these children, and we let them decide what's in our books. Come on, man. We have to return to our books. It's pure science. It's the science of the mind. It's the science of consciousness. And religion is just some shit that these half monkeys came up with. They don't go as deep as those books go. So they are stuck in religion, and now we are stuck in their babble. You know what? Babylon. And Tencent is going to laugh. Maybe Tencent is going to laugh about what I'm going to do now. But do you know what people that live in Babylon, do you know what they do? They babble on and on and on. It's bullshit. And that's what I've heard. I'm sorry, brethren. That's what I said. What I've heard. I've heard the isms. I've heard the schisms, and I've heard these terms. The dumbest religion.
You actually laughed at that, Tanzania?
No, I think
Tanzania is she.
Yes, I did. Oni, why you're mad at me today? I like the wordplay. Leave me alone.
Well, I mean,
so
somebody else might be from Babylon, but all right.
in Babylon, the Babylonians have us babble on along with them.
I hear you, Jay. I hear you. No, Jay. For those of who might not understand.
Oh yes, Jay, yes. May I finish? Because I'm going to switch off the camera, and then I'm going to add a few words about this logo. What I'm dressed now like a bifal, right? And bifal any bifal that was more than 5 minutes with me said that I am the purest of bifal. Why? This logo, people that say it and that are deep into that religion, right? Maurit, they say, okay, the white in that logo is Amadou Bamba, sitting Tuba, the healer of Tuba. And the black is Baifal, Ibrahim Baifal. The Baifal follow Ibrahim Baifal. And who was Ibrahim Baifal? It was a guy. He saw what the healer of Tuba was doing. And if we need a black Jesus, that's another thing. If we need a black Jesus, sitting Tuba is a black Jesus, because he was way more than Martin Luther King figure. The image that they use of him with this white cloth is the only image the only photo that is taken from him, because the colonizer tried to take pictures of him. He is of early 20th century, late 19th century, and photos existed in those days. The colonizer tried to take pictures of him, and he would never appear on those pictures. Other people that were there would appear, the buildings would appear, animals would appear, everything, but not him. And the only picture that exists is when he called upon a photographer to take a picture of him, and that's the only time that he appeared in the picture that was taken of him. So he had certain powers. He was way more than a peaceful Martin Luther King figure. Hence the name Sering Tuba, healer of Tuba. So people used to see that logo, and they said, a few of them said that the logo goes very deep. It speaks of the combination of Sering Tuba and Ibrahim Baifal, because my explanation of the logo is the star is when you close your eyes. That's that's infinity, and it's equally infinite as the universe. And I call the universe the largest star in the sky. The blackness is the largest star in the sky, right? And if you close your eyes, that infinity fits in our head, right there where our words are. So if the universe grants us space, so we exist thanks to the space that we get from the universe, right? We take in space. So if the universe is the creator, we are creative, and we are the most creative.
Jay,
and that's it. That's my preaching. My church is
yeah,
it's
Jay.
Sunday.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you had to add. I just so people understand something. Where Jay is, in the part of the world that Jay stayed up rather late to join us, and so I got to give him a chance to express himself too, because he's up real late. I think it's past, must be 1-2 o'clock where he is now. So he's up late. I got to give him a chance to express himself.
Yeah,
Jay,
but I'm not sleepy.
Yeah, that's fine. The next prompt is a prompt that you posted, but I want you to just be mindful of the time in the response, all right? So we got Sankara joined us again, and after Sankara, we'll let Tanzan respond to what Bobby E. Wright asked to respond to in the chat. So Sankara, what say you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As far as religion in general is problematic, period. Religion is a system of control, nothing more. I know the brother was saying people were talking white rhetoric. I didn't hear anybody on the panel talking any type of white rhetoric or whatnot. So I'm not sure what he meant by that. But my issue with religion is, as far as the Bible itself, the Bible, it's dated back to the Greek period. You don't have any type of way to validate any of the writers of any of the books in the Bible. It's not a deep book. In the stories, you have people putting animals on boats and being swallowed up by fish and so forth. It's mythology. Now, the thing is, the esoteric underbelly of the stories, it does echo things like astrology, metaphysics, and science, which are principles that come from us. But as far as religion is just a means of controlling people to get power, to administer yourself, to have power over another people. I think that we're not going to get rid of the Abrahamic faith, obviously. I mean, it's too deep ingrained in society. I don't think that making it Africanized would help either. I think that our best bet is, as a people, to just have a good understanding of, like some of the things I was mentioning, where the concepts of the religions come from, and kind of get back to the original scientific, metaphysical nature of where those myths come from, and try to use it to our advantage to uplift ourselves, when it comes to building, when it comes to, just elevating our minds and just elevating ourselves to the level we were at one time in history. I think that's our best bet. But I don't think, when it comes to nationhood, when it comes to what we need to do as a people, I don't think that I don't think any of those religions are a factor, and I think they need to be on the sideline. I don't think they have to be eradicated. I think that people can still be, like one of the brothers was saying, you can still be a nationalist and still have a religion, as long as your focus or your priority is our people and not making religion the priority. That's the problem. If your religion is just what you're doing in private, in your own time, and want to study whatever you want to study, that's fine. But if your priority is what's best for the people, then it shouldn't be an issue. That's all I have to say on it.
I appreciate that. Tan, in the chat, Bobby Wright asks, can you elaborate on the early Muslim Arabs encounter with East Africans, the land of Zanj, and the land of the Kaffraria, as they called it?
Well, I think that the best person to do that would be Chancellor Williams. He wrote a lot about the encounter of the spread of Islam into East Africa. So that would be, the source to check on my facts. But as I understand it, the first place to wholly convert was Somalia, which was closest to Yemen. They have the Gulf of Aden between them, and so there was a lot of back and forth. So Somalia was one of the first places to convert to Islam, and then there was some Islamic settlements for quite a long time. And then they started excursions into, mostly it was at the coast, and then they started going into the mainland, and they did intermarry with some people, and then some local leaders also converted, but it was a very slow conversion. And then eventually, when they became a lot more powerful, then there was violent skirmishes. So the Zanj people were, they had mixed alliances. They were not for anybody except themselves. They would terrorize both the local tribes, and they would also, wage war against the Muslims. So they were more like mercenaries, and just looking out for themselves. So they would go back and forth. I'm not very familiar with the land of Kaffraria. If you can let me know what's the modern day equivalent. But I know that Ethiopia was Christianized pretty early, and they resisted attempts at Muslim conversion, and they were at war with I think Aksum for a while, and then put some tribes. It was only the rulers, and the local people still maintained their local religions and customs. So yeah, it varied, but it was a slow one, and it was mostly after they got a lot more powerful, it was mostly by violent conquest, which goes on till now.
I think Kaffraria is that eastern cape of South Africa.
Oh, okay. That one I don't know very well. I don't know too much about the South Africa. More South African, I know more of with the Portuguese with the Cape of Good Hope and the Dutch and the Boers. So I'm not very familiar with the Muslims in the south of Africa.
Okay.
Yes.
That was a long conversation on that topic. We do have other ones. We're just now heading to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. We're going to end this at 2 a.m. tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is, can we have a serious conversation about geopolitics without white zaddy? This came with a link. I hope the sound works better this time. I don't know what the issue is, but we will watch the video and then we will discuss it. Let's see if the sound works properly this time.
Cheap gas, rich history, world famous literature, unique architecture, fertile soil, cheap electricity and water, ballet, cheap taxi and delivery, traditional values, Christianity, no cancel culture, hospitality, vodka, economy that can withstand thousands of sanctions. Time to move to Russia. Don't delay. Winter is coming.
So I'm going to play that again. Hopefully the sound was fine. I didn't see anyone complain about it. This... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I said, yeah, the sound was good.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, so I don't know what was going on with that past video, but this is an ad for people, where Russia is urging people to move there. So we'll watch it one more time. You guys can pick up all the little clues in it, and then we'll discuss it.
This is Russia. Delicious cuisine. Beautiful women. Cheap gas. Rich history. World famous literature. Unique architecture. Fertile soil. Cheap electricity and water. Ballet. Cheap taxi and delivery. Traditional values. Christianity. No cancel culture. Hospitality. Vodka. Economy that can withstand thousands of sanctions. Time to move to Russia. Don't delay. Winter is coming.
Yes, indeed. Winter is coming. We see the prompt right there. The prompt says, can we have a serious discussion about geopolitics without white zaddy? So let's start with Mr. Untouchable this time. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this advertisement that you saw about come to Russia?
Okay, so the prompt says a serious conversation of politics without white zaddy. All Russia has in it is a bunch of white zaddies. In fact, Putin is the ultimate white zaddy. So I don't know if the prompt was trying to say if we leave the West and go to the East, the East in respect of Russia is a better alternative. But communism, I remember a guy named Robert F. Williams. He said that he wasn't willing to trade being a Uncle Tom in America for being an Uncle Tom in Russia or Cuba. So for me, this commercial don't necessarily speak of anything having to do with life without white zaddy. I think it's an idea to explore. If we were to have this ideal state, this nation state, exclusive of white control, white governance, white imperialism, and these kinds of things, I would be interested to know, but it's been done before. It's been done historically. But I would say this. I would say this. We must always remember that we live in a world, and irrespective of white zaddy, we'll have to have trading partners, people outside of maybe, possibly outside of our communities that we will have to trade with, have discussions with and dialogue with, because we live inclusive of this world. You're not gonna live completely exclusive of any other human beings that exist on the planet. So the question then becomes, how do we go about forming and fashioning this society that is controlled and run by African people, but still having to live and exist in a world that is inclusive of everyone else. And for me, I think that what the Japanese have done, what the Japanese have done, has been very instructive of how to try to go about creating these kinds of things. In particular, with their culture, in particular with different kinds of things that they practice, even though the imperialists of the West try to get a cultural foothold and a social foothold inside their country, their culture remain intact even after the bombings and all these other things that the West tried to do to Japan. So I think that some nation states could be studied, thoroughly studied in how to go about living and existing in a space, but still maintaining the idea of who you are and still remaining competitive in a so-called global world. So I think that we could learn from others as well as ourselves. But I think that there has to be a will to do that. We have to have a willingness to do that, because I feel like our disconnection from this whole called idea, this white daddy, that zaddy, is a very painful one. We really don't want to we really don't want to cut the proverbial umbilical cord away from him, because we think that we'll die. But I think that through the cutting of the so-called umbilical cord, the process of manhood will be able to be developed, because only through our independent thought and thinking and problem solving we'll be able to reason and come to our own conclusions about how to function in the world. So I think that has to be done in particular with black men. When we do when we ever get to the point of in form and fashion of functioning independently as black men, the women are gonna follow. And I don't want to seem like a chauvinist or my brothers to say I simping, but for me that's just a reality, But I'll stop there to be brief.
I appreciate you being brief there. Brother Bakari, what say you?
They said Russia got beautiful women and cheap gas and all that. We need to build up we need to have an African nation build up. For me, I'm not concerned about Russia. I understand what Mr. Untouchable was saying when we ain't gonna live in a world with just us, because the world is inclusive. But we can build us a world where I would say we can be in control. I believe we can build something to that to that effect, where we can be in control of our own destiny. And I know he didn't say that we couldn't, but I'm just saying, uh, I don't know, the Russia thing to me. I hear a lot of people talking about the uh, Russia. Russia really don't. It really don't matter to me about Russia. I don't care. But we can study other people and learn what they do and see if we can use it for us. So like Dr. John Henry Clark said one time, who told us we couldn't make who told us we don't know how to make underwear? Right? Look what the Japanese did with the car. He said they bought American cars, broke them down, rebuilt it, and made theirs better. We can do the same, excuse me, we can do the same thing, right? I don't want us to be in Japan's position. When we build our thing, we need to be building it where we in control and ain't nobody telling us that my military can't ever leave the island. When you hear people talk about Japanese Air Force, oh, it's a great Air Force. How do anybody know? The only thing they can do is an air show on their island. They signed, they said that's all they would do since that bombing at Pearl Harbor, whatever, when they would be down, right? And that's what they accepted. We can copy whoever we need to copy. We can copy America, we can copy Russia, we can copy China, we can copy Japan. But as long as we are copying them to build something for us and we are in complete control, I don't want anyone else to be in control of our destiny. That's why I'm always against when I hear people talk about Gaddafi, I'm always against that. That's somebody else that would have been in control of black people's destiny. When I hear black people talking about how great Russia is, I'm against that. That's someone else that's in control of black people's destiny. Excuse me. But in 2022, we should be looking for power. Kwame Ture, he coined black power. He said black power mean that's what we're looking for. And we can't be looking for black power. We can't want black power if we are looking for someone else to control our destiny. So we can do the same thing and start advertising our land for black people to come and be a part. And I'll yield the mic.
I appreciate it, Bakari. Forecast, what say you to this?
Well, I mean, I don't really know what to say about it. To be honest with you, I'm kind of confused, like with the question in the video. I'll skip if to save time, unless you got a question that you want to ask me about it or something.
I'll come back to you. There's a follow-up question from the chat. I'll throw to everyone. So I'll come back to you after. Tanzan, what say you?
Well, I think that you can't ignore that big wolf in the room. So we might as well devise strategies to work with it. The first thing I would say is that when you're dealing with them, there is no right or wrong or left or right. You're simply dealing with a bunch of people and you're looking what's right is what's right for you. So if you're going into negotiations, if it's trade, you're going in there with a view to getting the best for yourself. That's the first thing. You're not going to, get some money or some loans. You're going to look and go in with the idea that it's an equal exchange. The second thing is you go in with a strategy, not just waiting to be given the forms to sign, like a record producer, artist. You're going in there firstly with a force. You're supposed to bring your strength together, your forces together. So like African countries, when they go to the negotiating table, they don't even know what is offered to other countries. Instead of going in as a trading bloc, one country at a time, you should go in as a trading bloc, even regional. So instead of, let's say, Kenya bargaining for itself, they should create, have the same sanctions or the same terms for all three countries. And then they compare what was given to so and so, and they say, okay, well, this is the going rate. We want a certain amount. So you have to have some kind of firstly information about what you're getting into and what you want out of it, not just looking at it, oh, they gave you money, they're taking away your land, but they gave you money. So that's the second thing. We do have to deal with them to some extent. This is the world that we live in. So is that strategizing from a position of power and from information and from studying them, how can you get the best deal out of China, for example, or out of Russia and so on, without being taken advantage of. So yeah, I'll yield.
I appreciate that, Tan. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
You can. But how would I say this? A serious conversation. Are you guys aware that like the AU building was like bugged by China?
Yes.
Okay, so as much as I want to play the typical antagonism against whiteness, look, what bugs me is I think a lot of black people think China is really a friend to Africa, and it really isn't. Bottom line, we need to really recalibrate our stuff and really have we have to have a firewall around Africa. We're going to have to have a lot of I mean, it looks ugly when you look at it. We're going to have to become like just like really ideal. Now, I don't want to say idealistic because that's like really focused, narrow-minded. We're going to have to do like everything. You know what I'm saying? It's like it really does the colonialism of various countries. I mean, in order for Black people, we really do have to like quick, fast, in a hurry drop almost like we can't be nationalistic. Nationalism is almost too small for African people. We have to be Africanists from Senegal to Somalia, from Cairo to Cape Town. There's no other. Those lines that you see on a map have to be what's the word I want to use? Dismissed. Just you know what I'm saying? They have to be demystified. There's a lot of like Black political movements in Black countries that have to be just like put just like hard brakes on. I mean, there people want power only to like get influence from white folk. So I can be the one to ask France for the contract, you know? There's a lot of just turmoil that's going to have to happen. There's no other way about it. I mean, in order to say that, it's like, because you know it's inevitable that there's so many just, if you throw in religion on top of it, I mean, you have the people who want to, you know, fight your Black brother and then go once a year to Mecca. You know what I'm saying? They want to go out there, fight your Black brother, and then go to Mecca every year. This is the life. This is the situation. This is what it is. I mean, you gotta have. There's no other way. You're going to have to have parallel institutions. You're going to have to really find a way to outflank the inevitable conflict. You have to outflank it. You can't go about a lot of this stuff head on. You're going to have to be adept. We have to be deft. D-E-F-T. We cannot be daft. D-A-F-T. We have to be deft. There's no other. Nah. You know what I'm saying? It's possible. But you almost have to see the conclusion and then reverse engineer the process in order to do it. You have to see the whole Africa and then see where we are now and then just like basically build it and then reverse engineer it and then live it out. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't happen. There's so many moving parts, but it's not impossible to smooth out the irregularities that you will come across. You have to have optimism. And you have to have some degree of objectivity and creativity and just wit. The Black people who don't want Black power and are just stubborn and old, basically, or even young and just foolish. There's going to have to be, if it's individuals, you might have to have individuals, but a lot of it has to do with, you know, knowing. You know, you can't have too many voices. Almost if there's 24 hours in a day, let's say we use a 24-hour template. Everyone's going to have to be king for an hour. You know what I'm saying? Someone's got to be king for an hour. You can't. Someone has to be the voice of the hour or the voice of the day, or somehow or another find a way that we can have the diversity of thought without compromising regional and local sensibilities about how to be the best African possible. And I'm gonna end on that.
I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. I think we got Oni. Sankara, did I get to you on this one?
No.
Okay, Sankara, you go, and then Oni next.
Okay. I don't think that we can. I would say no. We can't really have a serious conversation about, I guess, politics without White Zaddy as it stands now, because I think they control most of the economics and politics on the planet. So as it stands like right now, most of our people are just subjugates to those systems. So if we're going to have a conversation about politics, it's based on something that's already been set up by them. We'll be able to have a conversation like that once we completely separate from White Zaddy, which is kind of like what Bakari was saying. Once we have something where we're the deciders of our own economics and politics, and we're the ones controlling it and making the decisions, then we can have conversations that just deal with us, that where white Zay don't really factor in a direct sense. So I would just say that's the way I look at that. That's all.
All right, thank you for that. Oni, and then Jay, you're the anchor of this topic. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, in regards to this, like I'm kind of with forecast in the sense of I don't really know what is being asked per se, but I could say like we like a serious conversation I believe would be like Malema could have that, or damn, I just had his name. The Kagame could have that, but most black people are not in the position to realistically impact geopolitics. Putin could have that conversation, but you're not gonna ask the random Russian on the street what they think about the geopolitical landscape, because they're probably just living their best life. Most of us are not in that kind of authority, and that's just what it is. And most of us are not looking into geopolitics in any sort of independent, let alone from an African landing pad, in a sense. So if we're doing geopolitics from like talking about geopolitics in America is not really going to it's not going to materialize into anything. I mean, you could discuss it, obviously, but I mean, as far as whether it would like you have to be on the continent, you have to have some sort of authority, power, influence on the continent. And like I said, like maybe you could do Malema, maybe you could say Kagame, but no, I don't think that for the most part people are going to be seriously engaging in the subject. It's the same way how like I can't seriously talk about how I'm going to spend $1 trillion. I don't have $1 trillion. So until you have a respectable and impactful African nation and you're there, right? But for the most part, like a lot of us, particularly in the West, like we don't even have a clue as to what African nation we would even be in. Let alone many of us are not even convinced there are African nations. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously there are, but still, like, many of us are like, they're all, whatever. So, like I said, Kagame of Rwanda, sure, and Malema of South Africa. But other than that, yeah, I don't think so.
I appreciate that, Oni. We got Kevin Carre, who joined us here tonight. Kevin Carre, how are you this week?
Yeah, but I like to chip in. Looking at this thing, it's not so much an invite to Africans. If you look at what they said, and Jay might know what I'm talking about, what's going on in Europe right now, is first thing first, that when they said that literature, that's Pushkin. He's a mulatto, one of their greatest writers, right? I think his father was black guy. But they were talking about the sanction. This is a diss to the West, because right now, the West should have thought better of those sanctions that they were pushing, and now they need a lot of the European countries depend on Russia for gas. And towards the end, he says winter is coming. That's another insult to the Western Europe, because Germany right now is going through a lot of, because of this stupid Green New Deal bullshit they're going through problems. They shut down their nuclear power plants, and they're dependent on Russia for gas, and they're below their quota. And now winter is approaching, and it's looking really bad right now for a lot of. Think about, do you remember when what's that idiot from England resigned?
Yeah.
And then Angela Merkel stepped down, and
Boris Johnson, and he didn't resign. I don't know what happened. He's still the prime minister. I missed a few days, and suddenly he was there again. But anyway, he didn't resign.
Yeah.
Boris Johnson.
And Jay, remember what's that guy in Germany right now, Schultz? Everywhere he goes, he's getting heckled.
He's a fucking clown.
Yeah.
He's a weakling.
But if you look at if you look at geopolitics right now, I always mention Sri Lanka because of this. Remember the book I showed you, Okoku, the Fourth Industrial Revolution?
Yeah.
That guy, Klaus Schwab, him and his elitist group, he's not an elitist group, are trying to push this bullshit on the world where they're telling farmers, oh, you got to get rid of this fertilizer and you can't use your regular tractors anymore. It must be electric. You must do it now or else. But Pushkin, not Pushkin, Russia is just sitting back right now and saying, hey, your sanctions are not working. Now, if you want to buy gas from us, you must pay in the rubles. And the other thing I saw is the dollar is worth more than the euros right now. The European economy is kind of crashing in right now. So this is not so much about Africans or whatever. It's just an insult to the West. But Jay will know more, so I'm gonna pass it to Jay.
Jay, you get to finish it up, but just be mindful of the time, all right?
Jay, before you go, I just want to be quick. Just quick. I'm gonna be very brief. I think that Oni hit the nail on the head when he said that the regular person on the street ain't talking about geopolitics. And that right there is the center of our issue, because our collective conversation really directs the course of where we move. For instance, when in the 50s, when the African states started talking about independence, that spread like a wildfire throughout Africa and even in the Caribbean. And shortly after that, you see many states, because they couldn't, the British imperialism and all the imperialisms are all around the world couldn't maintain the fact that all these people down to the regular man on the street had within their conversation independence. When Garvey was talking about the new Negro movement and we need to have a nation state, the reason why his movement spread like wildfire is because the collective conversation with the man on the street was the new Negro, we need to get a nation state of our own. And all of a sudden it seemed like overnight, this man had 6 million people. Our collective conversation right now, collectively, is trying to get money, get rich or die trying, living the lifestyles of opulence and all these other kinds of things. Because whoever control the so-called collective conversation control the day. And the people behind the scenes, they work vociferously to ensure that our collective conversation is steered away from ourselves into something of materialism, integrationism, and all manner of other things, as opposed to freedom, independence, and going for self. I'll stop there.
Mr. Untouchable, that's a great addition, because I took note of what Oni said as well. But that's a great addition to what was said before. So again, Jay, you'll get the last word on this, but be mindful of the time, please.
Mr. Untouchable, thank you very much. You saved the subject, because you started immediately with the cognitive dissonance. What's behind this question? Can we have a serious conversation about geopolitics without White Zeddy in our mind? So the previous I left about your comments, right? I was in the spirit, etc. So the previous conversation got it didn't get through. You guys didn't get me. Okay, I'm the funny guy. I'm sleepy. I'm the other side of the world, and I was vague, and I was lost in religion, right? But actually, this subject, can we have a serious conversation about geopolitics without White Zeddy, actually is speaking the same as what I was speaking about in the previous subject, and that's cognitive dissonance. So before you started speaking, Mr. Untouchable, I said I wrote in the comments two buzzwords. I put there two buzzwords: Russia and communism, and you immediately used those two terms in your cognitive dissonance. But you just corrected. You just said it all. We need to speak geopolitics without
the white narrative or whoever's narrative, the Chinese narrative, the Russian narrative, whoever, and I used this video because it's funny, and I interpreted it as a kick to my head. So it's a complete new narrative. It's a fresh narrative. It's a narrative that we don't hear in the West, and indeed it's what Kevin said. It's Russia joking with the European community, right? So we, and I live in the Netherlands, so let me quote unquote use the word we are sponsoring those Nazis in Ukraine. I don't know what you guys know about what's happening in Ukraine, but Russians are quite fair, Russians are quite fair, straight to the point, and honest. They are in a special operation to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. And so the EU and the United States from afar, safe from afar. They don't care what happens to supposedly they don't care what happens to Europe. But I think in one show I have given the example of that Europe needs to be restructured. They need to drop the combustion engine and replace the whole infrastructure with something else, most probably electric cars. So a world war in Europe is welcome, so they can push the next industrial revolution, right? So they can take the next the leap to the next energy infrastructure. So most probably it's all part of the plan, right? To have another world war. They call it world war, but most of the time their world wars are in Europe. And the result is leaps ahead in industrialization and technology. So the United States supposedly don't care what happens in Europe, and they are pushing provoking a war, and I believe that's going to happen. And my statement is thus: can we speak with each other without White Zaddy in our mind, without his narrative? Can we do what you just explained, Mr. Untouchable? Like what happened in the Caribbean? 6 million without internet. Marcus Garvey had 6 million faces pointed at the same direction. Can we do that? Can we do that now, please? And if somebody has an idea of how to we are all feathers. We are all tethered to the European, Western European narrative, and the United States are Europeans, right? And they are tethered to the Western Europe. They are the pit bull or the German Shepherd of or the Belgian Shepherd of old money in Europe. So it's the same. United States and Europe, same agenda, right? So can we cut loose? Can we stop being tethered to Zaddy and communicate with each other from our own narrative, from our own goals, from our own future, without these motherfuckers, and mainly these motherfuckers in Western Europe? Because I don't distrust the Russians that much. I don't, I know where the distrust comes from. We're tethered to Western Europe and their propaganda. I don't distrust Russian that much. That's it. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Jay. Who's that? Kevin Carey?
Yeah, can I add to that? Remember this too, real quick. After World War II, a lot of those African countries and the rest of the world were pushing to get these people out of their country. So I don't mind Russia and the rest of Europe, Western Europe going at war. I don't care, as long as we can have the conversation. We don't need these people anymore.
Exactly.
Look, what you're looking at is Europe is an old beaten down man. Europe can't fight two wars. They got to deal with Russia, and I said, their people are turned against these politicians. They
I
want
don't
them
know
gone.
about that. I
Huh?
don't know about it. I don't know about that, because to me it still looks like a plan, right? Because if this war, my explanation of the First and Second World War, the First World War was these trench wars, and coincidentally these trench wars were held where now the heavy industry is. So they were making room to have this combustion engine a success here in Europe too. Ford, etc. made it a success in the New World, and there in the New World, United States and Canada, the cities grew together with the combustion engine on wheels. So the lanes are straight. The streets are made for cars. And in Europe, it was not the case. So first they made room in the First World War with the trench wars. They made room for the heavy industry. And between the two wars, Hitler built all those highways across Europe. And in the Second World War, the inner cities were bombed clear for this combustion engine on wheels. So I see a plan there. So the Third World War was the colonial wars, and the outcome was standardization, containers and documents. And this next World War is they're going to ditch the combustion engine on wheels, and they're going to replace it with high-speed trains. And electric cars. That's the plan that I see.
Yeah, you're right. It's all about, if you look at the last 2 years, what is about? Technology.
Yes.
Food, energy, especially right now, energy, ideology. It's not going to be so much what World War II was or World War One, the trenches. That's all outdated. You can
that was to facilitate the combustion engine on wheels, and that's over. That's past.
It's remember what we used to say back in the day? They used to call people conspiracy theorists, that this new world order. That's what they're trying to put forth, but it's not working. If you look, as you said, I follow a lot of stuff going on overseas, and I said I look at Sri Lanka. You're looking what they're trying to do with China and Taiwan by Nancy Pelosi visiting Taiwan. They're really trying to provoke something. The one thing the United States has is isolation. It's going to take a far for them to get to us, but when you can turn the Europeans and Asians against each other, especially, a lot of people in Asia, especially Southeast Asia, don't like China. You ever heard the term, the old globe? If you look at the old globe that China makes, they call them the 9-dash line, where they say, all this is ours right here. And a lot of countries don't like that. So what you're seeing is total destabilization of those regions.
Let me jump in here. Speaking of isolation, Trigger Happy 262 asked a question earlier that I'm going to throw to the panel as a free fall, but keep it brief. It's a question of some would argue, from the perspective I've heard, that Africa has to choose between the West or China and Russia. Do you agree with that assessment? Is it possible to build from complete isolation? Again, it's a free fall. Anyone who wants to jump in with their thoughts can. Go ahead.
I would say we can play devil's advocate.
Yes. Play them against each other.
Or Jay, I can say, Jay, you can say you can be part of Western Europe, and I'll say I'll be part of Russia. And we're arguing. Just like what the Europeans used to do when they came to Africa, they would send a missionary, one go to this tribe, one go to that tribe, and say, hey, let me sell you these weapons. Look at it. I've heard, they talking that smack about your women, saying they got, whatever. And at the same time, they're doing the same thing over. Why can't we do the same thing?
And this is why I mentioned Turkey. I don't know who it was, the Harsh Reality podcast. Well, was it you? This is why I mentioned Turkey. Turkey has an own mind. Their central bank may be under the Rothschilds, but Turkey, they are a proud people. They are militaristic. Their faces are all pointed at the same direction, and they play this game. It looks like they play this game between Russia and the West. In 6 months they'll be talking with Russia again about buying the S-400, right?
Yo, look, even after you were here, Koku, when this happened, but after the LA riots, the Bloods and the Crips in LA made a truce where they got together. But you know what happened in the end? Someone from the police force formed something and killed one of their people and said, "Oh, look, the Crips did that to you." And the war started all over again. Why can't we use their strategy against each other?
Yes, sir. We're afraid to die. I'm afraid. The answer is we are afraid to die.
Oh, Jay, can I ask you something? This just came to mind. Like, you know, Europe, they've always been about war, right?
Yeah.
Like the game of football, right? That's like a proxy for war, if you think about it.
Yes,
France
yes.
and Germany, they hate each other.
Yes, 100%. It's British and Germans is worse. British and Germans is worse. But even locally, you know, Rotterdam and Amsterdam, it's Feyenoord against Ajax. It's war. These motherfuckers don't even need a football game. They in SMS days. Imagine now with WhatsApp. But in SMS days, they would have these battlefields. You know, people died in these battlefields somewhere.
They still do it in Italy, but not so many people dying, but they still have those battlefields.
Yeah, they don't even need a game, and these people are all about war, bloodshed.
With that said, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5.
Hey, let me say this because I'm gonna step off right quick, right?
Okay.
Because I'm gonna have to go. Look, it was just something I wanted to say before we go about the last topic, and I know I've said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. I don't get how so many black people is so caught up on this Russia thing. And Jose say they're fair. I guess they were extremely fair to Brittany Griner when they gave her 10 years for that little stuff that they had. I just don't get it. So is it hard to have a conversation about geopolitics without mentioning, as they said, white zaddy? I would say that would be extremely hard because a lot of us,
our narrative, and they have their
laws.
laws.
Hold up, Jose, hold on, man. Because a lot of us is still looking for the fair white zaddy. We are still attempting to take sides. People want to take sides of Russia and the U.S. Those are white people. Let them fight and kill each other. It have Russia and Ukraine. That have nothing to do with us. Let them fight and kill each other. We need to get out the way and be building ourselves up. Because anywhere it go, if Russia defeat the U.S., black people, just like Dr. Amos Wilson said, you think these people your friends, you're going to still be in the same position.
Listen back to what I said. Nobody is our friend.
Oh,
Nobody
my
is our
God.
friend.
Come on, Jose, man.
Do not put words in my mouth. Do not put words in my mouth.
Jose.
Do not put words
finish,
in my mouth.
Man, you talk for 20 minutes. Don't nobody say nothing. Let me finish.
Do not put words in my mouth.
Oh, my. I didn't put no words in your mouth. I said what you said. Now I'm making my statement. So let me finish, please. But anyway, like I say, like Dr. Amos Wilson said, we think these people are your friends.
I don't know who this we is.
God damn, dude.
Jay. I'm gonna have to mute your mic. Go ahead. Go
ahead, man. No, I'm finna go anyway. I'll just listen because I got something to do. I'm gonna listen, but you know what? I will say this though. He will come home. He come on the panel and he can talk about everything somebody else say. But then when something is mentioned, now he's getting upset. And I would still say any black person who trying to get in the middle and act like one of these white people is better than the other one, and you're gonna get a benefit from one of them. Something is wrong with you. Now I'm gone.
All right, Bakari.
Can I add something real quick? To add to what Brother Bakari was saying, if you look at Paul Robeson, he went to Russia for many times. He came into America a broken man in the end. They were using him for propaganda.
Yeah, they were.
But Brother Bakari, also what we were saying about we're not saying being in the middle. We're just saying playing devil's advocate. We're not taking sides. We want to see both of them destroyed.
Yeah, Bakari stepped off. Jay, finish up your last thought, and then we'll go to the next topic.
Hey, can I add to that too, real quick?
All right, let Jay speak. Jay, go ahead, finish up real quick, and then.
It was already said. Brother Kevin said it here. You know.
Okay.
So the topic was without Zaddy in our minds. So without his narrative. So we can play that game that Turkey plays. We can play them against each other. We can do that. We have no choice.
Right. Let's go to Sankara now. Sankara, go ahead, and then we'll have to move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight.
Yeah, just something real quick with the whole argument about whether Africa should choose China or Russia as allies? I guess that's the quick question. I mean,
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, my thing is, the first thing is all of Africa is there's no African nation controlled by Africans. They're all puppets. So they don't have a dog in the fight anyway. So, nobody African should be talking about, oh, let's align with, you don't even have a nation that you control. How about we deal with that first? Get you a nation that you control all the politics, all the economics, all the industry, and then decide who you want to, trade with or whatever, who's good and all that. Then you do all that. That's kind of like in the position Patrice Lumumba was trying to do. Now, the second thing is when you deal with Russia and all these nations or all these empires, they were all built by pillage, destruction, and killing. I mean, all these nations are corrupt. You know what I'm saying? Why would I want to have anything to do with any of these nations knowing how they all got to power? And we're dealing with 6,000 plus years of the European consistently just doing nonstop destruction, rape, pillaging, theft, colonization, whatever you say. I mean, that's all they've ever done. Why would we connect ourselves to that in any way? That's the way I feel about it.
But no, we're not saying we want to connect. We're saying we're playing devil's advocate. We're not taking sides. We can use the technology they can offer. We can trade, but look at the Japanese. They didn't take sides when Perry came in. They knew what he had. They studied it and they made a much more better ship, a much more better war machine. It's not playing sides. It's just turning them against, and if they can destroy each other, even better for all of us. But
yeah, I'm with Bakari on that. I mean, I think that's if they destroy each other, that we would eventually benefit from it. I think
what
that
you're
again,
doing right now,
our stuff together, we had some type of economic base set up, then we'd be in a position to make those type of decisions. That's all. But I feel you.
In the chat, the House Ready podcast says exactly, let them destroy each other, but not about choosing allies. It's about seeing the writing on the wall and plotting your next move. 3 steps ahead. Chess. You guys could check out the rest of the comments in the chat. I'm going to move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. Very good discussion. I'm sure that discussion alone could have gone 4 or 5 hours, but we do have to move on to the next prompt, which is skeptical. Skeptical of what? This came with a link. Let's check out the link. Looks like an article. China waived debt for 17 African countries to argue against Western bullying. I'm going to read some of the article at least. So this is an image of China's leader and some African leaders. China, Africa's largest bilateral lender, waived debt owed by 17 countries in the continent for 23 interest-free loans that were due in 2021. The context of the latest relief reinforces China's intention for Africa to consider the Asian power its preferred long-term development partner, especially in the quote in the face of the various forms of hegemonic and bullying practices. Someone's mic is open. Please mute that. That may have been a reference to the recent contentious visit by U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. The relief was announced on August 18th in an address to Chinese and African diplomats at a follow-up meeting on the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation that was held last November in Senegal. At the forum last year, China reduced its pledge to Africa by 33% in an apparent show of concern for Africa's indebtedness to it and against the backdrop of slowing Chinese economic growth. So you're trying to show some African benevolence here. Specifics of the announced relief are not known as the beneficiaries and amount were not disclosed. China canceled debt due to interest-free loans worth $113.8 million that matured in 2020 for 15 African countries, including Botswana, Burundi, Rwanda, Cameroon, the DRC, and Mozambique. China appreciates the firm commitment of African countries to the One China principle and your strong support for China's efforts to safeguard sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. I'm not going to continue reading the rest of that article. Like I tell you, I try not to do too much reading on Shoot the Breeze. But skeptical. From what you guys have heard in that article that was read, we kind of get the gist of it. In the article that was read, are you skeptical as well? Let's start with Tanzan.
Yeah, I'm skeptical, but one should always be in any business arrangement. You're not just going to, take the first, paper. Even if it's followed, they should really read the fine print as with everything. So, if it's honest, that's all well and great, but I really doubt the intentions because they're more reacting not to because the Africans have asked them or from some goodness of their hearts, but they're simply doing that. It's like the same trick thing that the Russians were doing earlier. Look, we're better than those people because those people are worse than, are worse for some reason. So it's not so much they're doing it for Africans. It's more like a thumb in the face of the West. But if we benefit from that, if it's taking advantage, like they were saying with the playing the devil's advocates, and it's a bargaining term and a leverage, then let's take advantage of it. And in the future, let's see if we can create those kinds of reactions instead of just waiting to say, sitting back and waiting for this person to do this and the next one to react and so forth. So if we know that the West is eyeing China's moves, then we should prod the way China towards doing moves that the West might not appreciate, and then go back to the West and say, hey, China is willing to give us this and that, well, we want this. So that's the only way I would look at it. But in terms of whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, I think even if they're doing that, they're doing it for PR reasons, and maybe they'll turn around in the future and slide in the old contract or a new worse one. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Tan. Yeah, Harsh Reality Podcast in the chat gets it. Appleton and reading don't mix. I feel you, bit of medicine. Yeah, it's too much. It's too much. With that said, let me go to Real Black Gentleman. What say you?
I want to talk, but I kind of want to wait. Let me wait till a couple other people speak because I want to say something at the end. I just do if you don't mind.
No problem. No problem. Let me go to Kevin Carre on this one.
Yeah, I don't trust anything the Chinese do. As I said, they have a bad history of saying one thing and doing another. And to me, I have a theory that those 17 African countries are already owned by China anyway. But if you look, as I said again, if you look what's going on in China right now, they're going through a zero COVID policy, which means if you get like a red notice on your phone, you can't travel, you can't fly, you got to stay in your house. You're seeing people protesting. They can't protest against the government directly, but they can protest against the banks. A lot of people are not paying their mortgage because they all got scammed out. What they did was they paid for something to be done. They're supposed to build these big apartment buildings, but nothing got done, and a lot of those people fled the country with all the money. So I guess what this could be is like a lot of Chinese want an out, saying, hey, we'll cancel your loan, but as Tanjan said, you gotta look at the fine details. Yeah, we cancel your loan, but you must take in a lot of our people. But as I say, I'll pass the mic here.
Yeah, Jay in the chat said the white system of governance seems to be the psychological system of blacks worldwide. Jay, expand on that a little bit. Jay, you're muted.
Unmute. Expand on it. Later on, I say these topics fall in place today like a chain.
Yes.
So why are we skeptical? Why don't we react like Eddie Murphy? I got an ice cream. Yeah. So to fuck with the minds in the West and stop the West. Letting the West fucking with our minds and be skeptical to this thing. Why not grab it as a stick and throw the stick at the West? Yeah. You World Bank motherfuckers, we're still paying your debts
from 30% interest, right? Where blacks don't speak of that anymore. It's been over 2 decades that blacks speak about the ludicrous debt to the World Bank and the trap that IMF is. We don't speak about that anymore. Zeddy has told us to speak about the colonist China. Since when is China a colonist? But anyway, we do not pick this up as a stick to throw at the West. Like, hey, you want our favor? Well, look at this. What do you have? The Chinese has waived debts from 17 countries. What do you have? And that's how we should deal with them. This is a chance to play them to play them against each other. Okay, China has waived the debts. What's the World Bank going to do? Are you going to lower something? Are you going to make what type of favors do you motherfuckers have for us? That's how we should react. But now we're going to be skeptical because Zeddy has told us who our enemy is. We have no friends. They are all our enemy. Thank you.
Let me hear from Mr. Untouchable next.
I tend to agree with Jay on this specific point. I am optimistic, and I rather give my brothers in Africa the benefit of the doubt. And here's why I say that. I think that when we look at the relationship between China and Africa, we don't look at the 400-year or 500-year or 1,000-year relationship between Europe and Africa. And it's like the Africans have not learned from that imperialistic relationship. Therefore, they just decided to couple themselves with another imperialist power without thinking, well, hey, we're going to put ourselves in the same quagmire with this group as we was in with the other group. It's almost like the Africans themselves don't have the ability to think independently, and they don't have the ability to play chess as well. And I think that is on our part. I think I would poo-poo that because I believe that the African leaders, and they are thinkers, big thinkers in Africa, and they understand what their situation was, and they have the ability to play chess as well. Also, let me say this. Who determines who we should have as our so-called business partners? Should we only have relationships with Europe as business partners? Or when we have relationship with others outside of Europe, now it becomes an issue. What if we have relationship with Indian partners? What could they do for Africa and African continent? Independent men decide who they would like to have relationship with as far as their own personal and best interests as well. Their enemies could say, well, look what you're all doing over there. Oh, the Chinese controlling you. This is what they said about the Caribbean too, by the way. The Chinese controlling our ports and all these other things. They may manage it, but they don't control it. The Port Authority controls the ports in the Caribbean. You know what I mean? But I think that sometimes we have the idea of just because we have other relationships outside of the European powers, we tend to believe the media, because the media promotes this kind of thing, because the Western powers are angry and mad because they want complete control over who we do business with. And then when we decide independently of them to do business with others, they get mad and start writing up these nonsensical things as if they don't have relationships with other people as well. In fact, the last president of the United States in Trump Towers had the Bank of China inside of it. The Bank of China. So when we decide to have relationships with people outside of Europeans, now it becomes a so-called an issue. Give me a break. I give the brothers on the continent a benefit of the doubt. I think that they are very intelligent enough to know where they have come from and to learn from their mistakes. What may be seemingly, apparently, may be an unequal relationship, and it is because China has more money. But at the end of the day, the mind controls. And And if African leaders or people within Africa has the ability to play geopolitical chess, they're gonna do us in their best interest as well as anyone else.
Thank
And
you,
I know,
brother.
and I
If I may add, when you're finished.
last sentence, brother. And I understand. I know that it seems on the face of it, it seems like an unequal relationship. But I would only say to give the brothers the benefit of the doubt, and the fact that they can play chess as well. I'll leave it there.
What I wanted to add to that is I don't trust them, and that's where we that's where we play our role. Us in the diaspora, we need to stop being the mouthpiece of the West. When we are media now. We are media now, and these leaders, these African countries have information. How do you call it? Intelligence. They have intelligence. They listen to what's happening in the diaspora. These leaders have ears and they have feelings, right? And we in the diaspora with our big mouths. With our big mouths on social media, we are influencing. We can influence them if we start to do what happened 100 years ago in Marcus Garvey days. That 6 million people were talking in confidence about freedom, right? So if 6 million people of the many million Africans in the diaspora, if 6 million people speak like you just did, Mr. Untouchable, if 6 million people speak like that, speak like me, playing each other out, mentioning that we should use this case, we should use what China does towards the World Banks, like, hey, World Bank, what do you have? Right? And in that way, we can inspire these leaders. I do not trust them. I do not trust you guys. I do not trust my brother. I do not trust us, because we have this white voice in our head. Me too. It sounds like I am convinced, and all this and that. And these last three topics. But I'm afraid, because I'm alone. I start to speak about using our own minds in religion. And pushing back religion to science, where us Africans had it, right? And I'm laughed at, right? So I'm also here watching my threads, walking on eggshells, and this walking on eggshells. Another black person is going to hear it, and he's going to be afraid also. So when we are able to speak free from White Zaddy's narrative, then we can think free of White Daddy's narrative, and then we have our African minds back. And with our African minds back, we can construct an African narrative.
I appreciate that, Jay. Oni, you get the last word. You're muted if you're speaking.
Hey, may I speak?
Oh yeah. Let's hear from Oni first, and then Real Black Gentleman.
All right, yeah. So yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's what I'm saying about our situation as black people is that one thing I think white people will pick up on is that you can't satisfy. Like black people are never gonna be satisfied. This whole waive our debt is pretty much what so many black people have been saying for I want to say now decades. There are whole organizations of black people saying waive our debt. If you really serious, waive our debt. If China really had a car, it would waive our debt. Whatever. And then finally China does it. And then black folk are like, well, I don't know, how sincere are you? I don't like sometimes I sit down and I just, and I hear black folks speaking or talking or doing anything. And I'm like, I don't know what we want. I really don't even know. And, I like to think I read, I like to think I've read a few books, and I'm just like, I don't know if a white person probably has no idea, because realistically you'd say this is exactly what you would want, and like even with this whole, it's like this guy Biden just waived $10,000 of student loan debt, something that people like, you've never seen that before in, as long as you've been in America, you've never seen a president waive any sort of school debt whatsoever. A lot of us took these school debts completely understanding that it was like the one debt that was never going to get waived whatsoever. And then, it's like, he's like, okay, here's 10 grand. And most of us are like, man, it should have been more or something. I don't know. It's just like, what do you want? Like, what do we want? Do we want our debt waived, or do we not want? Now, obviously, who benefits from the wave being debt? How the debt being waived, probably the same people who screwed up with the debt. Who cares? The point is that I don't even know what we want, as far as like whether should we be skeptical. I think the whole idea that China would not be self-interested just doesn't even make any sense. Of course China's going to be self-interested. Like, if you're going to be on this planet, you have to adjust your life so that you are self-interested. You cannot live on this planet like I mean, there's a lot of us who do, who are like, hey, let's be selfless or something like that. But most people who have, dignity or whatever, right? You can't go about this world not having self-interest. So does China have self-interest in trying to in doing something for these African countries? Of course. It would be stupid if it didn't. Does America have its self-interest when it's doing? Yeah, of course, all the time. And I mean, I think a lot of the conversation was, leveraging one country against the other. Yeah, you leverage the countries based off of their self-interest. You leverage their self-interest for whatever, but you should also have a self-interest too. And as far as, this quote unquote debt is concerned, I think it's in your self-interest to waive your debt, to have your debt waived, and then like, as far as that, and that's what it is. Like, China wants something from it. Of course China does. That's money they gave you that they no longer have, and they're no longer going to get back, so yeah, they have some sort of self-interest. So then, it's up to you whether you want to listen, whether you don't want to listen. But, as far as I'm concerned, it's like, what do we want? What do we want? This sounds like a good story. You know what I mean? Like, is it like, it sounds like a good story. But anyway, yeah, I might have to head out too, but I'll listen for the end of this this prompt.
I appreciate that, Oni. Real black gentleman, you've heard what others had to say. What say you now?
I'm gonna be brief. I just know that China is a very, very old country. You know what I'm saying? And it's it's taking its L's because all those has a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? It's just not as developed. I mean, Japan, really laid it on Japan, even though Japan at that point was basically like a fifth as big as China. My concern is that China has learned from the white man and is not trying to do to Africa what the white man has done to Africa. But in a way, I'm afraid that it's trying to preempt Africa from being as powerful as Africa can be. Because I mean, a unified Africa would blow China out of the water. You understand what I'm saying? To me, the whole like one China thing is like, for me, it's like, I don't care about Taiwan, but what China is naturally doing is saturating the ethos with it. Like, it's our Taiwan. Look, I mean, the old nationalists in China fled to Taiwan after the communists took over. And, that's just its own intermediate beef. It's just, its own political. I mean, the nationalists they were the old landlord class, the old money-making class in China. You know what I'm saying? So, like, my whole thing is, like, I see what's going on in various African countries because naturally I see Africa, maybe naturally not as an African might see it because you're in the middle of all the nations in Africa. Seeing it from the outside, I can see West and East. I can see influences West and East and North and South. When I sit here and see China in so many countries having its influences and having these debt issues, naturally the politicians, the leaders are not going to blow that out there and say it to everyone. But what's happening is that China can see how it's working in Africa, but Africans cannot seem to see it. There was a whole issue in Sierra Leone where one of the Chinese contractors had a fight with one of the African like contractors, and the Chinese man was like, "I will fight you to the death," and like almost impaled the African dude with like a piece of steel, and then the African comes back and kicks him down. Look, I'm not too keen on China. I mean, I don't want to sit here and like play the one against the other. I don't want to play that game. I just want it to be known that, like, look, don't play us, China. Don't try to play us and try to play that we don't know what's going on in other countries. Because as much as I want to believe that African leaders have African people's best faith at heart, I kind of don't. And that's all. That's all.
Does anyone want to add any last words?
Well, I guess let me look at these comments. So I think Trigger Happy wrote, maybe conflating two different groups, though. One group might be satisfied with this and because it is a victory. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. And the other group, like on the panel, obviously have a different political outlook. Yeah, but that's what I mean, though. It's like, realistically, some people organize for this outcome and it happened. Like, that's the real world. You know, if you organize for an outcome, it will happen. But the question becomes, you know, what outcome, you know, are we organizing for with China? You know what I mean? Because if China's organizing for an outcome and there's a group of African people who are organizing for an outcome, then this is the result. You know, this is the result of organization. And, you know, just if you sit on the sidelines, you know, then the game is going to happen in front of you. That's just everything that you know. You know, if I don't participate in the NBA championship, then, you know, I can't, you know, LeBron James is going to make a dunk. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You know, and that's it. LeBron James is going to make a dunk. That's all I'm seeing. LeBron James dunks. You know what I'm saying? Hajjali says, we are not the majority of the student loan debt. This was whitey people helping whitey people, but I agree it's fruitless to give black people anything in America. Any handout will be enough. Catch 22. Well, I'll just say this. I'm going to get my 10K. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get my 10K, but I feel you. The self-interest may be economical warfare, so on and so forth. Trigger Happy says, China doing it because the whole Taiwan situation. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if that's what China wants for me to get, you know, what was it? How much $1 million? Then like, I don't even see anything wrong with African people saying, you know what? Because I mean, I don't really know much about Taiwan. I just heard Real Black Gentleman say, it's the bourgeoisie that fled or what have you, if you will. I don't give a shit about them. You know, I don't even, like, if China wants to unite its country, and in order to do that, it needs some sort of help within the UN for, you know, against the America, knowing that China is, and I want to say this, that's something that we're not even speaking about, but China is the largest or the second largest or the second biggest population on the planet. You know, most human beings, if you want to call other people human beings, most human beings are Chinese or Indian. You know, and then what happens is that we're kind of like, America has this agenda, and it seems like there's no question that this little tiny, like relatively tiny, you know, America's like 300 million, whatever, or this relatively tiny population is just running shit in your country, in your countries, and then somebody else comes along and says, you know what, this motherfucker shouldn't be running the planet, right? And instead of us saying, you know what, yeah, this motherfucker shouldn't be running the planet, right? We're kind of like, but you know, I mean, is he that bad? Like, yeah, he's that bad. Like, I thought we all understood America was, you know, the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we figured that out, and it's like, you know, whether or not. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know. Like, if we're looking at China's agenda as being Taiwan, right? Then what's that got to do with us? You know? It's like free money to free Taiwan. Okay, you know, I'm not stressing that. I'll just go a little quicker. I think the concern for the panel is largely about the skepticism of China being an inherent political ally, which is often betrayed by others. And I mean, again, we have no allies. You know what I mean? Explain. I see them pull away out of Africa, out of European hands in war with Europe, but I missed the Taiwan collection. So I don't think anyone is complaining about the debt. This is good. People are just calling into question what China is to Africa. So I don't know what the point of unsatisfaction was brought up. I mean, then so on and so forth. anticipate. Yeah, I mean, again, like I mean, that's what I'm saying. The story at hand is China waived debt for 17 African countries, and then the comment is whether we're skeptical. And if it is about Taiwan, if that's all it's really about, I don't even get why the conversation is going into whether they're trying to colonize, where they kicking your ass or whatever. The reality is, if it's just about Taiwan, if that's all fucking China's asking for, right? Or if China's saying, hey, look, we need to unite against this fucking America that's been enslaving people for the last 400 fucking years, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like kicking everybody's ass for the last 400 years. Like, if it's saying, hey, the time is to stand up against these motherfuckers, then like my thing is that, like, yeah, I mean, what is the alternatives? Stand on the sideline, and then
Can I mention something too? What it was said earlier. I remember it was years ago. Remember, China built the African Union building, but they bugged it. That's what I'm worried about, that Trojan horse.
Of course, why? Because they gave it for free. I don't. What my thing is that, like, yeah, I mean, what? Of course, they gave the freaking building for free. You don't want them to bug it? Like what? Like, my thing is, why would you get into? Like, why would you get? Like, why didn't you build your own building? Like that's the problem with us as a people. It's like we want free shit with no strings attached. It don't make no sense. It's like we want this debt to be waived with no strings attached. For what? Why do you want everything with no strings attached? If they're gonna build a millions of dollars building, of course they're gonna bug that shit. Like I'm not gonna give, like, I don't give nobody nothing for free. You know what I mean? Like I don't do that. I mean, I'm not saying I charge everybody, but like, for real though, like you got the China's like probably one of the more sophisticated nations on the planet. You know what I mean? And just the idea that they're just gonna like you there asking them, hey, can you build me a building? And we gonna have, like, what? Like none of it even made any sense. Of course they gonna bug the building. Like the trouble is, why were you getting, like, why do you want handouts? These are full functioning governments. This is what, the AU or something. This was a organization, old, ancient, all that kind of stuff. Instead of us doing and building for ourselves, we're just looking for handouts, and we're never going to advance like that. And here's the thing. It's like, like I said, right now we exist in a planet that we call is unipolar. Like they have one power centered around the United States. These Chinese and these Russians are talking about at least a multipolar world. Maybe you're not going to get up, but the reason why you probably not going to get up anytime soon is because we still looking for free shit. We still looking for free shit. Nobody else is looking for free shit. England is not saying, I mean, when the only time that people was building stuff for free was when they enslaved other people. But if you was not enslaved in China, of course they're gonna bug your shit. Why? Like, what? I'm not even gonna hold it against them for doing that.
Okay, so these are the people we're supposed to trust. That's all we're saying, that you're supposed to be skeptical, because if somebody, and also skeptical about the African leadership, because as you can see, they are accepting things for free. And if they're accepting it for free, what makes you think that they're going through the contracts and, even the loan forgiveness? China did not forgive the loans because Africans kept asking. They gave the loans as a chess move. This had nothing to do with us. And that's why I mistrust, even these leaders who are accepting the waiving of the loan. And with the 10,000K is nothing to somebody who has loans. That's just the interest. That's only going for the interest. And if you don't pay the principal, the interest is still going to go up. So it's a very paltry, move, which only, it's only a salve to the bigger, gash. But in any case, I'm not saying that, being forgiven alone is a bad thing. All I'm saying is that it's not, the point of it was not that Africans played a chess move and got, the loans forgiven. They're merely pawns in the game between the West and China. And instead of being, playing the two, they're being played by the two of them. And so far, the leadership does not seem like they're making moves that have effect. They're simply, reacting or just sitting back and waiting for one side to react.
Yes.
Well,
this news.
Oh, that's what I want to say about that. Is that, the world is changing, right? And unfortunately, the change makers, we're not the change makers, unfortunately. Again, and the way how and one of the best books you could read particularly if you want to know about African Americans, is Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson. But he's telling you, look, if you were not fighting during the revolution, if you were not useful before revolution, after the revolution, you still not going to be in a good position. And the trouble is this guy in China, right? The leaders in China and the leader in Russia, they are fighting the West. Okay, everybody, all this talk about, oh, we don't like the West, we don't like this white man, all this stuff. These people are fighting them, right? And they're saying, hey, look, you are like, where you gonna be when it happens? Because the thing is this, I want to tell y'all the truth. This already played out before. There was the Bandung conference. Already played out before where China and them were like, hey, look, we're gonna fight this Western power, we're gonna fight the white man, and we're gonna try to be free. And we want everybody to come through and liberate ourselves. And a lot of people went with it, and a lot of people didn't. And the people who didn't, they still under this colonization, and they sitting down waiting. What are you waiting for? Like, what are we waiting for? You got you know. They said what some people. You tell somebody you Jamaican. Let me say this. You tell somebody you Jamaican, they say, oh, Jamaica just got out of the Queen, like just got out from under the Queen. Yeah, because we still waiting. What are we waiting for? We waiting for the Queen to what? You guys are free now. What are you waiting for?
I don't see. I personally.
Oh,
don't
by
see,
the way, that old piece of garbage is about to croak anyway. So make sure you die and burn in hell.
Yeah, her son gonna take over or some shit, right?
I personally don't.
Burn in hell too.
I personally don't see any black people from the West coming to the aid and assistance of African countries. And the black people in the West has technocrats, they have contractors, everything that Africa is trying to do to not only go into the industrial age, but to go into the information age. We sit at the shoreline and watch and be very critical of Africans on the continent, trying to establish relationships with others where we are not willing to do it ourselves, because we have the information, technology, and even resources in terms of money to assist Africa and even benefit ourselves in doing so here in the West. But we neglect to do it. But we are very critical of when there is a void, and African leaders try to fill that void by establishing relationships with others, since we are unwilling to do it. That's one. Two, when we say that Africa or America controls the world, the small country in North America, let's not forget that England controls the world as well. And England is much smaller than America. And the reason why England controls the world is not because England was so powerful. They did it through a complicit agreement with people from all around the world who wanted to have this air of colonialism, and we want to be a part of the British colony and the crown, and we are subjects and all that nonsense. There are people in India and Africa and all over the world who would have fight for that notion of being this type of person. So this is the reason why we come to this point. But I would say that I hesitate on pulling the trigger on people who are trying to find alternative means of trying to get toward this idea of freedom, because I have not gone to the continent to give my brain power, my mind power, my life force into trying to improve the conditions of my mother continent. And I think that all of us should have the same posture, but we don't. When you talk about African countries, you should include yourself in that, because you are a part of that just as much so as the African on the continent. You believe that you're different because you hold a passport that says American, and I disagree with that. You know what I mean? And I think that it's not necessarily only Africans on the continent who are tasked with the responsibility of making Africa, the continent of Africa, a competitive superpower, but it's also the children of Africa as well. And I think that sometimes in our dialogue, we forget that fact. You know what I mean? So I understand, it looks bad, but I would just say that we also have a social, political, and economic responsibility to our mother country, just like the continental Africans. If you want Africa or to see Africa great, you can't just criticize from the the armchair and say how all the shit was going wrong, and you ain't throw a rock, stone, or nail a hammer yet. And that's what I believe on that particular perspective.
You know, this panel, this news about these 17 countries, to me, it came via the Lusophone world. And I believe it was Brazil, because they were joking. They were in this tone, and Brazil is part of BRICS, right? So the news, the item that I got in front of me on my timeline was speaking like annoying the West, right? Just like how I am speaking now, like yeah, you know. So I don't believe it was Portuguese, because Portugal is, of course, in the EU, and they are on the other side of BRICS. But so that's why I believe the article that I saw was Brazilian, and they were speaking of China annoying the West by doing this.
All right, I think we could. I think that was a good discussion, but for time's sake, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight says thoughts. This came with a link. The link takes us to Twitter, and it's to Soledad O'Brien's Twitter page. She says, think about the traumatized kids in the car. Name the officer. Where does he go next for a job? What are the consequences for him? So this goes to a tweet that I guess is not there anymore. Yeah, so that's something to learn from. You have to screenshot these things sometimes when you post, because folks will delete the tweet, and that's it. So now I don't know.
I could probably guess. I think this might have been the one where the girl was dry, like she was pulled over at night, and then I guess the officer like held a gun on her, and she had like a family in her car or something like that.
Proper term is pig.
Is it a pig? Overseer. But you see that one, Coco, or
no? I didn't see that one.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably not gonna work then.
No, I didn't see that one at all.
Maybe I'll look up and see if I can find it. Hold on a second.
Yeah, if only could repost it, I guess. We could discuss it, but yeah, for some reason that's gone from there, and I don't know the story personally. So let's see if Oni can conjure it up in the next few minutes. Does anyone else have information on this story from the panel?
Did they say it's the one that the lady was being handcuffed in the car? She's a pregnant lady with the kids in the car.
Is that the story, Oni?
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Okay.
All right, Tan.
Yeah, I only saw a brief bit of it, and basically it was just the same old story. She was in the car and she was letting the officer know that she was pregnant and there's children in the car and they're crying out, and the officer still handcuff her in front of the children. And so you could hear their cries in the car, and it was very like she said, it was very traumatic for the children. I'm not sure if her husband was there or not. Only can maybe has information. The only part I saw was.
I think I put a link in the general chat.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. I mean, I saw the original video I saw was like two different screens. Like, I guess the officer's camera and her camera, but this one's the camera of her kid, I guess. Oh no, they have another one. They have two videos.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the one I saw, she was standing up and the officer had her handcuffed with her hands behind her back, and the children were inside. So I don't know how it all transpired before or after that. So yeah, but
do you see it, Coco?
Can you paste that into the private chat here? I can't grab it from inside YouTube. You put it, yeah, okay. So now we grab it. We post it for you guys to see. Okay, so this is the video. Let me put the sound on so you guys can hear it.
The reason why I did not stop is because I'm in the middle. Sir, I have my 3 kids. I have my. Sir, I have my 3 kids. I have my 3 kids in the car. Okay? And the reason why I did not stop is because I'm in the middle of nowhere. My husband tell me not.
The video beneath is good too.
He told her to step out. Now she can't answer the phone. Yes, sir. He told her to step out the vehicle. And she was just. She didn't say anything. He just got mad at her. Raya, stop crying. Raya. He just put the handcuffs on her dad, and she didn't do Mommy. Dad said stop crying, Raya.
I'm sorry, man. This is just it's just irritating. This is
Hold up. Wait, go yeah, scroll down right there. This is one.
I ain't worried. I got my gun on you. We're all good here. You make any movement, that'll be your last mistake you're gonna make. I ain't worried. I got my gun on you. We're all good here. Step out. Okay. Go ahead. Take it off. Take it off. Try something. Step out. Who else is in the vehicle?
I have my 3 kids in the car.
Okay.
And the reason why I did not stop is because I'm in the middle of nowhere and my husband tell me not.
Your excuse means nothing to me right now. I don't want to hear it. That good. Good. Cool. Awesome. You want to turn around for me? Yeah, awesome. All right.
My 17-year-old,
Okay.
and my 1-year-old.
Cool.
I've never been pulled over.
You don't know how traffic stop works? You don't know that a vehicle's behind you with license signs for a mile. You're not going to move over?
Are you lying?
Stop.
I'm pregnant, sir. I'm 4 months pregnant.
Okay.
I was only not because it's dark out, and I have 3 kids with me. I'm pregnant, and I did not want them to feel uncomfortable.
Cool.
That's why I put my hazard lights on.
And then all that is shady. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now.
I'm just telling you why.
I don't care about why. Just shut up.
Yes, sir.
About the why.
Yes, sir.
Don't care about the why.
Oh man, yeah, that's rough. That's rough. With that said, what are your thoughts on that, Mr. Untouchable?
Cool. I mean, I really have no thoughts on this. This for me, this is just more of the same. You know, America is what it is. You know, all of us know what it is, and you know, I don't know if my brothers and sisters in America are gonna fight to change the conditions, or are gonna just try to cope with the situation that they are in. It's unfortunate. I hate to see it. But for me, I really don't have much words on it. You know, maybe someone else could contribute more than I can on this particular topic.
Thank you for that. Jay, what say you? Jay, you're muted if you're speaking.
Yes. Death do us part. Blood.
Okay.
I'm emotional. I'm mad. I'm sorry.
Let's get Oni before he has to leave. Oni, what say you?
Oh yeah. Well, I was reading the comments. Apparently, you know, a lot of people were saying that what she did was correct. They said that like if you hear sirens in the middle of nowhere, you're supposed to drive to a lighted area with your hazard lights on, you know, just so that you don't stop. You know, like just because there's fake people who impersonate police and then they like attack women or whatever. So a lot of people in the comments were like, "Yeah, she's supposed to do that. Like that's the advice that you get." Now I don't know what the context was for her being pulled over. I think Revolutionary Matron says that she later says that it was her fault and she should have been speeding. You know, so I don't know. You know, you saw the little girl crying. She was fearful that her mother was gonna get killed on the streets. But that's the thing about, you know, real life. You know, that's the thing about this situation that we're in is that, you know, you're in a situation where, you know, you could be doing everything right, you know, or maybe you could have done something minorly wrong, whatever, right? They will kill you on the fucking streets.
Mm-hmm.
You'll fear for your life. And when they're talking to you like you're a piece of shit, you know, I don't care. I don't care what you're saying, right? You did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know? And I mean, not to say that, you know, that's not going to happen anywhere else. You know, obviously it would, you know, somebody comes with a, you know, what have you, whatever sort of weaponry, you know, with a tank and they tell you to say something. You're like, yes, sir. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, this is like, again, like this is peacetime, you know, this is the way of the world where little girls, you know, he could have easily killed them all. Killed the mother, and all them kids become, well, no, I guess they dad gonna have to pick him up wherever they say that he got to pick him up. You know, that's what we're in, and you know, but you know, it is, you know, that's it. You know, fortunately, you know, she survived the encounter, but that's where we are as a people, where we are concerned about people being surviving over, you know, traffic stops. You know, that's where we are. But that's all I was gonna say. All I can say is I probably have to step out for a second, but it's been real, you know, and appreciate everybody for being here and everybody allowing me to speak.
I guess you have your show at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, of course. You know, I got this low key early show, so but yeah, I appreciate it. You know, I might talk about some of these, you know, at least the cotton section, the cotton one.
Right.
I'll try to talk about some stuff. So all right, we'll talk to you guys.
All right, be good.
But question: how hard is it to ambush police?
Not hard. Hey, there's a video of it was in New Mexico, and I love that. I watched that video over and over and over again. About 2 years ago, the state police pulled over. It was a Hispanic cop. He pulled over another white Hispanic, and he was talking all night. In the seat right next to the guy he pulled over was a AR-15 or whatever gun it was. I'm not good with guns. He was talking very nice. He's like, "Hey, sir, can I have the gun for my safety? You know, I'm going to come run back and take the gun from you." The guy comes out of his car, pumps that pig full of blood. Pig was still alive, pumps 3 bullets right in his head. I loved it. That's the way we got to start talking. I loved it. I loved when the guy in Dallas took off those 5 fucking pigs. I loved it. I love like going back to the 80s, Larry Davis that took out those pigs from the 44th precinct. I loved it. That's why we got to start talking with these pigs. We got to stop with this bullshit about protesting and doing. No, this is what needs to be done. We need to defend ourselves from these pigs. That's all they are, white supremacists. That's all they are.
Like this dude, this particular one. You know, it doesn't. You know, yes, it can be as an answer any cop, right? But targeted this cop. Is it impossible to ambush him and his partner, whoever is with him that moment, his wife, his children? Is it hard to do that? You know, us in Europe have an impression that everyone in the United States have a weapon. You know, is it that hard? You know, okay, we can't expect it from street dudes because they are too busy shooting each other. But can you know? I don't know, man. Can I come over and ambush cops?
Jay, are you
Somebody calls.
You might
Somebody
have to
calls.
go take this offline, but
yeah.
Somebody calls the cops. Hey, oh, help! There's a I don't know. My cat is stuck in a tree or whatever. To have them come and just shoot him. Is that impossible?
Hey, Jay, I know you've heard of the Hungarian Revolution. I think in the 50s, right?
No.
All right. So the people rose up against that oppressive regime, but the people they went after the most were those cops. The guy that was filming it, he had to cut that part out. It was so graphic what they did to those police.
When was it?
Look up the Hungarian Revolution. I think 1958, somewhere around that. It's been so long since I studied that.
Okay, Soviet stuff.
Yeah, they mutilated those cops. They mutilated them. They were so angry from all them years of what they were doing, and
Yeah.
a lot of my predictions always came true. I said, if this keeps happening more over it, yeah, it was black people that was getting beat up. No one cared, but now it's something spilled into their society. Look at the other day when Trump's servants went after the FBI. People are getting. I'm not saying I would do that, but look what's going on now. People remember after 9/11 how these people were treated as heroes.
Right.
Now look how 21 years have gone by. They're turned into the villains of the world now. No one likes these police. No one loves them. Look at the police union. Every time they put up a tweet, people are always just going in on them. Like their Instagram account, they disabled commenting. That's how bad the PR is with these police. No one likes them. And I'm going to predict more that you're going to start seeing people start taking more pot shots at them. There was this incident where a black man actually, I think in Ohio, went in. Didn't make the news. If you're looking for an obscure article, it's there. But he went into a police station and started shooting at these people. He got tired of it. And you're gonna start seeing more of that.
You know places where there ain't no cameras, where it's kind of dark, and you call the police. Oh, hey, in this and this street, I heard. Don't say I heard gunshots because then they come prepared, right? But whatever, there's someone suspicious or whatever, There's someone standing there suspicious for over half an hour. Can you please come and check him out? I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't have to be dangerous. He's just standing there. But please, I'm feeling uncomfortable. Could you come and look?
Right. Yeah. We get that. Yeah, we get that, Jay. We don't want to be putting too much on the net, but yeah, we get where you're coming from.
But what the problem too, Jay, is when, the problem is like you're gonna make the block hot for a couple of weeks when you do that. But as I said, down the road, people are getting tired of these people. They're getting really tired, and you're gonna start seeing more and more police retire because they're gonna get fearful of their life of going out. Like, no, they don't trust anyone anymore. They're gonna be thinking, I might get shot today, I might get killed. It's getting to that point now. People are tired of law enforcement. They're not really enforcing any goddamn law. Only thing they do is collect taxes. Like there are certain places in Oklahoma, you drive through there, they'll pull you over. They're not looking for a crime. They're looking for money. They're looking to rob you. That's what these cops do. They call it trolling for profit. They'll ask you, "Oh, do you have any money in your car?" They'll bring, if you say you know your rights, commit to a search. They'll bring a police dog and say, "Oh, we found drugs. We can search your car. And if they find any money, they can take it from you. And the burden of proof is on you." This is a corrupt system. This is a goddamn corrupt system. That's why it's failing right now.
Let's move on and shoot the breeze. Topic number 7 tonight. Shoot the breeze. Topic number 7 is black firefighter in Rochester, New York, who filed a discrimination lawsuit. So this was trending. It was like the second time this has trended, actually. Let me share this with you guys. So this takes us to an article. So that's a picture. So the article is titled Rochester Firefighter Says Captain Took Him to Racist Party Marking Juneteenth. A captain in the Rochester Fire Department took a black firefighter and others to a racist event in an East Avenue mansion in the middle of a shift this summer, where attendees ate fried chicken and drank cognac, according to a notice of claim filed today. The black firefighter, 14-year veteran Gerard Jones, is on leave from RFD because of emotional distress and fear of retaliation. He said the event, a faux Juneteenth party at 9,800 square foot mansion, with attendees drinking cognac and yelling lewd remarks at a burlesque dancer dressed up as Monroe County Legislator Rachel Barnhart, reminded him of the movie Get Out, in which wealthy white people stage seemingly genteel events to harvest black people's bodies. Jones also alleges he saw a high-ranking Rochester police officer at the party, but did not know his name. Attending an explicitly racist event such as the one described in the complaint would violate RPD and RFD ethical standards. RPD said an internal investigation. So in a way, so this is the black guy here, the firefighter, at a press conference. Jones filed a notice of claim only after he said RFD took no action in response to his internal complaint. It seeks $4 million in damages from the city. Quote, "It cut me very deeply. I'm sorry I even have to be here today," Jones said Thursday at a press conference in front of City Hall. "But as terribly as I'm feeling, I'm glad it happened to me and not someone who could be easily intimidated." So this brings us to a section of racist symbols, fried chicken, and photos of politicians on stakes. According to the complaint, Jones supervisor Captain Jeffrey Criery took him and two other junior firefighters to the party at 1286 East Avenue, a 98,000 square foot mansion just east of Culver Road. The owners Nicholas Nicosia and Mary Zindarsik were named in the notice of claim as hosts. There was no answer to the door this morning. Sorry. So yeah, so that's one of the. I'm not going to continue, but because you guys get the idea, that's one of the links that was associated with this prompt. The other was this one. Give me a second to grab it. So this is the other link that came with this prompt. Takes us to a tweet that says, "Here's a follow-up to the black firefighter in Rochester, New York, who filed a discrimination lawsuit after attending a party marking Juneteenth with KFC buckets. The host couple turned on the white tears and quote-unquote cancel culture can be cruel. But watch what is discovered at the end." So let's watch this short video here.
Mary and Dr. Nicholas Nicosia walked into a hotel conference room with their attorney.
Morning.
Mary and Dr. Nicholas Nicosia walked into a hotel conference room with their attorney. 2 weeks ago, they were named in a lawsuit by firefighter Jared Jones, who says he was compelled to go to the party by his captain. The lawsuit alleges the party mocked the Juneteenth holiday and included racist tropes like fried chicken.
The allegations of this narrative have caused my family almost unbearable pain.
Our children are being attacked on social media. Cancer culture can be cruel. It took me 32 years to build my reputation, in less than 2 hours to destroy it.
Here is the entrance to the backyard.
Attorney Corey Hogan showed photos of the Nicosia house.
And you will see that this event was a political event. There is absolutely no racism anywhere.
But the photos of Donald Trump and tables, a Juneteenth poster, and cornhole game were actually staged last week to depict what the party looked like.
It was recreated.
I asked the clients to set it up so that I have an accurate understanding of what was where.
Mr. Hogan, can you share actual pictures of the party?
I don't have any. I don't know that there were any. I will find out.
Mary, were there pictures, actual pictures of the party?
I didn't take any pictures.
What I had to experience a month ago, it cut me very deeply.
That's firefighter Jared Jones. His lawsuit says being forced to go to the party at the Nicosia home created a hostile work environment and discriminated against him.
I challenge you, the press, look into their backgrounds. Find anything they've done in their lives, their 50 plus years lives, that's racist.
We didn't have to wait long or go very far to accept that challenge because 25 minutes after it was made, Mary Nicosia admitted she's the owner of an anonymous Twitter account that she and the lawyer admit posted racist tweets. Mary Nicosia apologized for that. Berkeley Bree News 10 NBC.
Yeah, and I think if I scroll down, did even more, I think. Hold on. Yeah, so let's check out what she has to say here.
Flag, as well as other racial stereotypes, including you put racist comments. How can we believe that the buckets of fried chicken, the Juneteenth cups and flag, as well as other racial stereotypes, including the Hennessy, you had no clue about if, again, you're pushing racist comments on a parody Twitter account?
I'm not going to really speak to my parody Twitter account, and I can see where you can try to link the two. I think that Corey covered the stereotypical things at the party. I grew up in East Cleveland. I'm aware of the perception of KFC. Was that the reason it was in my home? No, it's an easy meal. So that's all I can really say. I mean, it was not.
I think we do have to speak more to this parody account, even though the
I'm not going to speak to my parody account.
So, but you're pushing racist comments on a parody account.
I've made my apologies. Okay.
You made racist comments on this parody account. How are those, and we've heard from Doctor as well, that you claim you aren't racist but are pushing racist comments? How does that, can you break up the difference for me, I guess?
Let me start and then Mary can talk. Just so it's clear, the claim that was filed had nothing to do with her Twitter account. This claim was filed based upon what existed at the party and what took place that day. There's no question that somebody that has a racist Twitter account, which Mary did, is somebody that's going to be somewhat aware, I guess, of these racial tropes. No question about that. But the manner in which the party was conducted and the way in which they've led their lives is not consistent with this party being racist. No question. If you look at her Twitter account, yep, that's racist. Not right, wrong. Never can. There's no justification for it, in my mind.
Isn't that part of the way, though, that not they, but Mary lived her life?
That's the point.
Separate the two, I think, is what.
Well, there's no question that she has not lived her.
Right. So that's that's kind of some background and some updates to this story that came out. So I guess the prompt says black firefighter in Rochester, New York, who filed a discrimination lawsuit. You know, I'd be curious to know how many of you in the chat was familiar with that story. Drop a 1 if you were. Kevin Carre, what say you to the story?
I'm still angry from the last prompt, man, but I can't wait for these devils to just die off this goddamn earth, man. I can't wait for them to just fucking disappear. I'm sorry if I'm cursing, but I gotta say, it has to be said. These people are out of their goddamn minds, man. But what? I'm gonna have to pass on this, Coco. I'm very, excuse me.
Tanzan, what say you?
Wow, it's a very intellectual and emotional night today, I guess. Um, yeah, he's lucky he got out alive, because there was that guy who went hunting with them and he didn't come out. So unless you just have to, like it's mandatory, like the matron was saying, who forced him to go, you're risking your life if you go anywhere with them that is not public, that is not, you don't have any backup, and you're just there alone. So but if you do encounter it, I'm glad he's fighting back against it, to extend. But what I saw from the story was how much focus they were on, these people defending themselves, and this haughty, not HOTTI, but haughty, HAUGHTY. I know it sounds the same. I'm glad On is not here to make fun of me, but this haughty woman in the back with, her pursed lips and her, I'm above all this sort of, demeanor, and this, all the other bag of her husband or whoever he is. They're spending more time with these people than the actual thing that happened to the person. Like, he only gets a few, minutes of talking before they go back to this. Like, this is not the main story. The main story is what happened, and he's the main person who brought the story forward. So they should be interviewing him and asking him the questions. But yeah, I'll pass.
That's a great observation, Tan. This black guy is supposed to be the focus of the story, but he's almost like a side story, like the B part of the story. The main story is these white folks defending themselves. That's a good observation. For real. Real black gentleman, what say you?
I don't have too much to say. I mean, this is classic. I mean, it's classic. I mean, black man, strong career, strong position, you know what I'm saying, out in his community, you know what I'm saying? Thinks he can, chum it up with the old colleagues at work, and it turns south. I mean, yeah, if he can get his money, get his money. I mean, that's all I got to say.
Thank you for that, real black gentleman. Jay, what say you?
Yeah, tired. I'm it's the way they handled it it sounds very 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 familiar. The gaslighting, the 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 synchronicity, or how do you call it? The How they work together, how they um, yeah, it all sounded familiar. But Americans are Dutch folks, Germans, English, Polish, so it's not uh, they are all the same. They suck energy. uh, that's it, man. That's it. They it's the, they suck the energy out of you. What should you do? You're a firefighter. You want to do good, and this is who you run with. It's exhausting. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah, so a few of you were familiar with the story. Marcus Garvey's the way says, is this the line the FBA built? What they want to cling on to so we immigrants don't get any? Nice. Take it. Marcus Garvey's way goes on to say, this is what FBA is holding onto tooth and nail to say they built. She says, perpetual victimhood at the hands of those they built this land for. Okay, Marcus Garvey's way is going in on the ADOS FBA types, I see. She says, we immigrants say keep it. It's yours. He lucky he lived and wasn't, quote unquote, suicided after departing. She says, this is integration at its finest. House Jelly Podcast says, guaranteed he displayed the quote unquote good Negro tendencies at work, which is why he got the invite. Absolutely is what I was thinking as well. Marcus Garvey is the way he says, where's FBA to say, quote, we built this, we don't flee. All right, so a lot of smoke. Let me drop the link again for those who want to join the panel. A lot of FBA ate smoke tonight. But yeah, let's hear from anyone that I'm sorry. Let's hear from Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah, cool. For me, I'm a little bit of a schemer and a plotter, and maybe the brother, went the bag route and tried to get the $4 million. I invited him. He tried the other way around. But for me, I would go to that party and I would eat the chicken. Matter of fact, I would eat the watermelon too. I would be the life of that party. The life of that party. I would get all of them laughing and all of them would think how a good Negro I am, in particular that white lady. Then I would invite her to my party. And my party is a Mandingo party. See, the first party, right? I'm going to get that shit on tape. You know what I mean? I'm going to film it and get that shit on tape. All what they were showing and exposed to, right? Then I'm going to invite her to my Mandingo party where I invite all the brothers. And then we're going to invite her and her friends. And then we're going to get this little hooker on tape. And then for the rest of her career, I'm extorting her. I'm extorting her to make sure by the time I'm finished with that fire department, I'm probably going to be the chief of fire departments or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I think that sometimes I don't know. Sometimes we should play chess rather than playing checkers. And these people, they play chess. They had this plan out and they wanted him to get offended. In fact, they wanted him to be insulted and all that good stuff. But I would have schemed and plotted. You know what I mean? But for me, I think that he is just going after the bag, and it's his way of getting back at them. But I would really try another way around it. You know what I mean? But that's just me. That's just me, man.
And does anyone here want to get a last word in on this prompt?
Yeah. I'm kind of composed now, but I agree with Ms. Ells in the back of my mind. Always have at least 5 kind of recorders on you. With body cameras are getting cheaper now, and you can put it you can have a button, like a t-shirt button that's a camera, and you have that recording all the time. The next thing you do, especially I see a lot of people do it in New York, you go get a psychologist and you go to those sessions and say, I can't work. I was very insulted. It's affecting my work schedule. This is what happened. And you get a good attorney. That's how you get, you get these bastards, start hitting them in the fucking pockets, man. That's what you do. Because in New York State, as long as you're pointing to the conversation, you can record anyone secretly. But I'll pass.
Yeah, in the chat, Bobby Wright says, I wonder what Tariq Nasheed thinks about this.
Tariq is a white godmother, right? Not godmother, mother-in-law.
Yeah. Marcus Garvey's way says, too much work, Mr. Untouchable. Earlier she said, unwashed, unseasoned food ain't no party. Then lately here she said, eat her unseasoned, unwashed chicken. She can keep her dog hair, watermelon slices, and salt, pepper, hint flavored food, well seasoned with racism. They can keep it. Yeah, I dropped the link, Marcus Garvey's way, if you wanted to hop on real quick and speak your piece. If no one else has the last word in our prompt, we're gonna end this at 2. Let me go to Shooter Breeze topic number 8 tonight. Shooter Breeze topic number 8 tonight is protect and serve with a question mark. This came with a link. Let's check it out.
Workers have been caught short by revelations of police corruption here. The poster boy for the new scandals is Officer Michael Dowd. He worked in the Black Ghetto, a big drug area, and he'd seemed a typical cop, 10-year veteran, 2 brothers in the force, son of a retired city firefighter. But since May of last year, he's been in jail because Officer Michael Dowd was a drug stealer and a drug dealer. Well, now for the first time since he was caught, Dowd has unburdened himself to a reporter. With his lawyer, Marvin Hirsch, at his side, I spoke with Dowd in the Manhattan jail where he awaits sentencing. He says his troubles began soon after he joined the force 10 years ago, when he says he realized his bosses did not want him to arrest drug dealers.
If you make an arrest when you take a couple crack vials off the street, your sergeant gets upset with you because you've taken yourself and maybe your partner off patrol. And he's got to do paperwork as well as you do. for the next 3, 4, 5 hours, whatever it takes.
What are cops there for? What you're telling me is your superior officers didn't want you to make drug arrests?
That's a fact.
How many cracks you need, man?
Frustrated because he couldn't arrest the dealers, Dowd says that he and 15 to 20 other cops, his crew, started shaking down drug dealers.
It wasn't just my crew. It was every tour had a crew doing it.
And you would walk in on a drug dealer and
Take whatever we wanted.
take drugs, take cash, take whatever.
Whatever was there to be taken.
Actually, Dowd says he'd leave some of the drugs so the dealers wouldn't get too mad. He'd shake down about 5 dealers a day, keep the cash, sell the drugs, and make an extra $1,000 a week. And then he discovered he could hit the jackpot by stealing at crime scenes.
There was a guy laying on the floor dead. People in the city die for drugs and money.
So you figured you might make a score.
I figured that maybe there would be extra money or drugs laying around.
Were there?
Yes.
You scooped up the drugs?
Yes.
Now what do you do with the drugs?
Well, I had to walk past 15 cops to get it outside into the police car.
How'd you do it?
I just put the bag over my shoulder and I walked out the door with it.
A bag of cocaine?
Well, it didn't say cocaine on the bag.
And you walked past a line of cops, past the sergeant.
Well, they knew what I was doing. I know they knew because they were smiling. Oh, here goes Mike
And Mike was smiling when he struck it rich after a robbery.
in the basement, my partner and myself. And we found a couple of briefcases and we had thought maybe it was cash in there and we intended to take it. And when we realized we couldn't walk out with the briefcase, so my partner went and got a hacksaw and handed it to me and I hacksawed the briefcase open.
And found what inside?
Half a kilo of cocaine.
And sold it for how much?
$14,000.
Dowd even arranged his own drug deals. This undercover police footage shows him giving a drug dealer a ride. During the ride, Dowd says he bought some cocaine that he later resold. After a few years, Dowd finally hit the big time, making $4,000 a week, he says, selling his drugs back onto the street through a major drug dealer and warning that dealer about possible police raids. We were making $4,000 a week to deal drugs and $400 a week to be a cop.
Yes.
So how important was your police paycheck?
It really wasn't very important, truthfully.
You cashed it.
Deposited it. When I remembered to pick it up.
But Dowd's memory wasn't very good because he had become an alcoholic and a coke addict. You actually snorted cocaine off the dashboard of your squad?
Yes.
Yeah. You're out on patrol.
Right.
And you're getting high.
Well, I was probably hungover. So I wanted to give myself a lift up.
And your partner's sitting beside you.
Yeah.
And isn't he saying, hey, Mike?
No, he was just watching out for me, making sure no one was looking.
Doing the same thing?
No, he wouldn't do cocaine.
How come?
He wasn't a drug addict. He was an alcoholic. He wasn't a drug addict.
Dowd claims the life he led was driving him crazy.
I was living 2 lives. I was a cop dealing drugs. Every day was a battle. Personally.
Trouble talking to your wife? Trouble talking to your kids?
Couldn't do it. I was best off just coming home drunk so I go to sleep. And then if I was high, I'd stay up till 7 o'clock in the morning. My kid would go off to school and then I'd fall asleep for about 3 hours and pass out and go to work.
Did your wife know what you were doing?
Well, she knows that I'm doing things wrong, but I don't tell her my business. And she's constantly telling me, whatever you're doing, stop. One night she put a gun to my head.
And
told me, if you don't stop, I'm gonna kill you. When's this gonna stop? She put a 9mm to my head, to my temple. I thought she was gonna kill me.
And you said do it?
I don't remember, Mike. I just rolled over and went back to sleep. I was drunk and high.
And Dowd says that most of the cops in his precinct knew that he was a drug user and a drug dealer. He didn't hide it. He bought 4 houses, wore expensive clothes, and drove to work in a $35,000 red Corvette. His fellow officers, he says, just looked the other way.
Every cop knew what I was doing and what the whole crew of cops were doing in my precinct and in every precinct in Brooklyn.
Dowd says many officers were dirty, but even the clean cops wouldn't rat on a fellow cop. That's the notorious blue wall of silence. But even worse, Dowd says, his supervisors didn't stop him because they didn't want a scandal.
This is the evaluation that
A city commission investigating police corruption recently discovered one supervisor's glowing evaluation of Michael Dowd. At the height of Dowd's drug dealing in 1987, that supervisor wrote,
this officer could excel within the New York City Police Department and easily become a role model for others to emulate. Then in all caps ended it by saying, good career potential.
and Dowd claims the younger cops really did look up to him, but as a different kind of role model.
There's 15 or 20 of them hanging out with me in a bar after work. All rookies.
They knew that you had
Sure.
money to spend.
That's why they were there. They want to learn.
What did your father say to all this?
I was devastated. Devastated.
Absolutely devastated. So it's like a death in the family. That's how tragic it was.
Jack Dowd says son Michael was his pride and joy, the family's star.
Honest, never a day of trouble, never gave us a reason to worry. And anybody who knew him would say, I could model my family after Mike. He was so good.
What happened?
He went in the police department.
Yeah.
His attitude changed, but never gave us a clue.
You have two other sons who are cops, New York City cops, right?
That's right.
They didn't get corrupted. Explain it.
I wish I could explain it.
The retired firefighter blames drugs and his son's supervisors, who, he says, knew Mike had a drug problem, but didn't get him help.
3 times he went to the police department. He asked for help. 3 times they told him, don't use the word drugs. Your job is finished. You say alcohol, and you go away for 30 days, you come back.
The department shouldn't have sent him back out on patrol with a badge and a gun. And a coke habit.
That's right. That was a travesty to the city of New York.
My mom is shot. I got people calling me a bum and a lowlife, and
He's ashamed of what he's done. He's ashamed of the problems he's caused for his family, the embarrassment for his family.
they raised 7 kids, Mike.
Are you the only bad one?
I don't know what bad is anymore, Mike.
Sure, the reason you're talking to me is because you'd like to get some of this out in front of the public and perhaps change the perception in the public that you are really, forgive me, a scumbag.
Well, Mike, I did some scummy things. I was confused. I was crazy. I was sick.
I've seldom read reports as bad as what were written about you.
I know.
And I don't think these tears are phony either. Your son is 7?
Yeah.
Would you want your son to grow up to be a cop? No. Because?
It's a thankless job.
As far as I'm concerned, all of them are on the take.
One self-appointed community leader, Sonny Carson, insisted that we interview him right in front of Dowd's old precinct house, the 75th.
Because the 75th is a crack house.
This precinct house is a crack
The
house?
biggest crack house in this area.
You don't know.
They're all in.
You don't know this.
Well, I don't know that they aren't either. All I do know is that crack houses are open all around this area. Why are they open?
This guy, you know this guy?
I don't know any of them. They all look alike.
Huh? You want to talk to us a second?
Are you kidding? He's not going to
Give me a
talk to
minute.
you.
Give me a minute. Come on over here a second.
Wow.
Here's a guy with a lot of decorations. Berkowitz has had a lot of time. How much time you had in the force?
24 years.
There are crack houses in this neighborhood?
Right around the corner. They know it.
Absolutely.
There are.
Yeah, why aren't they
Why-
closed?
Will you hold it a minute?
Okay.
Why aren't they closed?
We
make the arrests. The court system lets them go. We do our job.
It's a bunch of BS. The only thing that this guy can do for me is to get a violin out now and accompany me with it. You understand?
I talked to Michael Dowd yesterday, and he began to cry because, really began to cry because he said he ruined his life and that of his family.
And all the other people around here whose lives he ruined. I don't feel sorry for him. He should rot in hell.
How many drug-dealing cops are out there? The head of New York Citizens Crime Commission says that in as many as 10 precincts in the poor neighborhoods, pockets of police are still mixed up in the drug business. Each pocket, like Dowd's group, involves about 15 officers. It's big money. And besides, to some white cops, ghetto residents are, quote, just animals anyway. A guy who knows you told us Dowd is a Long Island cowboy, one of the white Long Island boys who police the black neighborhoods of New York City. They saw their precinct as a, quote, jungle, where the people are, quote, animals, not people.
Whoever said that is a complete fool. I was shocked by the way the urban blacks lived. Yes, I'll admit that.
How do you mean, shocked?
There's no respect for themselves and no respect for anybody around them.
As we said, he was a Long Island boy. And finally, after 10 years in the force, Dowd was arrested, but not by the police in New York City. Instead, he was caught by officers in Suffolk County, Long Island, where Dowd lived, and sold some of the drugs. But after you were arrested by Suffolk County, did the New York police get involved again and question you?
They never once came to me to question me.
Why?
They were embarrassed.
Dowd says New York City police officials still wanted to look the other way, still wanted to avoid a scandal, but now it was too late. Too late for the department, too late for Dowd.
I'm not a bum. I wasn't a bum before I became a police officer, but becoming a police officer led me in these directions. If your peers happen to be doing these things, then you do them too.
Michael Dowd is waiting now to hear his sentence. He could get 12 to 15 years.
Interesting cop story there. Tanzan, what say you to what you just saw?
Oh, it's like you can hit them with all the dirt, but somehow it doesn't stick. You know, we can have all these stories of them, just being super corrupt and all that, but people will always, associate corruption and crime with black people. So, and it's not that they were embarrassed or they look the other way. It's they know what they're doing, and this is exactly what he was supposed to be doing. Even when he's confessing, he's only half confessing because he's still trying to protect his people. Oh, they were embarrassed. They didn't want the scandal. It's not. It's the system. It's everybody knows what they're there for, and he was no different. So that's all I have to say about that.
Bobby Wright in the chat says, as Malcolm X said, if black communities are the most heavily policed and still have the highest crime rates, is because the police are in cahoots with the crooks. Revolution Matron says those two other sons didn't get caught. Someone named Click Clack is here. He says, white guy crying in well lit. Black man aggressive in bad lighting. Okay, that's an interesting thing to point out there. Crying, and the white man is portrayed a certain way, the black man is portrayed in opposite. Observing Immigrants has joined us this week. How are you this week?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. What say you to this? Protect and serve.
Well, when he started talking, even before he started crying, I thought Crimea River. I knew this black cop in Virginia. He was no longer a cop when I met him, and he said the most drugs he ever dealt with was when he became an officer. Like he had a partner who he would go meet him at his apartment, and the guy was literally growing marijuana and putting it together, packaging it in his own apartment. So, as a black cop, he knew that his partner was, committing a crime basically, and he was part of it. He saw his other white cop partner, abusing his power. He said nothing. So corruption hasn't changed, and it will never change. In terms of this story, I mean, I think he probably got caught and was taken on because somebody else in his precinct or department wanted to take over what he had. I think he probably got, like how drug dealers do each other. He just got taken out so that somebody else can step in and take over his position. I don't think they arrested him and told his story because they were so touched and so caring about the community that they needed to get this guy off the street. I think he just got taken down the old-fashioned way. Somebody else just needed to step ahead of him. But it's just white peopling, in my opinion.
Jay, let's hear from you. Maybe Jay is not there. Unmute your mic if you're there, Jay. It's late where Jay is, so he might not be there anymore. Kevin Conway, what say you?
Yeah. The reason he got caught actually was because he was selling the drugs and he hired someone stupid that didn't have any experience to sell drugs, and that person got caught by undercover in a bar, and they flipped him, and it led to Michael Dowd. But here's a story of why he wasn't caught. The city, the IAB was following. If you're on the Internal Affairs Bureau, or they call them the Office of Professional Standards, those are the cops that patrol other cops and make sure they're doing the right thing. But they were watching him, but they knew what he was doing. But here, let's go back 7 years before this, in a precinct a little bit, let me see, west of the 7-5 in East New York, in my old neighborhood of Crown Heights on Utica Avenue, the 7-7. There was a case in the 80s, 86, called the Buddy Boys, where they were doing the same exact things. The same thing. They would go to the firehouse, get an axe, go to the drug dealer's apartment, kick the door in or axe the door in, and take their money. So there was a famous case of, they were saying, where they broke into the apartment without a warrant, had the guy, they saw all this money and drugs on the table. They put the guy outside because they didn't want to arrest him. So, they practically tell him to leave. But, eventually he ran away, but they was just there for the money. But the reason why the NYPD knew about him and they didn't want to do anything because of that earlier scandal. It was too close to that. They were saying, and a few years before that, about a decade or so, 13 years before that, was, you ever heard of this guy named Serpico Koku?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was that, the meat eaters and the grass eaters. The meat eaters were the top brass that was getting a big pay, and the grass eaters were getting the trickle down effect. But that's the reason he was never he was doing this all the time. They knew what was going on, and the guy that was in charge at that time was Ray Kelly. Remember him on the Bloomberg Stop and Frisk? Yeah, but I put a thing in the prompt. There's a documentary about it. It's called the 7-5 Precinct, and it shows you the documentary of it. But yeah, Mike Walsh, he's another jerk. He if you picked it up, he's over there protecting this guy. Like, oh, look at this guy. He's crying. He's sorry for what he did. No, this guy was not sorry. If you look at his later interview, like in that earlier interview, that was 1993. If you look at when he came out from prison, this guy was dropping F-bombs and doing all this stuff. So he was not sorry for what he did. The only reason he's sorry because he got caught. But I'm gonna pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Kare. Bobby Wright in the chat says, funny how that old racist Jew, Mike Wallace, tried to humanize the cop. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I'll pass on this one.
All right, Mr. Untouchable.
When you see police officers holding guns, pregnant women, and you hear this man's testimony of being a crackhead, it all makes sense. It all makes sense. Some of these police officers, you don't know what drug, narcotic, alcohol that these people may be on. The only thing I would suggest, if put into that situation, is an old man say 3 things not to do. Say, don't fuss, don't fight, don't flee. You're not gonna have a court case on the street side of a corner. You wait for a judge to do that and hope that the people who in judging your case have a reasoned mind. You don't get in arguments with people with guns and the legal authority to use them. And sometimes I feel, and it's not always our fault because we are citizens, tax-paying citizens. So we expect the same respect as any other person. We expect the person who has the so-called authority, has the mindset to use it in a reasonable way. Unfortunately, that has not historically been the case for us. So I would only suggest don't get into a fight or argument of why so. I think that one of our greatest fears is put us into harmful predicaments, which is we don't want to go to jail. So we fight the idea of going to jail because we're in such fear of that idea of what jail is. Sometimes I feel like we should reserve our fear, go through the process, rather than getting into an altercation, fight, disagreement with a police officer where he could claim anything after you die. Anything. Because you are no longer there to give your side or perspective of what actually in fact happened. So if you're in an encounter with an unreasonable coke-filled, coke-infused drug addict or whoever kind of police officer who doesn't see reason, he only sees your complexion, face color, and he has his own internal biases, don't get into an argument with them. You deal with people where other people are involved, where you could sit down and talk to a lawyer and deal with your issue. If he has to detain you or arrest you, it is what it is. And I feel like sometimes we get into a fray and getting into these back and forths with people. Some of these people are, some of these people are school dropouts. High school dropouts, man. And they get off on the fact of, oh, respect my authority. Don't get, if you want to be called sir, call him sir. But my thing is to live through the experience so you could tell your version of events and your side of the story. And even if the judicial system in the United States is unfair, at least you will have your life, to go on and deal with other matters and try to do other things in life and even have your own successes. Don't get into altercations with these kinds of men. And unfortunately, a lot of them wearing blue, and a lot of them are black as well, by the way. But I'll leave it there.
If anyone wants to add a last word.
Yeah, usually I don't. This is where we can miss some talk about. But listen, George Floyd wasn't fussing. He wasn't fighting, but he ended up dead. There were a lot of other cases like that where no people weren't fussing and fighting, and I've seen it where when I was in junior high school, the 81st precinct, another corrupt precinct, I was waiting on the bus stop with other black teenagers for the bus, and these two thugs from that precinct came talking. So someone just said something like, "Yo, that guy didn't do anything." He's like, "You should shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna arrest you for something, and I'll find a way to hand you up even more." So it doesn't matter if you fuss or fight or you go along; they're still gonna kill you.
Okay. Seems like there's no responses to that. If there's no other last words, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 9 tonight. We're gonna end at 2 a.m. So this might be the very last topic. How the Russians and Chinese militaries recruit versus how America recruits. This came with a link. It takes us to a YouTube video. We'll watch this and then we'll discuss it.
王局到，别走，到，
我们已经习惯达到。
王局到，专利动员大会现在开始。
一声到，是一句承诺。
军长同志，一方前准备完毕，请指示。什么？战！
一声到，是一种割舍。一声到，是一次重塑。
海上、空中、陆上各作战机组已新定完善作战计划。
一声道，是一场冲锋。我们用生命扛起使命，我们用忠诚筑起长城。改革强军，征途如虹。
历史告诉我们，改革创新与时俱进，是人民军队不断发展的康庄大道。人民军队的力量来自改革创新，人民军队的胜利来自改革创新。
祖国召唤，我必到。
若有战，将必回。
一声道，一声道。
Это первый день твоей новой жизни. То, что было вчера, не имеет значения. То, кем ты был прежде, уже никого не волнует. Теперь важно то, кем ты будешь сегодня. Что ты знаешь о себе? На что ты способен? Вопросы могут остаться без ответов, но разве ты сможешь потом спокойно спать? Узнать себя, познать границы своих возможностей. К черту границы. Ты готов ломать себя до изнеможения. Каждый день здесь боль закаляет. Шрамы, повседневность. Это ты решил себе что-то доказать. Командир здесь только для того, чтобы ты мог увидеть в нем врага. Потому что без врага нет боя, а без боя нет победы. Но на самом деле главный враг — это ты. Вчерашний ты. Твоя задача — выследить врага, догнать его, превзойти, стать лучше, чем он, и вернуться назад победителем. Потому что завтра первый день твоей новой жизни.
This is the story of a soldier who operates your nation's Patriot missile defense systems. It begins in California with a little girl raised by two moms. Although I had a fairly typical childhood, took ballet, played violin, I also marched for equality. I like to think I've been defending freedom from an early age. When I was 6 years old, one of my moms had an accident that left her paralyzed. Doctors said she might never walk again. But she tapped into my family's pride to get back on her feet, eventually standing at the altar to marry my other mom. With such powerful role models, I finished high school at the top of my class, and then attended UC Davis, where I joined a sorority full of other strong women. But as graduation approached, I began feeling like I'd been handed so much in life, a sorority girl stereotype. Sure, I'd spent my life around inspiring women, but what had I really achieved on my own? One of my sorority sisters was studying abroad in Italy. Another was climbing Mount Everest. I needed my own adventures, my own challenge. And after meeting with an Army recruiter, I found it. A way to prove my inner strength and maybe shatter some stereotypes along the way. I'm U.S. Army Corporal Emma Malone Lord, and I answered my calling.
Yeah, America going kind of hard on that women empowerment, LGBTQ stuff I see. Tanzan, what do you see?
Well, for the Chinese, I see duty to the state and an almost religious, veneration for it. It's set in this very, big, inspiring, almost cinematic shots. And then with the Russian one, I think it was Russian, it's more of the gritty, you're a soldier, prove yourself as a man, that sort of thing. And then when it came to the US one, it was just like walk, just all limp and stuff. And that was just embarrassing. So that's my short take on it.
Womp womp. Okay. Real black gentleman, what say you?
I mean, just the question alone. I mean, this is just going back to more of the geopolitics, and I mean the nature of America versus the nature of Russia and China. I mean, China has this is America has to really try to like compel its people to really be a part of the military. Whereas in Russia or China, it's just more of a natural, I would say, uh, 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 advancement on one to serve those respective countries. I mean, America has really good tools and technology, and it does in just the nature of what America does militarily does keep it a bit fresh, as opposed to China, which doesn't really do too much militarily. It has a lot of people, and it will move what it has to move, but it's not the same. Russia has more flex than China does. But I mean, America, again, they're in 80,000 countries. I mean, they went in and invaded Vietnam. I mean, and then China came in to Vietnam to defend the Vietnamese. It's really I mean, you know what it is. It's just that I mean, America is just going to do what it can to try to be flashy with it and to really try to like bet on R&D. And China and I mean Russia and China are completely different. I mean, they're different in a lot of different ways. That's all I have to say.
Let's hear from Mr. Untouchable next. Let's mix it up.
I mean, it was an amazing video, and the lady had me and when she said my two moms. That I mean, that was that was good. I don't know if I could watch the last video and actually feel safe. I would in my because I'm in my mind I'm like these people are insane. They are insane. I mean, who are they trying to recruit for the army in the United States? I mean, what are they trying to do? You know what I mean? They're not recruiting men anymore because I don't know how many men are gonna try to enter the military after watching this horse shit. I mean, it's real horse shit. You know, I think that well, obviously the liberals are in power, and it is a political commercial, and um, understanding the conservative nature of the military, I'm surprised that the generals in howling at the moon after watching this nonsense. If this is the commercial that they are trying to use to recruit, you know what I mean, men into the military, of all races, I guess, because there's everyone who go into the military. I don't think that this really hits the mark. I think that the other videos, like Tanzan was saying, the Chinese had this air of the collectivity. You know, we are a nation, and it had almost like a religious air to it. The Russians kind of like was in the gritty male, this gritty male going out there and trying to do his thing, being a part of the rest of other gritty males. But the U.S. commercials back in the day, when they talked about the military, it had a different kind of narrative. Now, because of the liberal president who they have right now in office, it's really gone far left. I mean, way far left. And I think that when Trump comes back into office, which he will, I think that this commercial will be the one of the first ones to go because that's horrible, absolutely horrible. But I'll stop there.
Marcus Garvey is the way. What say you? You're muted if you're talking.
Hi. I think oh, I think that the way America approaches war with propaganda, they will try anything to recruit their people. And you're gonna have to, have no limits on the tactics you'll use to recruit people for war. Because I don't think America has ever fought a righteous war, ever, and it never will. I think the Russian and Chinese are more. It looks more like they're built for defense rather than invasion, while America is more for invasion. I think they chose a cartoon for the American one because I have spent time in the Virgin Islands, and I remember when the Americans came ashore. I believe it was the Navy. I was in my early 20s, and I was like, where all these kids come from? It looked like a spring break. All of them were there. They were getting drunk because it was a place for them to dock after training. And the first thing they all did was get drunk and be throwing up all over the road and, passed out and running down the prostitutes 24/7. It was like chaos when the Americans landed. And I could not see anything militarily um, disciplined in their actions. And they were expected to not be, fully disciplined because it was their time off. But the American army is full of nonsense. I've watched a documentary where it told me 250,000 of the U.S. soldiers have been raped or assaulted, sexually assaulted by other soldiers. So you can create all these fantasy and propaganda about how wonderful the U.S. Army is, but like everything else in America, it's just dirt covered by, I don't know, glitter. That's all it is.
Thank you for that. Kevin Carre, I guess you get the last word on this one.
I kind of disagree with the panel. I was kind of inspired by that last commercial. I want to join the military now, man. That looks fun. But no, let's be real here, man. She's right. But I want to ask you, Marcus Garvey, there was no shore patrol there to get these guys off the road. They were throwing up and chasing prostitutes. Because usually when them guys are off,
I don't know who was there. All I saw, it looked to me like a bunch of little kids just doing too much. The
Yeah.
prostitutes used to be only came out in the Virgin Islands at night. You were seeing them like 7 in the morning on the streets, and these little kids, trying to solicit them. I'm like, what kind of nonsense?
Yeah, because usually there's shore patrol that usually follow them to make sure they don't do things like that. But I guess it's a black country, so they can do what the hell they want. But yeah, but if you look at as Mr. Untouchable said, if you look at those old commercials, especially the one branch I respect a lot in the U.S. military is the Marines. They won't accept this kind of crap. That's only the armies are having a hard time recruiting people. So that's why they're giving this kind of commercials to get everyone. But if you look at those old Marine commercials, goes, you want to earn this? We're looking for a few good men. Like there's one I want to get the poster for of a bulldog drill instructor in this guy's face, like he getting ready to eat him. It says, "We didn't promise you a rose garden. We're looking for a few good men," and you don't see that anymore. Like that Russian commercial was what the Marine commercial, even the Army commercial used to be. The Navy, they said they're, excuse my language, they're like the bitches of the military branch, and the Air Force is the worst. They don't really do much. But yeah, if I was a free agent, let's say I can go to any other country and I'm a mercenary, there's no damn way I'm going to the U.S. military. I'm more likely going to the Russians. Not that I would. I'm not saying that but yeah, it's this whole bullshit woke movement, this far left garbage. How you think the world's gonna take you serious with this kind of garbage? But I'm gonna pass the mic here.
Hey Kev, that looking for a few good men have a whole different connotation after this video.
Yo, you know what? They can cancel me. I don't give a damn.
These guys looking for booties, man.
If no one has a last word they want to drop for this one, I think we could end it here. I'll just go down the line and see what everyone wants to shout out this week. I think Jay is asleep. Mr. Untouchable, what do you want to shout out this week, man?
I want to shout out Dr. Lumumba for coming. Thank you, brother, for coming in. If anyone is interested in checking out his channel, they can with Lumumba Speaks. And also, I'm staying in support of WKZ Radio and what they're trying to do collectively with all the brothers and sisters who also have a platform as well. I'll continue to listen in and send my texts through the week if I can.
Yes, sir. Dan Zan, is there anything you want to shout out? You're muted if you're talking. All right, Tanzan might not be there. Real Black Gentleman, do you want to shout out something this week?
Yeah, I want to shout out the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. Like LBE said, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I think that as long as you can get stressed out if you focus on the minutia, and the small details are important, but there's always times we have to like take a step back, look at the big picture, and then sometimes make a bold move forward. And everything, the details will resolve themselves. The things that are irrelevant or not purposeful will sort themselves out. I think Africa will continue to certainly build itself in its own way, in its own places. But African people see each other. I know people see. Sometimes we talk over and past each other, but we are getting there. I think Africa will continue week by week, get better and better. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, well, if you just saw recently, and this has always been something that is known, American can recruit through force by an indirect way, and that's through poverty and privatizing college. Yeah, I posted a tweet about that. You guys check out the tweet, post your thoughts. Like Trigger Happy did. Jay is still up. Yeah, I called on Jay several times. He never responded, but shout out to Jay in the chat. Tan is here again. Tan, what would you like to shout out before we leave?
Just second, Mr. Untouchable. We were in the comment section during Lumumba Speaks with the discussion on FBA, and that was a great discussion. And also thanks to everyone on the KWAZ team. And I hope tomorrow is the Pro-Black Perspective, Monday is the Nation, and then Tuesday it's me with the programming on Tuesday. And yeah, so thank you all, and it's been a wonderful discussion.
All right. Who's left? Observing Immigrants. Anything you want to shout out this week?
I just want to let you know that I tried to join Discord, but I'm not really good at that stuff. I'm gonna have to have my son help me with that because I haven't been able to like share stuff with you on that.
Yeah, I think I sent you a DM actually.
Yeah, but I have no clue how to work that. I'm sorry. I don't even
All right.
have Twitter, but it is what it is. But it was another great show. It was fun. I love listening to y'all. I learn a lot. Y'all share a lot, and I like the format. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. And you are invited to join again in the future. Kevin Carre, you get the last shout out.
I have to say, I have to shout out the panel. You guys always keep me humble, grounded. I appreciate you guys. The show gets better and better each week with all you guys, man. Appreciate all of you.
I appreciate you guys as well. I'm pushing 900 now, so you guys, if you haven't subscribed already, please do subscribe. So thank you guys for another week. Thanks to Jay, who was in the chat, who's saying this was hilarious. Thanks to Brother Bakari on Forecast. Thanks to Revolutionary Matron. Thanks to Lumumba. Thanks to Sankara. And if I missed anyone else who was on the panel tonight, thanks to them as well. I'll be back next week, Saturday. I hope you guys join us next week, Saturday. But during the week, as Tanzan pointed out, check out Oni Sunday morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Check out Brother Bakari, who I'm sure will be on probably later that day. And then D-Web and the Partiality Podcast, they tend to be on Sundays now at 5 doing a live stream. So check those out. And then, of course, Tanzan on Tuesday. Peace to everyone. I'll see you guys next week. Okay? You guys be good. And, peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.